Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everyone. A bit late here. I think 8 9 minutes late. Very sorry for that. Today is Saturday, and we have the Chess with India Club at Phoenix. So, Sagar is going to join us very, very soon. But right now, let us just have a look at the games of candidates, and I'm going to take your help, guys, to go through the openings and what is happening. I would need some update because I'm a bit late here. Just a moment. Welcome, everybody, to the ChessBase India stream live commentary for FIDE candidate tournament round number 7. We have Nepo leading after round number 6. He's on 4.5 points, and guys, he is unbeaten. So let's begin to see what's happening today. Let me take you to board number 1. And let me just very quickly also open the chat. Yes. All good, guys? Yeah, it seems like everything is good. Yeah, maybe I'll just... Yes, guys, everything is good. So let us begin. We are right now seeing the game of Duda versus Nakamura here, and it's the Nimzo opening. Quickly, let's go through the moves. D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, e3, the main line, castle, and bishop d3. Most probably we are going to see the line with d5 and c5 and maybe, yeah, exactly, maybe bishop c3, bc3. That's the fight between the dark squares and these double pawns. It will be interesting. We will have a look at this game, of course, but let us go to the game of Ding Lijian versus Alireza Firuza. You know, guys, this is going to be one of the most important game today because both the players need to really fight back. Today, if they do not strike back, then it's going to be really difficult. So, and both of them are in the same situation. So, Ding is white, Alireza is black, c4, e5. And I'm going to ask your prediction also. What do you think is going to happen today? C4, E5, we have the English opening, G3, knight F6, bishop G2, bishop C5, D3, castle, and knight C3 here. So right now, if earlier black wanted to go with the D5 ideas, that line was a different thing. Now with knight C3, there's a very strong hold here on D5 and it's not possible. Let me see what all of you are thinking. Ding will win. Aha. Quite a lot of people are for Ding will win, yeah? Rakshit says today Raja is going to surprise everyone and beat Fabi with black pieces. Okay, that's a very, very commitmental prediction, Rakshit, I'm going to say. Nice. Let's look at it. I think many of you will be supporting Rakshit's prediction here. C6, knight f3 and d6. Okay, this was attacked right now. He defends it with d6, castle. This is what is happening. Ding versus Firuza right now. Both of them are on 1 hour 58 minutes. So not a novelty yet. Ding, ding, ding. This is surprising that quite a lot of you have actually predicted Ding is going to beat Firuza. That's amazing. Really amazing. A5. Let's have a look at the game of 1 second. Board number. Yeah. Shall we have a look at Raja versus Nepo? Now that we have such a strong prediction here, we must look at the game as well. Oh my god! E4, C5, knight f3, A6. Guys, this opening, this move, किसकी याद आ रही है? Whom does it remind of? Also, Rakshit, what is the name of this opening? I am extremely bad at remembering the names. देखो आ गया चैट में एक बंदा नहीं है. Come on Shivani, not Anish. Samay. Yes, Mitul says Oh Kelly. Of course, Oh Kelly, Oh Kelly. Wow, this is a big surprise, I think. Karwana is thinking. He's already thought for 5 minutes here. For sure, he has not expected this, and we are also going to check if Raja has played this recently or if he has played this in any classical game. That's going to be really a curious thing for me. Let me just go to chess base. काफ़ी कुछ इधर सेटिंग्स में अलग है मेरे लिए. चेस बेस 16. या आई हैव फाउंड दैट. जस्ट अ मोमेंट गाइस, आई एम गोना check. Atul Gupta says Raja is practicing with Samay. That's funny. Also guys, what are your predictions for the other results? That too please let me know. Okay, which is this game? 1 second, let me just maybe what I'll do is I'll do the setting in a bit. Until that time, let me just cover the other games as well very quickly. So let's move to, this is Nepo versus Rapo. Let's check out Nepo versus Rapo right now. Quite a few moves have been played. E4, E5. Rapo is white and Nepo is black. Both of them very creative players. I would say two of the most creative players playing against each other in this tournament. This result, with Petrov, the prediction will be different. Knight f3, Knight f6, Knight e5, D6. And I would not have been surprised. Actually, I would be very keen on looking at Knight f7 here. But would have been too much in candidates. Knight f3, Knight e4, D4, all very standard. You want to develop your bishop now. D5, bishop D3. This bishop is always kind of putting pressure on the h7 pawn as well. Bishop D6, castle, and C4. A standard idea here, you cannot take because your E4 knight would be hanging. So you defend the D5 pawn with C6, solidify the structure. Queen B3, you have stopped any development from the C8 bishop of the he does go bishop G4. It's like the poisoned pawn, yeah. Bishop G4, bishop takes E4, D takes E4. Still, if I have to look at the time here, Queen B3, Rapo had 1 hour 55 minutes and Nepomniachtchi is playing very fast. He's prepared. Bishop G4, bishop takes E4, D takes C4 and Knight G5. Wow, this is a very interesting opening. I'm going to look at it in more detail. Generally, at this point, what I can say, the usual plans would be knight goes to c3, then there are exchanges on c3 with pawn coming to c3. This rook would come on b1. There would be pressure down this file. There would be also cd, so, or in fact c5 ideas would also be very strong. So still maintaining the pressure on h7 with the ideas of knight g5. That is how was one of the standard ways white would play. This is pretty much, what to say, latest bishop e4, d4 and knight g5. So the first question is, why did he have to take here? What happens for queen takes b7? Guys, what happens for queen takes b7? Well, maybe I have Rakshit says except Rapo, Nepo, all games are going to be decisive. You think Rapo and Nepo, Rapo versus Nepo is going to be a draw, yeah? Oh, by the way, it rhymes. Rapo versus Nepo. Okay, I am getting some answers, guys. What happens for Queen B7? Let me check who's given the right answer. Yes, and we have Soumya Agarwal, Amit Pandey, Sendil Nathan, Deep Mala, Tayi, Prasad Kulkarni, Ritik Shukla, Prashant, Mitul, and Akash Parthasarthi. All of you are absolutely right over here. Wait, I think the photo is Nepo versus Karwana. That's maybe I have in the wrong window, but it's fine. It's fine. So what happens here is bishop takes f3 is the right move, and if you take on f3, the point is there is queen h4, you are threatening a mate, and there is no way to, I mean, you will go f4 at the end of it, queen g4 check, there is this thing, queen f3 check, and after king g1, this, oh, this still goes into complications, is it? Or not really? Not really. Very interesting is f5, and this is going to be unstoppable. There is going to be a mate. So this is winning in many ways. In fact, this was one of the ways to take here. But of course, there will be other ways also. Maybe directly f5 would also be considered. So that's why queen b7 would have been a big blunder, guys. Big blunder. So not queen b7. What he played was bishop g4 ko. He took on e4 here. D takes e4, and now knight went to g5. Currently this is under attack, but of course black's bishop and the queen eyeing to h4. These ideas look very dangerous. Bishop went to e7 right now. I'm wondering if black would have played a move like h6, then there is knight e4 also attacks the d6, so you don't have time for queen h4. So for example, if a move like h6 would be really bad because of knight e4, and now for bishop c7 there is queen b7, so you really don't have time for queen h4. He went for the same reason, he went bishop e7 attacking this knight. Knight takes e4 and queen takes d4. We are at this position. Material is equal. Black has double bishop and also quite active pieces, whereas white is yet to still develop, and some threats to watch out for. So this is the position, but it looks like both of them are prepared. So maybe, as Rakshit says, this might go towards a draw, but very early to say, guys, very early to say that. Okay, shall we go to the other board? Let's move to board number, this was actually Nepo, and wait, let's move to Raja's game now, so that I'll be also setting up the OBS, right? Yep. Oh, so what did he play for a6? After some thought. So here Fabi had 1 hour 59 minutes 50 seconds, and he played the next move after thinking for 9 minutes. So he went c4. I'm sure he would have thought of ideas like c3, which would convert more into Alapin. He would have thought about knight c3. That's other way to continue. Maybe even g3 ideas he would have thought about. He decided to go c4. I like this. It's pretty solid here. Right now you are controlling these two squares. Knight c6 and d4. Now he has got d4. So this is going more into a hedgehog like structure with both the pawns, the Meroxy-bind structure with the pawn on e4 and c4. And already what we know about Meroxy-bind is that eventually black will try to get a break on either of b5, d5 or f5 squares. Here he goes e5. The knight has to decide. It can go to f5 because you do not have d5. So guys, for a6, one of the most common subtle mistakes which would happen is d4 takes, knight takes, and this is the reason, you know, when in hurry, like even I have played it with Samay, you go d4 very quickly because you're not sometimes expecting a6, and then for e5, knight f5, and over here d5 is the move, because of which the white's d4 was a little too early. You cannot take here, f5 is hanging, and black gets very free flowing central pawn break. Okay, so that's why he played c4 here, and after takes e5 has been played, and this is the position right now we are at. Fabi is thinking. He's down to 1 hour 45 minutes. Actually, already in the whole, after 5 moves, there is a difference of 15 minutes. And I believe that he will go with knight f5, but knight c2 would also be another possibility. Yes. And guys, how many of you for second move a6 have actually played d4 very quickly because you didn't think that a6 is going to happen? And how many of you actually play even a6 because Samay started playing? Oh, Kelly. So that's a question. MB has tried to make a very nice song. तेरे वास्ते मेरा इश्क करवाना मेरा इश्क फैबियाना. Oh, it's very funny, MB. Very creative. रक्षित से जो लोग क्लोज सिसिलियन खेलते हैं दे गो g6 रिगार्डलेस. अच्छा, g3. Okay, g3. Yeah, for a6. That's what maybe you're saying. Okay, so let's move to the other game which we have missed, but let me not mess up with the OBS because Sagar had very well explained me कि ये stream deck का board number 1, board number 4. This is Naka versus Duda right now. Let's have a look at it. Even they have, no, this is not Naka versus Duda. Let me now go to Naka versus Duda. Yes, it's right. So they had a Nimzo Indian. We had left till here. Bishop d3, c5, knight g2, and d5. As predicted, you can check this, that this knight has developed on e2. So what happens is, for bishop c3, you always have an option of knight takes c3. The main line also goes knight f3 here, and d5, I would say castle, and there is c takes d4, e takes d4. This is also another way to continue, more like Karokan style. But yeah, of course, here you have a3, bishop c3, bc3, d5, cd5, ed5, and black goes b6, bishop a6, trying to exchange this light square bishop. So this is how the line actually continues as well. But with knight e2, things change pretty much. So he went d5, c takes d5, c takes d4, and he took with the pawn here, e takes d4, because he wants to play with the IQP, isolated queen's pawn. White already has the bishop placed here, eyeing the h7. This knight has gone to d5 because knights are the best blockaders. So h7 point is slightly weak as of now, but you need to develop. So castle was played, knight c6. Actually, if you look here, if you look at this position, many times in Karokan, this knight is on f3. So that is a difference, that when the knight is on f3, there are always ideas to look out for with knight g5 and bishop g5, and also eventually knight e5. But the knight on e2 should be favoring Okay, there are pros and cons, but because it definitely defends the c3 knight. So a3 here. Now you don't want to take for sure. Now you don't want to take on c3. When bishop d6 back, rook e1, knight e7. Nice. So this knight has already started its journey. Is it planning to come to d5? If there is takes and takes, he went bishop c2, and this is the position we are at right now. Duda versus Nakamura. Guys, with which side would you have liked to play this? With white or black? Because for both of them, if you look at the bishops, for both of them, the position is very dynamic. There are advantages that with black, you're playing against this isolated pawn, which is already a weakness there. And it's not easy to choose. So it's more to your liking. What would you like? White or black? Okay. White, natural moves. Sachin says white, natural moves. Queen c2 is played more often than knight e2. Here, yes, Queen c2 is of course one more line which is played. But I think knight f3 is the main line here. Knight f3. So he played bishop c2. Sagar is at the Chess Biz India Club. Yes, that's true. आड्या नो लगता है आज डिनर सागर भाई बना रहे हैं. नहीं, वो स्ट्रीम छोड़ के तो डिनर नहीं बनाने वाला है, वो भूखा रहेगा. पर वो okay, Rapo versus Nepo, that's what is the demand of all of you. Let's switch, guys. Oops. सब पे यही क्यों है? 1 second, guys. ठीक है. आई थिंक द फोटो और ये मैच होना थोड़ा टफ है. सो आई विल बी टेलिंग सागर कि वो नहीं जम रहा है. बट लेट अस हैव अ लुक एट रैपो वर्सेस Nepo, because what are they going towards a perpetual? We left at queen d4 and he took on b7 here, queen e4. Oh, this for sure looks like a preparation. There is no doubt white is right now in exchange up. Bishop h3. Wow, look at this move, guys. What a move. What a move. You have to take forced check and queen e4 check. So firstly, if you go king g1, it's going to be a draw, which I predict is going to happen. But what if you want to avoid and play f3? If you play f3 because you are an exchange up right now, how can black continue? How can black continue? Many moves are tempting. In fact, there is queen c4, there is queen e2 attacking the f1 rook, both the moves. Queen d3 as well. But queen c4 right now looks like the first move to consider because you're taking the pawn and at the same time you're even attacking the rook. But the computer absolutely doesn't like it. Why? The question is why this move is so bad? Why this move is so bad, guys? A lot of moves are possible. Queen c4, queen e2, queen d3. Those were the suggestions. Right now, people are suggesting king g2 here. King g2, you have defended the f1 rook. Yes, that's possible. And in fact, if there is any check here, doesn't matter. You anyway can develop knight d2, which is fine. There is also a possibility of knight d2 because you are attacking the queen at the same time. You have defended your rook. So wherever the queen goes, you may want to try and trap the queen on a8. Look at this. Right now your threat is knight d7 and the queen on a8 is getting trapped because you have defended the a7 pawn. So can this work? Guys, here I am going to be asking you a question. What should white play? There is only one way that he can defend. There is only one way. What is the move? It's very, very hard to find it. Very, very hard. But let's see if you can. Rakshit says queen c4 is not good because after king g2 you don't have queen g6 to give check. Only check you have is queen c2, but then there is knight d2. King g2 ko queen g6. You don't have because the queen is on c4. Okay, I'm getting a lot of move suggestions here. This is crazy. I'm sure nobody will find it easily. It's very, very hard. So one of the top move suggested, guys, is rook e1. And I'm going to just show you what happens for rook e1. It's not the best move, as you see. Mugambo खुश नहीं हुआ है. So rook e1. The problem is, as we discussed, knight d7, queen does not have any square, queen takes f8, king takes f8, and this has been defended right now. And if you just count the material, there are 2 rooks for the queen. 2 pieces for 2 pieces, so they're equal, and pawns are equal, but the pawn structure is bad, this king is weak. So this position, for this same reason, favors black because of the weak king. Sooner or later, this knight is going to jump to e5, attack the f3 pawn, will go to g6, and there are going to be the dark squares which are going to be really weak. So this is not a good idea. In fact, a move like king g2 here, if you want to just have a look at it, then queen d3, and you can see the bishop on c1 cannot even easily develop. I try to go knight e4, then you jump with knight e5. So you don't have time to finish your development. Let's go back. That's the reason not rook e1. I'm going to show the... अच्छा, जब तक I am trying to explain, सबका वो जो राइट मूव है वो बराबर से ऊपर चला गया है. अभिनव साहा, सेंडिल नाथन, सरफराज हुबली, निहाल बबलू, प्रशांत, शमन शेट्टी, उर्विन सावला, बिंसुमोल गोपालन, सौम्या अग्रवाल, and Amit Bhuvan. b4 surprisingly is the right move, and let us try to right now understand why it is the right move. Yes, let us try to understand why it's the right move. One second. Crazy, yeah? Firstly, the move is crazy. Oops, not here. I'm very sorry. Yeah, over here. b4. First question is what happens for knight d7? The queen is still getting trapped. So here the answer is... Yeah, the main defense here, why b4 was defending this threat of blacks, was that you have an intermezzo which is b5. Now you can see if you play queen takes b5, then as we had discussed, the queen doesn't support the a7 pawn. And if you play c takes b5, then your root, the queen's root, is now open, so the queen can save itself. This is a very crazy defensive idea, and just tremendous what we are learning here, that such ideas hatke completely. Also to consider this when the pawn is hanging, not an easy move. Imagine you take the pawn, because you have again renewed your threat of knight d7, the queen is getting trapped. But the difference here right now, guys, is now you can play rook e8. Why? Again the question is why? What happens if knight d7? How are you going to defend? White to play. This one is definitely easy. So this one is definitely easy, guys. Let's see how many. Got it. See, many of you have found it. That's nice. Tulza Melapola, Sandil Nathan, Nitu Anand, Mohit Chess, Vishal Kalyan Shetty, Madhava Krishnan, Chaviv Jain, Samil Dolani, Amit Bhuvan, and Mitul KH. Right, guys, that's the move here. let's go back to our game. Rook e8 and it defends. Now there is no bishop on e7 because it's on b4, and that is how you defend the queen. I would say this definitely is a book position. How should white defend if it was given in a book? I'm not even sure if everyone can still find it, but such an amazing defense. Maybe if Sagar has not seen it, we will try to ask him. So right now the position is still queen e4, and Richard is thinking, because the one variation, if he doesn't want to draw, he's going to take a lot of time to think about f3 move. We were thinking of queen c4 with the idea of queen a6 and with the idea of knight d7, which seems pretty straightforward. So as black, it's really possible to think, oh, there is what's happening here, like am I winning the queen? And it's very tempting because it's also very forcing. So he will have to find a move b4. He will have to find a move b4 as white. Only then he will be able to play such a move. If he doesn't find, then he won't be even able to consider it. The other option instead of queen c4 was, let's say, directly queen e2. Yeah, it doesn't work much because anyway after knight d2 you have defended the rook. You have not even lost the pawn here. And does black have any compensation? Let's say he goes bishop d6 with the threat of mate in 1. You have f4 to defend. Unfortunately, there are no back rank mates because after bishop f4, rook f4, queen e1 check, your king escapes and there is nothing really. If you had your rook on e8, maybe rook e2 ideas would be there. But as of now, f4 would simply defend. Maybe if you still want to try and continue with rook e8 with some ideas, white could simply take on a7 and then his queen also threatens to come back for the defense. So this is what would lead to, wait, just to have a check if bishop f4 now has any, oh, as of now the problem is queen g1 comes back and defends. If king g2, even here after rook e2 check, even here you have rook f2 because there are also threats with queen b8 check, back rank problems. So it defends. Yeah, the king looks weak, but for the material you have, and if you get that one move to get back your queen, you are simply materially up and you're winning. So this is the position which Richard has to think deeply and decide whether he wants to play f3 or not. Guys, what would you do in your game? Would you accept a draw by repetition, or would you think you are an exchange up and you would want to play f3 and continue? Let me know in the chat. Rakshi says queen d3 is the only move because you get queen g6. But I am thinking of an idea. Queen d3. Okay, let us have a look at Rakshit's calculation here. f3, queen d3. King g2 now. Queen g6. Acha, anyway you are trying to give perpetual. But I am thinking of an idea. And now bishop g5. Oh man. What a crazy idea. Idea is, if queen takes g5, I go king h1. And black does not have any check and I'm a piece up. I don't know about bishop g5 though. Okay, let us just firstly look at it. Here, black is a piece up, as you can see. In fact, no, black is, sorry, Rakshit, you are not a piece up. Black is an exchange down. White is an exchange up, I mean, here. So, why does the computer still give some slight edge for white? Only because of the material, but the king is weak. So this is definitely a thing to consider for black also. Question is for bishop g5. For bishop g5, anyway, there are right now no immediate discovered checks. Maybe something yet you don't want your king here. So king h1 and now queen d3 again attacking the rook here. But the difference is you can develop your knight on c3 and your rook defends the f1 because you don't have this anymore. Guys, over here, very interesting. Even for black in this position, if he needs to stay in the game, he has to play one move. If he has to stay in this game, he has to play a move. He has to find a move, because otherwise, white right now is an exchange up, ready to attack, ready to develop, come with rook a d1, slowly gather his pieces for the defense of the king, and he is definitely going to be better. So how should black here continue giving threats to white? How should black continue giving threats to white? Wow, so many of you. Amazing. Amazing. Rishabh Gupta, Prashant, Sendilnathan, Shubham Vaishnav, Gattu, Saksham, Taib, Parth, Samya Brata, and Uday Kumar. Guys, you have found it. The right answer is Queen D7. Oops, 1 second. Yeah. The right answer is Queen D7, and once again you have revived the same idea because you have defended the A7 pawn. So you have revived the idea of Queen C7, Knight D7 or Knight A6, trapping the queen here. So let's say if white goes Rook A D1, you go Queen C7, still the same idea, knight moves and the queen is getting trapped. So this would go into a lot of complications for white. Like he can continue with Rook E1 with the idea of defending by Rook E8 here. Black can again revive his idea of Knight D7 and go Bishop E7. So I would say this would be very complicated, very highly complicated, and I doubt if Rapo will go into these kind of variations, because also Nepo is very well prepared. So there are a lot of chances of white missing the good moves, then black missing. This is what I think. But what do you guys think? Somehow protect the ace and pawn and give a threat. Yes, I think that's our conclusion for this game. The way black can take advantage of this queen on a8 is defend the a7 pawn and try to give some threats, where white will have to find some crazy ideas for defense. But Rapo is a fighter, still with Nepo, when he has taken only 8 minutes to reach this position after 16 moves. He is thinking. Let's see. In the same line after queen g5, shouldn't white be better because he is materially up and also no check? Yeah, I think that position is a little bit of interesting one. Let's say f3, queen d3, king g2, queen g6 check, and bishop g5 was suggested by Rakshit. The idea is if queen g5 here, king h1, the question is white materially should be having even more advantage, but he's not having that advantage. This is something which we can try to understand why. Black again has to play the right moves. If he doesn't, then once this queen gets free, the knight develops, white is simply materially up. So queen e5 is other nice move, really nice move, with the ideas of bishop d6. And let's say if you go a move like queen or knight c3 is also there. But let's say if I go queen a7, because that is what white wants to try. Bishop c5, you attack this queen. Oh no, this is very complicated and this is very hard. Like the moves like queen e5, queen takes b2, then you actually try to get back your piece here. Queen takes c5, queen takes a1, almost reaching a very equal position materially. Okay, it's a lot of accurate play required, because a move like queen e5, I wouldn't say it's again a very easy idea, because the ideas are many. This and even queen b2, very nice move. Here itself, let's say you try to defend the a7 pawn and go bishop c5. Of course, the queen can still go to b7, and that's how it just escapes. There are no more such threats, and white is developing next move knight c3, getting his knight to e4. So in fact this knight is also undeveloped. So in fact this is a very good position for white. White is winning here. You see, with one wrong move, the window to make accurate moves is very less, very narrow. So that's the reason I am feeling that Rapo will think even, I think, 10-15 minutes more, but he should be mostly accepting the perpetual. So this was a very interesting game. Let's also check some. Let's check the moves in chessbase. Maybe let's check the other games and then we will check the moves later. Yeah. Which game, guys? Which games should we check now? Raja's game. Yes, let's have a look at Raja's game. I'm just getting the position here. Whoa, this is also crazy, yeah? Wow. Amazing. Such interesting game. c4, knight c6. We had seen this. It's a Maroczy-Vine structure and we were thinking of what will Fabi play, whether knight f5 or whether he'll go knight c2. He chose to go knight f5 and still d5. That's a solid line. Raja has got into very, very sharp line. C takes d5. Of course, c takes d5 would be a blunder because of bishop takes f5. So c takes d5 has been played. Bishop takes f5 now. E takes f5. In case you take on c6, that's not a good idea, because after queen takes d1, king takes d1, bishop takes e4, and the x-ray defense that you do defend the b7 pawn. So this position is queen side majority versus king side majority, but more than that, white's king is weak, so black is better. Hence not d takes c6. What was played in the game was e takes f5. Now this knight has to move. Knight goes to d4. The protection for the d5 pawn is no more and you have to figure a way out. Also knight is attacking f5. So bishop goes to d3 and queen d5. He recaptures his pawn there. So material is back to equal. And who is thinking here? Yeah, Fabi is thinking. More than 30 minutes of time difference. Raja is up 32 minutes in time on just move number 9th. It's an amazing time advantage already after the opening. So he has been very successful in giving a very good surprise. If you see the assessment, of course, white is still slightly better and still in the game. The moves are pretty natural. Knight c3 right now, you develop and you also threaten your opponent. Then the queen can go back to d7, keeping an eye on this f5. Castle here. Very interesting is that black can consider a move like long castle. Very interesting, and that would lead to definite bloodbath, guys. So this is a possibility here, of course. And if for castle, if not long castle, then yeah, knight f6, bishop e7, castle. The simple way to continue would also be there, but I'm not sure about that way. If white gets some development advantage, he already has. So whether there will be a pressure on e5, that would be the thing. So this is the position. What is your prediction for now, Raja versus Fabi, after we have already reached 9 moves? Some prediction, guys. Yeah, Ojas says Sagar bhai is there in Phoenix Mall right now. Thank you, Ojas. Thank you for letting me know. I wasn't thinking that he will be elsewhere, but thank you for the confirmation. Fabi wins, yeah? That's the prediction. So guys, what do you think? Fabi or Raja? Fabi or Raja? That's the question. Ashutosh says, has it ever happened in previous candidates that new leader emerged in second half? Yes, I'm sure a new leader has emerged in the second half. Of course, I'm not very good at remembering the statistics, but for sure, it's happened. Ah, yeah, poll. I should put a poll for sure. Fabi or Raja. Let me just put it right away. Okay, there's the poll, guys. I have put the question. There is no option of draw because that's very easy. Draw हो जाएगा. इसके लिए it's black and white. Let's choose black and white. We don't want gray. In the meantime, let's move to the other games. Nepo versus सब पे यही है क्या? Okay. Yeah, let's see what's happening between Ding and Firuza, because it's been as we discussed, both of them really need to strike back. It's very critical, and this game is one of the most crucial for them in this tournament. He went d6, I think we had seen till here, castle a5, and now Ding goes d4. Wow. It didn't matter that he had spent one move in playing d3, but until the time he was able to develop his pieces, castle, he is already set to go d4. Very nice move. Right timing. E takes d4 here and knight d4. a4. There was also possibility to consider a move like knight a4 in fact. Very interesting idea. Knight a4 you're not taking immediately, and now of course that threat remains. So it's, and you have stopped a4 as well. So it would have been an interesting idea. Though I'm not sure. Yeah, b5 would look very dangerous. No, cannot even be considered. He went knight d4 and black went a4, guys, over here. Rook b1. So the point is, what happens for knight a4? Why is it a blunder? What happens for knight a4? Why is it a blunder? Zero Fight says Bobby Fischer lost some games, then came back and won candidates. Okay, that's a good info. Yes, guys, absolutely right. Bishop d4 is the right move. Pranay, Aradhya, Mitul, Dude, Ashutosh, Samil, Gattu, Taib, Siddhant, and Sendil Nathan. You guys are right. That's the right move. Bishop d4. Rook a4 is also possible, but the second best. So bishop d4, queen d4, and you win a whole piece. You see, the queen has been deflected, so you win a whole piece. That's why here you cannot take on a4. He played rook b1. Nice move. And so that you have threats of b4, and for ab3 there is ab3 because there is no more a pin on a1. Queen a5, knight c2 has been played, bishop f5, and here Ding is thinking time is equal As we know, Alireza generally around some time, at some point, at a critical position, he has been thinking in the previous rounds for a long time. Yeah, he's been taking 20 minutes, 30 minutes. He's been taking a long time. So during that period, many times there's some kind of a twist. So let's see how it goes. Bishop f5. You can see there is a pin here. The knight cannot move. At the same time, white can develop his bishop to d2, giving some discovered idea threats here. Bishop d2. Nothing immediate as such, but there can be threats of knight d5 and doubling up here as well. So knight bd7 kind of defends those threats. You don't have any good discovered attack, very surprisingly. And it's an interesting position. A b4 move can be considered, ab3 with the idea of b4. So it's playable for both the sides, only because these bishops are very actively placed as such. This is a granite structure for the bishop on g2. Nothing immediately, you can actually do here, but it definitely stops any ideas of central break. It won't make it that easy for black. So bishop f5, we are at this position, and Ding versus Firuza. It's a still opening stage, and let's see what happens. Shall we move to the next game, guys? Let's have a look at Nepo versus Rapo once, whether he is still thinking or he's still thinking. He has gone down to 1 hour 16 minutes. So you see the last move, queen g6, 127 here. No, I think he already played king g1 here. Queen g6 check, king h1 and queen e4. Right. He's still thinking. Maybe another 10 minutes I'm believing that he's going to think. Let's see. Let's move to the next game, guys. Nakamura versus Duda. Let's have a look at Naka versus Duda. So we had left at a3, bishop d6, rook e1. He went knight e7. Now bishop c2. There will be ideas also of queen d3 in the future. At the same time, the queen defends d4 as well. At the same time, when the knight moves, knight f4 threats, direct threat has at least been saved. So bishop d7 he goes, queen d3. There is a one move mate, f5 and bishop b3. So you see, after this is a very nice maneuver. Bishop went to c2, provoked f5 here, e6 was weakened, and now the bishop goes to b3. This knight cannot move very easily. It's a very pleasant position with the pawn on e6 already being under eye of this rook on e1. Queen b6, b3, bishop is attacked right now. Maybe to consider knight d5 here, because ed5 would mean these pawns are really bad now, really bad, and the knight becomes a bad piece to defend in the future. This knight also jumps to f4 or c3, so that would be a big weakness. So knight takes d5 for sure. Now the question here is that, do you want to play bishop d5? Sure, the bishop is really nice, but do you want to consider bishop d5, ed5 and still have this structure? Because he has gone f5. That's the main difference. This bishop, because of the pawn on f5, becomes a little bit of a weakness there, because knight, this knight going to c3 is not a good move. We'll have a look at it. There's a good move here, guys. There's a very important positional good move. I want you to find it. It's not like a direct tactic, but a very, very thematic move for white. What should white play here? What should white play here? Oh, no live board. Oh my god. है ना guys, live board is there. अच्छा live board, got it. अरे पहले बताना था ना guys, इतना लेट क्यों बता रहे हो? लाइव बोर्ड तो है पर शुरू क्यों नहीं हुआ है? लेट मी सी अगेन. Yes, there we are. I'm getting some answers. Let me have a look at it. Give me a moment there. Wow, look at this. So many of you have found. I cannot believe it. Amazing, guys. Pranay, Tulja, Ritankar, Naman, Manasa, Aradhya, Mitul, Manas, Raja, and Arpit. Well done. Well done. So, going back to the game, bishop f4 is the right move. The idea is that you want to exchange the dark square bishop and you intend to play with this knight against the bishop, against the light square bishop, and this bishop is going to be the defender because the d5 pawn is a weakness, a solid weakness, and this knight is going to be in an attacking position. So bishop f4 is a extremely nice move. Just for a moment, if I want to show you bishop f4, knight f4, this is attacked, bishop c6, then you can see the e6 square becomes weak. And this position in itself, there's rook e5 coming, there is rook c1, rook c5 happening. Okay, right now b2 is hanging, maybe you go queen d2, one more move, but just look at this bishop versus this knight, clearly a better piece. So exchanging the right piece sometimes is just enough to get a very good advantage, and that is the move bishop f4. And if black tries to avoid the exchange by going bishop e7, then there is knight c3. You can see there is a double attack. There is an attack on e7 and d5, so not easy to defend both, and you will lose a pawn. Hence bishop f4. What a beautiful thematic move. Anyway, in the game, actually, Karwana has played knight d5. As we have looked, e d5 would be really bad to allow this bishop to stay here and this passive knight on e7. So he will play knight takes d5. Then we have to see whether Karwana takes on d5, takes and goes with this forced move, like thematic move bishop f4. Because this is a kind of maybe not takes here, maybe black will continue, Nakamura will continue to play rook e8, but even if you go takes and knight c3, this is a very good move. Maximum, even if he tries to go f4 with the intention of f3 and you block it by f3, it's a good pawn. Yeah, it's good, it controls these squares and you don't really have to worry about bishop f5. You don't really have to worry about bishop f5. Queen goes to b5. So lot of weaknesses in black's position. We are going to see whether Karwana will take on d5. Okay, so guys, next game, which game should we look at? Maybe I am also going to just change this and we will shift to board number Raja versus Karwana. Let's have a quick look at Raja versus Karwana. Because that over there the king was in the center and we had left it at queen d7 and he did play knight c3, queen d7 and castle has happened. So right now is a right now is a very nice point here, a very nice decision for black. Whether he wants to long castle, if he wants to long castle, most probably it's now. Right now he has to decide if he wants to go with the plan of bishop e7 as we were discussing and knight f6. Let's say rook e1 is an intermezzo which attacks this e5 pawn. If you continue with your development knight f6, the point is rook e5 castle, and you have developed here, and you may have some compensation because of your knight in the center, wanting to go rook a d8, f5 is a doubled pawn blocking your bishop, so there is some compensation definitely here. But do you want to go for this is a question. Knight f6. There are other ways as well. Let's say if you try to go rook d8, still white can take on e5, and a quick consideration happens for knight f3 check. But it's not a good move because you don't need to take by the pawn, you can take with the queen, and after queen d3, rook d3, this endgame you're simply a pawn up, so it doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, so if black wants to continue with bishop e7, knight f6 castle, then he must think of giving the e5 pawn for compensation. If he wants to go for long castle, then what does come to your mind? Because it looks, the king looks really weak here, absolutely weak, guys. I mean, anyone would be scared to do long castle, so not sure if this is a good idea, but let us just try. If long castle, bishop e3, generally when there is in the Sicilian, when you played a6 and when there is long castle, the main weakness is also this b6 square. So this knight kind of jumps to a4, b6. Those ideas are really dangerous, which right now is very easily possible. So bishop e3 would be definitely a problem to consider. Guys, I'm very sorry because I'm missing the live board. Let me quickly get the live board also for Raja and Karwana's game. It's amazing, yeah, how Sagar actually manages 4 windows. Actually, 4 plus 4, 8 windows. I think I have not appreciated enough. So today I'll definitely tell him that this is amazing, and maybe I will sit besides him for some time only seeing how he is actually switching. This is great. No, this is Firuza. Oops. Raja. Are you guys able to see this now? No, not yet. Still some mess up. Give me a moment. Raja. Now, yes, I'm sure now you can see it. Cool. Oh, by the way, guys, we are also going to have a guest today. And I'm not going to give you more hints, but she is a member of the Olympiad team in Chennai. So, but I'm not going to give any clues as of now. Let me also just have a quick check at other game, and I will in the meantime also call Sagar to understand where he is. So shall we have a look at Duda versus, sorry, which game, guys? Which game you want to see? Because all the games are very interesting, so it's very difficult. Wow, people are already guessing, and someone has guessed right. But of course I cannot tell who is it right now. Nice, nice, amazing. I'm liking the guesses. ठीक है, चलो let's look at Ding's game because that's what I have got in the chat. So he has played bishop d2 as we discussed and knight bd7. This has happened in the board. We were already checking this out with the ideas of b4 right now. White has to go for b4. He cannot slow down. Otherwise, black has completed all his development, has very well placed pieces out there. And soon also has good enough space. So soon he is going to start creating some more plans after getting his rooks on, I think, the right files, I would say. So this is something to look forward to. Now let's go and have a look at everywhere it's the same position. Raja, he's still thinking. So let's look at Nakamura. Oh guys, look at it. Fabi actually has found it. Of course, I wouldn't have any doubts about him to not consider a move like bishop d5, which is an important part of the exchanges. This is what we understand by exchanges, that which piece is important, which new weakness is created, and that is more important to consider than right now whether you like this bishop or not. So bishop d5, ed5, just the understanding that this pawn has to come to d5 becomes isolated, and now this pawn on f5, the same position with the pawn on f5 would have been way different, but with the pawn on f5 it changes the whole scenario here and leads to this beautiful thematic idea of bishop f4 exchanging the dark squared bishop and rook a e8. Nakamura has played rook a e8. This is the position right now. There's still no threat of queen b2 here, direct threat, but maybe there's threat of bishop f4, knight f4, and then some ideas on b2. White can play queen d2 or white can take on d6, but it's amazing that this is on the board. Most of the things we are actually considering are happening on the board. Fabi nahi, this is Duda. Yes, this is, oh yeah, this is Duda. ओ क्या भी ब्लंडर किया, मतलब ब्लंडर ऑन द बोर्ड तो आ ही रहा है, बट ब्लंडर ऑफ द बोर्ड भी आता है। गाइस इट्स नॉट इजी टू मेक ब्लंडर्स, राइट? सो ये डूडा है। मैं कब से फैबी बोल रही हूँ गाइस, यू शुड हैव टोल्ड मी व्हाट आर यू डूइंग like since a long time, and that too I have been saying वहां पे भी फैबी, यहाँ पे भी फैबी। exactly, फैबी is playing on two boards, किसी ने तो लिखा था। exactly, क्या चल रहा है? इतना बड़ा ब्लंडर अभी तक कोई इंस्टेंट, लाइक फैबी वुड बी सेइंग कि अरे मेरे को क्यों अप्रिशिएट कर रही हो, यू नो, वो मुझे क्यों तोड़ा के बदले मुझे क्यों अप्रिशिएट कर रही हो? but it is Duda has gone for this line, and it's amazing that he has found it. He has a lot of time in hand, so this is going to be a very very thematic game. What we have to see is whether Nakamura is going to be able to create the positional counterplay. That we have to see, because that is his style, bringing the dynamic angle to this while defending and making it tough for the opponent. So positionally white is better, but I am interested to see whether Nakamura is able to put a lot of pressure on white. So let's see. Okay, so now we will see the other games. मेरे को आई थिंक कन्फ्यूजन इससे होता है, ये जो इधर जो सागर ने मुझे बोला था कि द फेसेस विल ऑल्सो चेंज, जैसे राजा एंड करवाना का यू कैन सी द थंबनेल, दैट शुड बी चेंजिंग। तो वो तो चेंज हो रहा है, बट कभी कभी लाइव बोर्ड का ये बोर्ड चेंज नहीं हो रहा है, इसके लिए आई थिंक आई एम गोइंग अ लिटिल बिट क्रेजी। सो लेट्स गो टू नेपो वर्सेस कुछ भी, नेपो वर्सेस रैपो। if there is, oh man, look at Rapo. Wow, he thought for 29. He thought for almost half an hour before he played f3. First of all, an applause, yeah, because what a fighter Rapo is. What a fighter Rapo is, that he has decided to continue this. He calculated for half an hour, and even before that, if you see, when the perpetual started, Queen e4, at this point he had 41 hour 48 minutes. So if you imagine to play f3 in the same position, total time which he has taken is 48 minutes. I'm sure if he has thought for 48 minutes, he would find that b4 idea as well. And he has gone for this, means he believes in his position. Queen d3. Fabi, look at Fabi. Oh my god. After f3, he has taken only 45 seconds to make this move. He had 3 options, right, as we were considering. He has taken only 45 seconds. Wow, that is amazing. And I remember Rakshit had pointed this out, that the queen stays on this diagonal because you get to go back queen g6 check in some of the lines when there is king g2. Maybe we are going to witness that beautiful idea on the board. King g2, queen g6, and over here, of course, by the way, over here again there is a chance of repetition by king h1 and queen d3. This is again a possibility of repetition. So, but if Richard really wants to continue the game, he will go bishop g5 here. He will go bishop g5. We have to see. We have to see. Interesting to see if Richard goes king g2 or knight d2. Both look okay. That's what Rakshit says. Are you saying over here knight d2 is also okay? But knight d2, Rakshit, I think we have that idea which we have discussed is a very important threat in black's pocket. What is that idea which black can play? Guys, do you remember? It's more like a revision. Do you guys remember the ideas? Oh, yes. Dude, Siddhant, Sendilnathan, Manas, Gattu. Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. So, Queen D7. Queen D7 is what the idea is, which Nepo has. Nepo, not Fabi. Nepo has this, protecting the a7 pawn, and as we have discussed, the idea is to trap the queen by playing knight a6. This is a critical idea with black, which he can go for, and it's not possible for white to save his queen. Let's say if he goes a move like knight e4, then knight a6, there's nothing, no intermezzo here, so queen f8, bishop f8, that's what we'll go through. If there is a move like rook e1, but right now there is no rook e8 as such, can black play still knight a6? Oh no, there is an intermezzo here, guys. There is an intermezzo. Rook takes e7, queen takes e7, and now this queen can escape because of queen c6, and the queen escapes. White is a piece up. This is the bishop which he is up, but there over here is queen e1 check, king g2, and is he getting a perpetual? Queen e1 check. Oops, no. Then there is knight f1 and you save the perpetual. So queen e3 check here. If king g2, queen e2 check here. And if king g3, queen e5 check here. Wow, this is perpetual. Amazing. f4 would be a blunder because queen e1 check here. And now if the king goes to g2, what should, I'm going to ask this question in the chat chess moves. What should black play here? What should black play? Rakshit says, I have a question. If white goes king g2 after queen d3, why not queen d7 and knight a6 idea now? Oh, let's just check it out. Oh, that's nice, guys. We have Aditya, Naman, Madhu, Dude, Parithi, Sai Charan, Ashutosh, Krishnav, Aman, and Valli. All of you are right. Rook e8 is the right move. Rook e8 is the right move. Let me change the yeah. And the idea is that there is rook e2 check incoming, and black could in fact even be winning here because these pieces are completely out of defense. So it's amazing that imagine you just take this material, there is rook e2 check, king f3, and then rook f2, and it's going to be a mate soon. If you want to just end with the last move, then yeah, that's as an example, that's a mate. But let's go back because it was a very long analysis. Here we can conclude it would be a perpetual in such a way possible. He'll have to go rook e7, and that's the defense. Rook e1, rook e7. The question which Rakshit asks here, after queen d3, king g2, after queen d3, king g2, what we are looking at full time was queen g6 check. So why not queen d7 right now? Oh my god, look at the bar. Why not queen d7? What a question, Rakshit. Amazing question. Very important question. Why not queen d7 right now? What is the difference? Of course, both the moves are possible, but what is the difference, guys? Oh, wow. Lot of answers here we have actually. Let me quickly show you. Bishop e3, yes, the right move. Arnav, Pratik, Samil, Unity, Aman, Dikshit, Taib, Rakshit, Ajit Prashad, and Sarthak. That's a right move. Even knight c3 is a possibility. Sendil Nathan and Priti Shah. Uh, the right move is bishop e3, and now you can observe that earlier there was a knight on d2, so you didn't have this idea of bishop e3. But as of now, this bishop just comes to e3 and a7 is attacked, and you cannot stop queen a7. That's why it doesn't work. Also, the idea of knight c3 would be possible because if knight a6, then the difference here is you have a move intermezzo defense, rook d1. This is a bit complicated, so bishop e3 is definitely the simplest way, the simplest defense there. But just to show you that this is also possible, rook d1, and if you go queen c7, then there is another intermezzo, bishop f4. You could give up this thing, queen f4 and queen c6. The same idea where you were picking up the bishop with rook e7, queen e7 and queen c6. That's the same idea. So beautiful defense and beautiful subtle differences here in this position. What has happened in the game is f3. So he has given a check, guys. By the way, we have some repetition. f3, queen d3, king g2, queen g6, king h1, and queen d3. So we already have this as twice repeated. I'm now having serious doubts if Rapo is going to consider an idea of bishop g5 for this queen g6 check, because it looks truly risky. It looks truly risky. So I have super doubts. Yes, guys, I have heard the डोर का आवाज, दरवाजे का आवाज. वो आ गए हैं. वो इधर कब आएंगे पता नहीं, बट वो आ गए हैं. Your favorite is here, guys. We are going to ask him today some that one key question as we had decided. We'll see if he knows about that. Okay, let's go to the to some other game as well in the meantime, because I am expecting this to be a draw. Yeah, and in Karwana versus Raja, he has played bishop g5. Oh, he went knight f6. He did not go for long castle. I think that's a smart idea because it would have been really risky to play it in a practical game. In fact, it would be crushing. So bishop g5 here, and Raja is now thinking. So most probably he's going to go bishop e7, castle, and we are going to see the pawn sacrifice. The e5 pawn will be sacrificed, and he will have some compensation. Also, what is happening between Duda and Nakamura? Guys, Duda versus Nakamura. All those who are saying Fabi versus Nakamura, let me tell you once again, it is Duda versus Nakamura. Rook e8. And he just played g3. Wow, that's also a nice move. Just solidly defending here. Again, if a move like bishop f4, knight f4, and if you try to go queen b2, then okay, then a question to the chat. A question to the chat. What should white play? What should white play here? सब लोग काफी फास्ट मूव्स डाल रहे हैं. नाइस. अरे गाइस, भाविक को छोड़ दो. नेगेटिव लोगों पे ज़्यादा ध्यान नहीं देने का. दैट हेल्प्स देम मोर. Yes, let me show you the move here. We have got the right answer. Rookie b1 by Pranay, Sendelnathan, Dude, Madhu, Deku, Ojas, Gattu, Tech Media, Mittul, and Sai Charan. That's a right move. By the way, there are people who have suggested Rook b1 and Knight d5. किसी ने तो okay, not much. Let's go back to the game. Rook a b1 is not the right move because here firstly there is rook e1. Okay, firstly नहीं, वही है ना. Rook e1 check, rook e1 check, and your queen is no more attacked. Bishop b5 comes, so that's the thing. So he played g3 and a few moves. Oops, let me get the main screen. Let me get the main screen here. Yeah, he played g3 and bishop takes f4, knight takes f4, and black played rook e4.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hi, I'm so glad you're here. I'm so happy to see you.
Hello, Amruta. How are you doing?
Oh man, Sagar. Just completely amazing what you do every day. Really, thank you so much, Sagar. Thank you so much. You're amazing.
What happened?
You just don't mess up, yeah? You just don't mess up in the streams.
In what way?
In many ways. I know 100 ways to mess up. I can write a book on 100,000 ways to mess up while streaming. In that way.
What is Hikaru Nakamura up to? Oh, he has a slightly worse position, huh?
I am gonna show you some important moments. That's why.
Can you ask me?
Yes, that's why. But you have seen. But anyway, I'll ask
I have not
you.
seen anything.
अच्छा, you have not seen anything. So, firstly, let me just finish this appreciation that मैंने बहुत mess up किया था. बहुत बार Duda versus Nakamura था, तो I was saying Fabi versus Nakamura. Then the live board I cannot get, like जिसका game है.
But that I had already said.
नहीं हुआ था, वो शुरू ही नहीं हुआ था. तो जिसका पोस्टर था और गेम अलग ही था, तो वो मैं फाइनली छोड़ दिया. उससे बहुत अफेक्ट हो रहा था. So whatever you do, it's amazing and thank you so much. But let me now go to
Rakshit, why are you? I got news that you are not going to be coming to Olympiad. Why? Yeah. What's the reason?
Oh.
I was looking forward to seeing you.
Oh, come on. अरे रक्षित ने और एक मैसेज बताया मेरा. According to Amruta, Fabi was playing on 3 boards. It started with 2 and yeah. So Sagar, I'm going to ask you key questions. Okay, let me start. Firstly, close your eyes for a moment. कोई गिफ्ट विफ्ट नहीं मिल रहा है.
Gone were the days when close your eyes was for surprise. Now it's for just showing a chess position.
Yes. Okay. Now you can open your eyes, Sagar.
Okay.
Yes. So this is the position. Duda is white against Nakamura.
There
Nakamura
was a
played
mate.
F5.
There was a mate on
Yes.
H7.
Yes. इतना भी easy question नहीं है, but good, you're observant. F5 खेला गया था. Bishop B3, Queen B6. And the question to all of you who have जो नए हैं अभी join किया है, how should white continue? Of course, as an IM you would be able to reverse it back as well. But anyway, let's just try, yeah.
So one move that comes to mind instantly is knight
Kind of.
B5. Oh, sorry. No.
So
bishop-
what I'm
sorry.
yes. अभी आए हो थोड़ा
one
काम
minute.
है.
One move
But
is-
I don't want one move. I
So
want
knight
an
D5,
idea, long idea.
Knight D5, bishop D5, ED5, bishop F4, bishop F4, knight F4, attacking D5. And that positionally should be better, no?
Itna quick. Exactly. You are a positional player, so this is definitely for you. That's right, Sagar. He played takes, and bishop d5 like move many times for like
Yeah.
these exchanges are very easy on top level to play. Takes, and bishop f4. So exchanging this dark squared bishop was the key point which has happened. Rakshit says tests got postponed. Got the notification and college didn't approve. अरे यार college को बताना, this is once in a lifetime experience.
Exactly.
रक्षित छोड़ दो
Exactly.
college वॉलेज सब. नहीं थोड़ा ज्यादा हो रहा है.
नहीं
रुक
थोड़ा कुछ भी नहीं ज्यादा हो रहा है.
Rook a8. So exchanging the dark squared bishop was a key element, and now
But
takes,
Nakamura
takes. Yeah, but queen b2 would of course be a blunder. The queen gets
Rookie
trapped.
B1.
Yes. So rook e4, and this is where we are right
Can
now.
we go-
And Nakamura is very actively defending.
Why couldn't Nakamura take rook e1, queen b2?
Yes, we can check that. Rook e1, queen b2 ko.
Rook b1.
You can go rook b1. You can also take on d5 by the way, but rook
b1
b1 is
queen
stronger.
a2, rook b7.
Because after queen a2, rook b7, taking this pawn is stronger because this is anyway weak, and this bishop is just ugly.
Oh, we had to send link. Sorry, we have a guest joining. I also
Sure.
forgot.
Yes.
Did you send?
No, because it's still not. And I started 2 Zoom, so
No, it's only one. That is a second window link.
Got it. Ojas says, आ गए मेरे हीरो सागर सर, सागर भाई, waiting for you, सागर भाई.
Hello, Ojas. Okay, so rook e4 is played, and now I was thinking, Amruta, can we go f3? But f3 there is rook d4, so we can't do that. Can we do knight d?
So firstly, I really like what Nakamura has played, rook e4. This activity, what he has got with his rook is really nice.
Yeah.
If knight d5 is the main question to calculate.
Nakamura is so good, so strong, and
So
he's in
here-
so good form. But Amruta, what is
Yes,
happening
so
with
let me-
Rajabov, with
Close your eyes.
with Ding Liren versus Alireza?
Correct. Ding Liren versus Alireza is fine. It's they're playing slow and steady. So basically,
Someone
this
wrote
is
rapport blunder or something.
no, Rapo's game is very interesting. Rapo versus Nepo. I'll show you that one. To give you a quick update about this game, Sagar, Ding versus Firuza, both of them are thinking calmly, and right now Black is having very good development here. So Ding must go. He didn't go B4, yeah, over here. Oh, he had to go B4, Sagar. He had to go B4 and continue playing this position actually with the ideas of E4.
But what did he play?
If he goes a little bit of slow, no, then the whole point is that Black is already getting his rooks, and Black is already developed. That's the point.
No, I don't like the move b4 so much.
Okay.
Because this is a very weird King's Indian, because generally you get such a position with the bishop back on c8, pawn on g6, and the bishop here on g7.
So I don't call it a King's Indian.
Yeah, it's not. It's a structurally
Correct.
sometimes like this happens.
So rook e8, rook f8 is definitely.
Don't we have
consider.
any-
Bishop g6?
Don't we have any disco?
No, knight d5 is just a show off. Queen goes to a7 and you have
Sorry.
nothing.
Yeah. So rook c1, but why would you call this a mistake? I mean, the main
Which
thing.
move? I don't call it a mistake. What I call it, it's a very slow move because black is having his development complete.
How about we go knight e4, bishop b4, huh?
Queen
No.
A, Queen
No,
A6.
bishop b4, take. No, bishop b4 is not.
Queen A6 attacking C4.
Queen a6, knight c5.
Knight C5 or D5. Yeah, Knight C5.
But now this is hanging.
Yes.
Can I go b3?
You will have to maybe. Then takes. Oh no, it's a blunder.
Okay.
Ah,
Oh,
takes
queen
A2,
A2.
Queen A2.
Queen a2.
Nice.
Queen a2.
And then C2
attack
is
c2
hanging.
and b3.
Rook C1, Knight.
But
B2.
can I not go knight e3?
Bishop B1. It happens. Suddenly you have come. How many games did you lose today in the club?
No, I didn't lose any. I today won all. Today,
Really?
I am Aditya Udeshi had come.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Did you play with him?
No, I didn't play with him.
Ah, okay. Okay. So this is the position which is right now happening. Maybe does Sagar know what opening Raja played? So now I am going to Raja's game. Sagar. 1 minute देखना नहीं, ठीक है?
हाँ, sure.
Very quickly I'll take you. Sagar, look at this. E4. Sagar mobile में मत देखो हाँ.
नहीं हाँ.
C5, Knight F3 and he played. किसकी याद आ रही है तुम्हें?
Some my a6.
Exactly.
I didn't know. Huh? I'm just.
You didn't know?
No, I'm just saying out of yeah.
I don't like this
so
connection.
C3?
But A6 he played
C4.
C4. Yeah, that's what. But Fabi was surprised. Yeah, Fabi took 10 minutes to decide what to do. So he was not expecting A6. That's why I needed you here later. Chessbase 16 में देखना है अपने को कि Raja has played this in classical game recently or not. So knight C6, D4 ये सब हो गया, ठीक है? Now he played this sharp line, Sagar. D5, CD5, Bishop F5, E takes D5, Knight D4. The whole thing, Raja is prepared. And Fabi is thinking, half an hour difference they went towards.
Do you remember we played with Raja once
Oh,
and he had played
yes,
similar
hand and
Kalashnikov
brain. Got it.
castles. No?
Knight
Oh.
C3, Karwana played.
Now if you take on G2, there is Bishop E4, right?
Actually, I didn't check this simple idea of Queen takes G2. Of course, I should have shown this. Very
Bishop
nice. Bishop E4.
Followed by maybe B7 hanging, Queen
Yeah.
A4 check. There are a lot of problems.
Yeah. So he played Queen D7, castle. And over here we were thinking of long castle, but practically that would be really very difficult to go for. I remember once Anish had long castled in that Sicilian, and it's these dark squares are just very weak. So knight F6, Bishop G5 is what Karwana played, Bishop E7, Rook E1. And we are at this position, and what we understood after looking at this position is black may need to give the c5 pawn for compensation. So let's say he may need to consider castle, rook e5 and get his rooks on rook e8, rook d8, having this knight here, this doubled pawn, the bishop being blocked. So this could be a possibility in which he can continue. So
Nice.
that's an update for Raja versus Karwana. But e4 c5, Kelly has definitely surprised everybody.
Yeah,
Now,
but even if it surprises, the problem with players like Karwana is that they are able to find some good lines, good moves, which keeps the advantage flowing for them.
correct. That is true. But it takes some time. But I will now take you to the most exciting game, Sagar. Most.
Okay.
Oh. Before I take you, maybe you can.
Yeah, let's put the headphones, or
Can you?
or you can have dinner if you want.
No, I want to ask some questions here.
To her.
To you and her.
Awesome. But she might have seen the games.
So,
Guys,
only one position.
you
I'll
have to
ask.
guess who is our guest for today. And the big hint was that she, not he.
That
So-
I given. People were trying to guess.
You already said the
No,
name.
no, not at all. One of them had got.
Hello? Hello, hello? Hello, hello? Hello, hi.
Hi.
Can you switch on your camera? And can you say something so that the chat can guess who you are without us revealing your face yet, just from your voice?
What should I
You
say?
can say your favorite player. Okay, favorite player is Magnus Carlsen. Not a big reveal here because we already knew about it. But let's see if you guys can guess who our guest for today is.
Oh, Abhinav Gupta.
We can't hear her. Can you say some? Oh, Amruta,
Dipanshu.
you have muted the audio. Can you say something? Sorry. Who's your favorite chess player? Sorry.
My favorite chess player is Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, guys. Now guess. Now you can hear her.
Or Rakshit also has got it.
Yeah, guys, you
Quite a
are
lot of
absolutely right. We have with us the very, very talented and the top seed, top rated player of India women's B team for the Olympiad, the one and only Vantika Agrawal. Hello, Vantika. How are you?
Hi, I'm good.
Vantika, it's so good to see you. And first of all, very big congratulations to you for fighting yesterday against Katrina Lagno and playing such a great game, such a great match. It lasted for a very long time, and you were, better in so many games. Eventually, you didn't win, but it shows like how strong you are.
Yeah, thanks. Like many games, I was had so much winning positions, just because I was little slower than her, just couldn't convert.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Vantika, we caught you at the right time, right? Because tomorrow you are going for the torch relay.
Yeah, I'm already in Agra.
Oh, you are in Agra.
Wow,
And
how's the
Yeah,
feeling and
tomorrow,
atmosphere
yeah, she's
there?
going to be the torch bearer in Agra, right?
yeah.
And from
I'll
Agra, you will take the torch in Agra and then go to which place?
Kanpur, Agra, Kanpur, and Lucknow for
Wow,
tomorrow.
wow.
Baapre,
And you are going to give
superb.
the torch to the chief minister of Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah, in
Wow,
Lucknow.
that is amazing, guys. That is so. How excited are you?
Yeah, I'm just super excited.
But you were not able to attend the function there when Prime Minister Modi met everyone. Were you there?
Yeah, actually, I was all ready, but couldn't really attend it because some players, including me, tested positive that
But
time.
is your health good
Yeah.
now?
Yeah, yeah, I tested again. Now I'm completely okay.
Okay, fantastic. Okay.
Wow,
So
that's nice.
that was a small miss, but of course, in order to compensate for that, you will have such a nice time in the next 2 3 days. And Vantika, you will also be playing at the Olympiad in the B team on, I don't know which board number, but you're the highest rated player in the team. How does it feel?
Yeah, I'm very happy that it's happening for the first time in India, and then we are all working very hard. Like we had these two coaching camps, and then I just want to give my best, whichever board I'll play, and for whichever team, just want to give my best.
Yeah, of course,
Wow.
you are going to be one of the big players whom we are going to follow. And guys, Vantika is uh, very very young. She's very talented. She has won so many events, and she's already a WGM, and she has, I mean, a long way ahead. A big talent of Indian chess. Vantika, should we look at some of the games?
Yeah, sure.
Vantika, one question to you. Have you looked at any of the game by chance which was going on in candidates or not yet?
No,
Oh, that's
like
good.
to,
Cool. So Sagar is also right now only he arrived from the Chess Biz India Club. So there is one game which is very crazy and I really want to ask you some questions. So that's good that you've not seen it. Let me take...
Which game?
again, I'll ask you to close your eyes, Sagar, for a moment.
I won't see.
So don't see it. And let me...
Which game, but?
it's going to be Rapo versus Nepo.
Nepo versus Nepo.
So... Okay, so should I start very quickly?
Okay, Vantika, we both have to give the right answer. Okay, it's Vantika versus me. I don't know the
Oh.
answer, but I'm very scared because Vantika is so strong. But let's try.
Okay, so firstly it was I was telling Rapo versus Nepo, most creative players and all of that, and then they played Petrov. Then I was like,
No,
okay,
of
they
course
played
Nepo
Petrov.
will play the Petrov.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
he is.
I thought, okay, they're gonna play Petrov, so it's gonna be like kind of a play and draw or something like that. But they played this Queen B3 move. The question to you guys: are you aware of this line? Queen B3, Bishop G4,
Ooh.
or is it like maybe not very usual?
I think what line I knew was knights instead of queen b3, knight
Yes,
c3, bishop
exactly.
f5 or something like that, and then
Yeah.
queen b3,
Right.
and then
Right.
queen d7 or something like that.
And even
or
if
knight
knight c3, if he takes here, then takes, and then later there are ideas with c5,
But okay,
knight g5.
okay,
But
queen
anyway,
b3,
let's say he
bg4.
played queen b3,
I
bishop
don't know.
g4.
Vantika, do you know?
Yeah, I've seen this queen b3 move. I think it was something like dc4 after queen b3.
Yeah. Exactly.
dc4. Okay. So he played bishop g4, and here everything was happening pretty fast. Rapo played bishop e4, d4, knight g5.
Could he not have taken that pawn on b7, or that was just not?
Here, no?
Yeah.
No, queen b7 was not a good
Yeah,
move, of
some
course.
bishop f3.
Yeah, bishop f3, gf3, and
Queen
then
h4.
there is
Queen
queen h4.
Okay, mate ho gaya.
Correct.
Okay.
So he played bishop e4, d4, knight g5 over here. Bishop went back to e7.
Oh, one second.
Can she? Can
Amruta,
she?
one second. Huh? She can see, but people can't see her. Now she can see.
Okay. 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 Bishop e7, knight e4, queen d4 हुआ, and
Thank you, chat.
here Rapo decided to go for queen b7. So queen e4.
I'm sure this is all Nepo's
Queen
prep.
8. Right. And here what did Nepo play?
Okay, first move that comes to my mind, but okay, let's.
What is the first move which comes to Vantika's mind also? Let me ask her. First move. Don't try to calculate.
I mean, bishop h3
What about you?
or bishop f3.
I was thinking of just developing the piece with knight d7.
Yeah, knight d7 is possible, but then the point is queen will just take on a7, and then white will be exchange up. But yeah, it looks a little scary for a while. But bishop h3, Nepo did play.
You know, this game, this reminds me of this under 12 national championship. There was
Under
this
12?
game. Yeah.
तुम कहाँ खेले?
Not me. I was just seeing the game. There's this one game between Ethan Vass and Ansh Nerurkar, these two young kids, and it had a very similar
Similar ideas
motive.
and structures, patterns.
So the idea is GH3,
GH3,
Queen G6 check,
King h1. So here he played, and here it took a long time, okay, which was a very important decision for white,
F3.
whether you want to continue the game or you want to accept a draw. That was the decision. तुमने बोल दिया ना?
No, of course, because the game is still going on, na.
हाँ, so they played.
So they could.
So he continued with f3 here, and black had three options. But let me know. I have already analyzed
Queen
with the chat.
E2, then Knight D2.
Yeah, if you go queen e2, there is queen c4 and there is queen d3. Knight d2 and king g2 would be the moves, but queen d3 is the strongest for
Knight
black,
D2.
and Nepo is still prepared. Yeah,
Acha.
and yeah, he went.
What do you have to say,
king-
Vantika, about Nepo's preparation? Yeah, he's tremendously prepared, no?
Yeah, very good.
I think
preparation.
mainly because of the World Championship match, he has such good prep.
Yeah, like when you play World Championship, then your preparation has to be super solid.
Exactly. It's like, you know, guys, when you are appearing for, let's say, JEE examinations, and then you study a lot, and then you have to give maybe your college examinations or 12th grade or something like that, then those are easier. Or maybe for Vantika,
yeah.
Vantika, it's like, Vantika, what are you studying?
I'm studying BCom honors.
BCom. Correct.
BCom honors.
So something whereby if she is studying something
9th
in
and 10th.
huh?
9th and 10th is easy.
some yeah.
Okay,
But
but the
anyway,
question here.
huh.
Yeah, but the question. No, you can continue.
No, go on.
The question here to you is, if black takes queen c4, okay, how are you going to continue here? Let's say you continue knight d2,
Yeah, that seems the best.
and now what should black play here?
But this is bad for black, no? This position or not?
But I'm asking one by one move. I have two moves to ask. So one is what will you play with black here? Like naturally, let me give you 1 minute. It's a natural move.
I would play queen e2.
We need to.
Oh no, I would. I could also play queen f4 with idea of bd6. But it doesn't look good.
Guys, all those who have joined right now, also try to think what would you play with black. And all those who have been attending this session, if you are able to remember, because we have come to such a position number of times, like it was
What I
very
find
confusing.
funny is, Amruta, that there is a bar on the side which shows this is winning position for white, and you are still asking black's move. So
Those
what
who
should
were
we think?
500 people who were here when we were analyzing this position know why I am on this position.
Okay.
So even if the bar shows white is winning, that's the whole point.
Okay,
Forget the
Vantika,
bar.
what would you?
What would you play
I
with
just
black?
don't understand Amruta well.
Yeah. I think I'll at least try to trap this queen on
Exactly.
e8 with some
Look, exactly. So
Smart.
so
Queen
forget the
S6,
bar.
yeah?
move like queen e8.
Yeah. So queen a6, and this is the threat.
Hmm.
And if you didn't know the bar,
But in the worst case, I can always play queen f8 and my queen is not trapped, right? I'll get
and you will stay in the worst case, you know. That will stay the worst case. You will lose slowly, gradually, slow and steady.
But I can also go rook e.
Socho.
Maybe something like this.
What did you say? What are you thinking of?
I was thinking something crazy like b4, b5, but
Exactly. That's
Oh,
what. That is
so
crazy.
smart, so
B4
smart.
is the only defense here.
Wow.
And amazing, Vantika, because this is what we are seeing. Like, so if you don't see the bar here, if b4 doesn't work, you're lost here.
Wow.
That's the whole point.
Wow.
And this is the only defense.
Why not rook
Which
e1?
is-
I thought
I'll go
rook e1
there.
looks okay.
But b4 is the only defense because
rook
if
e1
you
knight
play
d7.
bishop b4 here,
You are not even listening to what I'm saying. You're just talking.
Acha, why not rook e1?
I
Let's
think
ask
knight
Sagar's
d7.
question.
No, it's just
Knight
d7.
d7.
Yeah,
Yeah,
knight
knight
d7
d7
and
and
queen
then-
f8, bishop f8. Okay, got
Queen
it.
f8 to king f8
King
also
f8 is
defends the e7. So yes, very sorry, I didn't intend to do
No, okay,
that.
b4.
So b4 ko there is bishop b4. If you play bishop b4 and now this is the
Okay, again.
what were you considering for b4 bishop b4? I mean that's why b4 of course.
Can't
is
we
the
go
best
rook
idea.
b1 now?
What else did you consider,
No, rook b1 is-
Vantika? If not bishop b4, if knight d7, then this is
b5.
I was
no, she
thinking
said.
b5.
Yeah, then this is easy. b5, if you take with the queen, you take on a7. If you
Yeah.
take with the pawn, then the queen goes back. So that's why b5. But the main one more point is this move. Bishop b4, this is the whole point. Amazing. Amazing, you know.
Acha, amazing move. Yeah.
नहीं move amazing है कि पता नहीं पर the whole defense idea was amazing. To see b4 is very difficult.
Okay, if I go rook b1, there is knight d7 still. So maybe I should
Yeah.
be careful. If I go
Maybe a3.
a3,
a3 knight
bishop
d7.
d2,
No,
Ah,
knight
bishop
d7.
d2
Yeah.
and then knight d7.
Then knight d7, yeah.
No, but direct knight d7. ab4. Oh, ab4.
okay.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
not good.
ab4.
But
queen a1
bd2
को
knight
queen c6.
d7 works. Got it. Got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, can we? No, that doesn't seem right. Or does it? Right now we are a rook up, no? Oh, bishop a3.
Yeah.
Did you guess
What,
that?
what? What's your move, Vantika?
No, bishop a3.
Yeah, I'm still. Bishop e3 is also not really working.
Not working. ठीक है. You want me to say?
No. Wait, she's thinking, yeah.
Maybe it is rook e1 and then
Yes, amazing. It is rook e1 now because the whole idea is you want to defend with rook e8.
Guys, you can see how strong she is, yeah? She's just amazing. That is phenomenal.
Amazing, really. This before rook e1, and you did find it, yeah. But this was just a brilliant defense, and it looks natural because for black queen c4, queen a6. But anyway, so these are all the time the ideas with
Good one.
queen on a8. Threats are happening. So he played king g2, and then again there was this repetition twice. Now queen d7 was played.
Oh, trap.
Oh,
Knight
he went
a6.
queen d7
Knight
here.
a6 is a threat.
Oh, okay. Nice. So knight e4. Oh, actually, queen d7. Just a moment, yeah. Either queen d2 को king g2 खेलना था. You see, he avoided.
I mean,
And
Rapport wants
and
to
very
win.
interesting point I'll tell you. If for queen g6 check, there could have been a what to say perpetual. But if white wanted to avoid perpetual, it was a very nice move which Rakshit has spotted. Bishop g5. Crazy, yeah. Bishop g5 again, and this would lead to lot of complications because here black had to go queen e5, attack b2, put pressure on h2, and it's a little bit of crazy position. This is what black had to play, and if he would have gone bishop g5 here, then you just go king h1, and again this queen gets out. So that was the whole idea.
But
He
Rapport
went queen d7.
queen,
Yeah.
queen knight d2, which was not very
Yeah,
accurate.
knight d7, but it was not so easy.
And look at Nepo's time. He has
Yes.
1 hour 50 minutes, means he's still in his prep.
He must be knight e4, knight a6, and now queen f8. So this he actually successfully got material advantage.
No, not
material, but king is weak.
Positional advantage, maybe.
Correct.
But Vantika, is it very obvious to you that in this position black is better?
Yeah, it looks like at least black is slightly better.
Why would you say that?
Why? Because even the white's king looks weak, and pieces are also like it will take some time to develop this a1 rook bishop.
Yeah, and what if king g2, and if I had to defend this h3 here?
Maybe bringing the knight b4.
Yeah, actually the lot of options. Knight.
B4,
But knight
or
b4
we can
is
go
not-
f5 with the idea of knight c5, maybe.
Yeah, f5 is there, queen d4 is there, lot of weaknesses. So quite a lot of possibilities. He went bishop f4, queen takes h3, so one pawn is gone, rook d1.
Don't tell me Nepo is again going to win one
Yes,
more game today.
absolutely.
That
Nepo
would
is
just
winning.
end like the tournament in some way. I don't know if Karwana doesn't do it.
Exactly. Rappo had to Rappo is amazing because he also went for a fight in that sense. It's amazing. It's not easy. It was
But
very
what do they
complicated.
say, that quote? Never start a fight that you can't win. And I think today Rapport has gone for a position where actually he was in much more danger than his opponent.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's even more difficult like when you have that draw and then suddenly you start playing
Yeah.
for a win,
Exactly.
and then you enter into a worse position.
Yeah.
And twice, he had that repetition idea twice. So this is crazy. Look at the time difference, 1 hour. So Nepo is going to win this. One more
It's
thing.
already better for Nepo, but I mean, I wouldn't say that the game is over yet. There is still some fight left. But
But psychologically, if you consider as well, the game is over, right? Because firstly, Nepo out-prepared Rappo. Secondly, he's 1 hour more and move number 28. So, okay, so only 12 moves. That way it is fine. And thirdly, after declining the draw, as Vantika said, that white is in a worse position.
But I think Rapport has a very strong mental state where he is like, I want to just play chess. Like, Rapport is one of those players who would not get sleep, I think, if he drew so quickly. Something like that, right, Vantika? He always wants to fight. So maybe, I don't know if he's feeling really bad about his position right now or not.
Right now, maybe not. Afterwards only. No, I mean, no, this was amazing. But what?
But yeah, I
this
guess
was a
I
great
agree
game.
with Vantika's point of view also that right now it could be that Rapport is not very happy with what his decision he made, and he might be regretting it because Black is just playing so calmly. The Queen has entered the position, and Amruta, when I was young, I had seen one of Daniel King's DVDs, and he had mentioned that the Queen is like a missile. If there are weaknesses in the camp, then the queen is stronger than the two rooks. But if there are no weaknesses, then the two rooks become stronger than the queen. So
nice.
something like that.
Nice. But I agree with you, the assessment, like it would take some time, right, Vantika, in the game to decide whether you want to play that queen versus two rooks or not.
Yeah.
Okay, Vantika
Nice.
is saying that she already said this is better for.
Yeah, exactly. So great. So that's the update, and I'm gonna leave right now.
Oh,
Have fun, have good analysis, and you're back to your senses now.
yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. You want food right now? Or
No,
later?
no, you eat. I'll eat later.
Okay, bye guys. All of you who were here supported me.
You can
Thank you
wish
very much.
Vantika the
And
best for.
yes, because I won't meet you again maybe. So Vantika, all the best. Firstly for the torch relay, that would be very epic. I will be looking forward to the pictures and videos also. And of course at Olympiad we'll be meeting. So all the best.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Amruta. Bye. Okay, Vantika, let's go through the other games as well.
Yeah.
First, let's have a look at the game between Ding Lijian and Alireza Firouzja. I was very much kind of finding this position a little weird. What was happening? What are your thoughts here?
Yeah. Looks mostly English opening.
Yeah, this is an English opening. Just switching on the chat.
Yeah. Looks. Yeah. Position looks level.
Sorry, position looks level according to you.
Probably black will just retreat with his sixes.
Yeah, your internet got a bit stuck there.
Yeah, I think black will just retreat with his queen b6 or queen c7. And in general, just maybe improve his position of pieces, rook e8, maybe.
Rook e8. So do you like Alireza's position overall? Sir.
Yeah, I think it looks comfortable. I don't see any problems for black.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Yeah. Okay. So this looks pretty good for Alireza. And do you have a favorite here, Vantika, in this event?
Yeah, I like Karwana.
You like Karwana a lot? Okay.
Yeah.
We can also look at his game. But just so here, it seems like the game is just heating up. But also already Alireza is taking a lot of time. And this is very, has been one of the features of Alireza's play. He takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
And he's been struggling here. Did you expect him to be on the last position after 6 rounds?
No.
Yeah, he's just not been himself.
I expected that he would perform very well.
Correct. So he's not in his element. Let's have a look at Fabiano Karwana versus Temu Rajabov. Another interesting game and a very exciting one. Did you see the opening, Vantika?
No.
Look at this. E4, C5. Amruta showed me this. And this was O'Kelly variation. E5, knight F5. And what do you play here?
What do we play here? I don't have much idea of this line.
But this was a crazy move that he played.
Something like b5.
Sorry?
Yeah, you were saying some crazy moves, so I thought maybe b5.
B5, yeah, maybe, but D5.
Hmm.
And then take, knight D4, bishop D3, queen D5, knight C3. You can't take on G2 because of bishop E4. So queen D7, castles, knight F6, bishop G5, bishop E7, rook E1. And now Rajabov goes like all in with long castle. What a game. But after long castle, what should white play here? Is the question. Yeah, Vantika's internet is not the best right now because I think she's in a hotel, so it's a little bit disconnecting. Vantika, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, are you surprised with the position? Long castle, last move by Rajabov. I mean, what is happening?
Yeah, position looks like very strange.
Hmm. How would you calculate here? I mean, what should white play according to you? Like, let's say if this was your game, how would you start thinking in such a position?
Uh, so first I'll try to see like what my opponent's threats are, like what he wants to do next before thinking about my moves.
So, what do you think is the threat of black right now? Let's say if it was black's move here.
So he can. Hmm. So knight f5 looks like one move he wants, maybe
Knight f5.
knight f5
Because
just
if
to get
queen
the
f,
pawn
bishop
back.
f5, then queen f5.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Knight f3 is also possible, that but that is not that good because take and e5 pawn will go in the end.
Okay. So the main threat, as you see, that there is no great discovered attack on the bishop here from this knight.
Yeah. So if white wants to play like safe or something, he can take on f6, play bishop e4, then try to get rook c1, maybe knight to d5.
Sorry, which move?
Yeah, I was saying that he can take on f6 and get like good control of light squares, like take on f6, then maybe bishop e4, knight d5, like bishop
Ah,
e4, and then
very nice. And you're also pawn up.
yeah,
So king b8, knight d5, and
looks
but somehow black also looks pretty good on dark squares. So it's like although white has control on the light squares, black has control on
yeah,
the dark squares.
yeah. Maybe what I suggested was not the best.
It was an interesting idea for sure. I mean, this is take, and playing on the light squares is very interesting. Would you also consider taking this pawn on e5?
Yeah, first we should start with that, but it looks like if you take, then maybe knight c6 is one move to consider. Yeah.
Yeah, knight c6 is
Rook
an
e3, then
amazing.
wish.
Rook e3,
Yeah. So rook e3, bishop c5.
bishop c5, hitting the rook because your bishop is hanging, so you had to defend it. Now rook f3, rook g3, rook h3. Rook f3 is bad because of knight e5, I believe. So
Knight.
rook g3, yeah.
Yeah.
And this might not be so simple to kind of evaluate this position, correct?
Yeah.
Because you
And
still
even if you see that you are winning pawn and you are safe, yeah, it's not easy to go for such.
correct, absolutely, yeah, you are absolutely right. So maybe what looks very obvious and a juicy pawn here on e5 might not be something that Fabi might do. He might play something more steady like rook c1.
Yeah.
So you like your anyway. Karwana is your favorite player, so maybe here today he seems to have a good position, right?
Yeah.
So Vantika,
And
you.
he's like, he just calculates it out.
Hmm, hmm. That is one of
He's very good at
Karwana's.
calculations. So yeah,
Yeah, go on, go on. He's very good at calculation, so
I'm sure I'm sure like if he sees that Rookie 5 is working, then he'll go for it.
correct, correct. So in this tournament, Karwana is your favorite, but overall, Magnus is your favorite player. So what are your thoughts on Magnus Carlsen saying that he doesn't want to play the World Championship? Does that surprise you, or it's something which is what do you feel? I mean,
Yeah, I feel that maybe he just said like that time. Like he has played World Championship so many times and won it. So maybe he just said it like that. But I don't think he'll back out. He'll definitely play.
you think he will play for sure. And also, Vantika, when you got to know that Magnus
Yeah.
Carlsen is going to come to India for the Olympiad, you must have been very excited, right? Because I know that you are really
Yeah.
he's your very favorite, like a big your favorite player.
Yeah, I was just too happy.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, finally they will get to meet him, and I think you met him some time ago, right?
Yeah, I met him in Switzerland in 2018
BL,
during BL tournament.
BL. Okay. Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to the next game.
Yeah.
We look at the game between Rapport and Nepo, and Rook d3 has been played. Oh, he's pushed his pawn to h5, Rook d3. What should black do here?
Yeah.
Maybe h.
So his plan is to play h4,
Yeah.
h4, knight f2, then queen f5, bishop h4. Not sure that it's working.
Ah, nice. Great calculation. So here should not rush with h4.
Yeah, maybe just play some bishop e7 and then prepare this h4.
Bishop e7, preparing h4. Nice. Okay. So this definitely looks very. Oh, he plays queen f5, and somehow Vantika, I have a feeling that Nepo is not just like beating his opponents; he's also playing very good chess. Don't you think? Like even this was a great move, queen f5.
Yeah, yeah. He's playing phenomenal chess.
Right. So queen f5, and let's just look at the Hikaru game. Last one here. Ah, Vantika, your camera got switched off, I guess.
Yeah, my connection also just it got disconnected.
Okay. Ah, you are back. How do you assess this position, Vantika?
Yeah, this position. Slightly better for white because the dark squared bishop is the light squared bishop is bad and very good control over the dark squares.
Hmm. If
Yeah,
Hikaru can, if Duda can somehow remaneuver his knight to e5, that could be a nice idea.
yeah, maybe slowly trying to get control over this E file.
Yeah. Oh, he plays rook e8.
Yeah, I would consider something like, but it's really not easy for white also to improve the position.
Yeah, because if you move your queen, you want to put it on d3, but d4 is hanging somehow.
Yeah,
Also, when the knight goes far off, then f4 and the king could be weak. So maybe Hikaru is not in such a bad position, right?
yeah. Maybe somehow, trying to, no, even this b2 pawn is slightly like weak, but I was considering maybe somehow going to the king side at again this d4 pawn. Yeah, it's not very easy.
Yeah, yeah. So maybe this will, it will take all the skills from Duda to somehow manage to outplay Hikaru from here. But as we know, Hikaru is a wonderful defender and should be able to hold this.
Yeah,
So one thing I know that your internet connection is not the best, and also you have a long day coming ahead tomorrow. So I want you to give me a roundup of what you think is going to happen today of the results. So should we go through all the games and you tell me what are your feelings? Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
So first, let's start with the game of Ding versus Alireza Firuza.
yeah. I think this game is going to end in a draw.
You think it's going to end in a draw? Okay, interesting assessment. I get a feeling somehow that maybe Ding will, Alireza will win this.
Yeah, but he's quite low on time. So.
Yeah. True, true. My feeling came from the fact that Alireza has not yet won a single game here and he needs to really win. But that's the same thing with Ding as well. So I got. But I just feel like Black's position is slightly more comfortable than White.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you also feel it, or oh, he goes knight a4?
It looks better, but somehow even like white is, if he gets this double bishop, then it's like, and this d6 pawn is also little weak, so
Right.
kind of balanced.
Okay. So knight a4 has been played here, attacking the bishop, and you can't save it anywhere because it will just be taken, and d6 pawn would be weak. So yeah, maybe Vantika is right. This might end in a draw. Okay, next game is between Karwana and Rajabov. Oh, it has happened what we discussed. Rook e5, knight c6, and bishop takes f6 he played in between, intermediate.
Yeah, I thought it was not working because of some maybe knight e5, but how does it work? It's knight e5. No. Bishop e5, queen d.
And maybe can we ask the chat here, guys, what does white play here? And Vantika also is thinking, chat, you also try to think and try to figure out what should white play in this position. Not an easy move to find, and this was the reason why Vantika had not sort of considered it very seriously, this option. But I think, as Vantika rightly pointed out, Fabiano Caruana is a calculating monster. He has managed to make this work somehow. Vantika, what would you play?
Yeah, I'm considering, not sure. I'm thinking about some queen. Yeah, maybe. So queen c1 looks very strange. It's not going to work. Queen g4 is like possible, but queen g4 and then trying some rook c1.
But queen g4 is bishop f6 possible?
Yeah, bishop f6 is also possible. Yeah, maybe so if queen c1, I think I can go for queen c1. So queen c1 and then there's this threat.
Queen c1 and trying to use a discovered check. But after queen c1, what about queen c4?
Yeah, queen c1, queen c4, and then knight d5.
Oh, knight d5.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And if queen takes c1,
Then rook c1 and then rook c7 is there.
king d7, rook c7, king e8,
Yeah.
rook
Rook
e7, king f8.
and then what?
It's not over, yeah. Somehow.
Yeah.
So by the way, Vantika, this is what our chat has given the answer as. They think that the move is queen c1, the mainly, and queen g4 also. They rook c1 also they think. But Ajinkya Pehekar, Inferno, Divam Arya, Naman Khandelwal, Chandan Nagar, Yash, Parithi, Anitya, Dhruv, and Aradhya Das, all of them think that the move here to be played is queen c1. And this is really the best move. And after queen c4, you are absolutely right to play knight d5, takes, king here. And maybe this move is also still winning, but maybe a little unclear. I mean, it's, let's say, rook c7, king e8, rook e7, king f8.
Yeah, I don't see how to continue here. I have to give some material back.
Is it take, and f4? That's what seems like the way to continue. And then white has maybe, according to the engines, it's a winning position. But so, but the main point is that bishop f6. If knight e5, bishop e5, queen d3 is met with queen c1, that's the only winning move somehow.
Yeah, we need to like act fast, or else this bishop on e5, they can just play some bishop d6 or something and exchange it.
Correct. So here it's somehow winning this position after queen c1, putting pressure here. It's not so easy to come out of it. So that's the reason why he played bishop takes f6 here. And now after rook d5 came queen e7. So Vantika, what are your thoughts on this game? Karwana wins or draw, or Rajabov wins?
Yeah, I think Karwana will win this.
Karwana will win this. Okay, fantastic. So Vantika has said Alireza didn't draw. Here it seems to her that Fabiano Karwana will win this. No chances of draw or something, opposite colored bishops or so on?
Yeah, there are always chances of draw, but this game I feel like Karwana will win.
Okay, got it. Let's go to the third board. This time it is with Nepo and Rapport. Here I don't need to ask you, but still I will.
Yeah, I think Nepo has to win this.
Nepo will win. What is his point of h4 if bishop takes h4?
Yeah, bishop h4, then be knight f4. Knight f4.
Bishop h4, knight f4. Okay. And if I go rook c3, rook b3, I don't know. Rook.
Then queen h3. Queen h3 is there, yeah. Just attacking this h4 bishop and mate on g2.
Wow. Amazing. Very quick, Vantika. That was. And rook d2. Also queen h3. Or, no,
or even queen h5. Queen h5.
Now queen h5 is strong. So in a way, either the f3 square or the g2 square, you will have to leave something. And then it leads to a good position here for white, for black. Okay, so Nepo wins here. And now going to the last position of today, which is Duda versus Hikaru. This is a tough one, I think. This one is not easy to guess what will happen.
Yeah, I feel like might end in a draw, but I'm betting on Duda. I think he'll somehow slowly he'll just win this.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm. No, you don't think Nakamura will hold with his sort of defensive skills here?
He can hold, but somehow like this bishop on c6, this knight on f4, all this like gives me a feeling that white will somehow slowly he'll just crush.
Suppose you are white here, what plan would you choose? Because I don't exactly see clearly what white should be doing here.
Yeah, so I'll first maybe sometimes you can consider some h5 move and trying somehow to bring pieces on the king side, just maybe h5, king g2, and maybe just one rook to d2 or something, and then getting other rook to h1 or something like that. Or even you can slowly start pushing these pawns on the queen side,
Okay,
maybe.
okay, got it. So this is a very nice plan you suggested. H5, king g2, rook d2, so that d4 is protected, and then swing the other rook over to h1. Nice.
Yeah.
And also b4. Oh, he goes g6. That does not look like that. Looks kind of voluntarily weakening a bit. No,
Yeah.
maybe he didn't like this h5 move which you were suggesting.
Yeah, but now it's again somehow very weak. Like he can even consider to just some knight h3, knight g5 to remove this, but rook e2 will come, but prepare and just even this, if you exchange both the pair of rooks, then this queen knight versus queen bishop is just quite good.
Hmm. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So here, Vantika, as she is explaining me this position, my feeling also that white has better chances, has improved. Earlier, I thought that black's chances look much closer to a draw than white winning, but it seems like, yeah, you are right, Vantika. So, according to you, we will have three decisive games today. We will have Nepo winning against Rapport. We will have Karwana beating Rajabov, and we will have Duda beating Nakamura.
Yeah.
Wow, wow, that would be amazing if such a thing happens. And Vantika, before you leave us, I want to talk to you a bit about your, recently at the training camp, we got to know that you were studying as well as attending girlfriend's training camp. Tell us a bit about how you are, uh, what are you studying, how are you balancing it, which college do you go to, what course are you studying, how does the college help you? Please tell us a bit, because this is something
Yeah.
that our viewers really find it difficult, that how can someone manage so much and yet be at the level that you are.
Yeah, so I'm studying BCom honors. I'm in SRCC College, Delhi University. I completed my second semester, like second year, so now I'm in third year.
That's the
And
final year, no?
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, it's not easy at all to manage because just I feel like sometimes I'm just studying. I have to like studying then chess, like both are. So when I went for this girlfriend training camp and to Chennai, there also like in the morning just attended sessions like 3 hours, then again 3 hours, and then after coming back at 7 o'clock something, I would just open up the book and start doing accounts and
How?
all.
How were you doing that? That is so difficult, because in chess, when you are in such a camp, you have to calculate and it takes away so much of your energy. How would you
Yeah.
find energy to study?
Yeah, I knew that I have to study because I don't have much time. After going back, just immediately, like I went back and then on 17th, I just gave two exams. For that also, I was not at all prepared, just somehow managed to give them. Then again on 20th, I had this cost accounting paper. For that, like I was literally studying for that in girlfriend camp. Like I thought that I have to like I did chess and then for 1 or 2 hours in the night I would study. Sit with
Wow.
coffee,
Wow.
calculating. important.
So would you say that it's a matter of willpower?
Yeah. Yeah, if you think that you can do it and you will do it, then you'll do it. You
But
just need to be confident about it.
do you at some point feel like, look, I'm like one of the best chess players in the country now. I'm number 6 in India, I think. Yeah, number 6 or 7. And why do I have to now study? Or do you feel, no, I have to study, it's an important part of my life? What do you feel?
Yeah, I'm just like studying from long time. Like for 12th, it was I had this similar thing in 10th, 12th also, that I was at the top, like much better than other players, and I had this choice either to study or just leave studies or do both. But that time I decided that it's better to do both. And yeah, it's not a like I you after some time you start enjoying it.
Hmm, hmm.
It's tough, it's hectic, but you also enjoy it.
It's like a challenge now for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Amazing, amazing. And but in your mind, you remember we had done an interview after World Youth Championship, and you had
Yeah.
mentioned that you would like to do MBA and so on. Has your plans changed since then? How have has it been?
Yeah, my plan hasn't changed much, but I think after completing this third year and all, I'll like at least take little break from like the studies and can play like full on. I'll play on chess.
Hmm.
Yes. Yeah, and then later after some time, I'll think what to do.
Okay, fantastic. And in your Olympiad team, you have a very nice team with uh, experienced players like Soumya, Marianne Gomes, Padmini Raut, and also you have Divya Deshmukh, who is another talented youngster just like you. So, how do you feel about your team? You also have Swapnil Dhopade, and I think Stani is also the coach. Both of them are the trainers of the team.
Yeah, I think our team is quite strong, and like everybody is quite hardworking, because in the last camp also everyone was there, and I saw even Swapnil sir, he was like very dedicated.
Hmm.
Like we'll ask him that maybe just give us some rest or something. We have already like 7 8 days. We have just worked 7 8 like six more than 6 hours. We are working. He'll say no, no more. You have to come. You have to calculate and all. Yeah, very dedicated.
Amazing. So that's would help you overall, right? I mean, the Olympiad is of course very important, but in general, these training camps and this work helps you to become a stronger player.
Yeah, of course.
Fantastic. Vantika, we are very excited to see you grow to become a very strong player. You right now, do you have IM norms?
Yeah, I have one IM known.
You have one IM norm, and your current rating is
2371.
2371. So you need two more norms and 29 elo points. Again, it's just a matter of time. Every time I interview you, you have a new title with you. So I'm sure the next time we'll talk, you will almost be an IM, or you would have become an IM by then. Before the Olympiad, will you play something, or will you directly play now the Olympiad?
Yeah, I'll be playing Olympiad directly. I want to take some rest and just prepare for Olympiad. After
Fantastic.
that, I'll try to play many open tournaments like one after the other.
Okay, very nice. We will be looking forward to seeing you in action. For now, Vantika, thank you so much for joining us. It was a great pleasure. You were in a hotel, you didn't have the best of internet connections, yet you managed to make time for this. So we are very grateful to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye. Bye. Thank you.
See you.
See you.
Guys, that was Vantika Agrawal coming all the way from Agra. Tomorrow, she's going to be the torch bearer for India for the torch relay, and she's going to take it to from Agra to Lucknow, where she will then give it to the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, CM Aditya Yoginath, and she will then also be preparing for the Olympiad. Amruta, how about you joining me? You had your dinner?
I had my dinner. You want to take a break? Dinner break?
No, I'm here only.
All right. So, yes, I have.
Sorry, Yogi Adityanath.
What did he say?
I said Aditya Yoginath. Sorry guys, my mistake.
Okay, it can happen. Slip of names. Okay, so Sagar, very quickly, I am going to go to the most interesting game first. What's happening there? Which was Raja long castled. Nice. Bishop f6, bishop f6. Rook d5, queen e7, king b8. We are at this position. Long castle means firstly this king is going to be weaker than g1 king. That is one thing which we can definitely say. After king b8, it's white to play right now. And what's the move to play is the question, guys. A lot of moves are possible, so it's not like one of the most critical, like find that move, chat chess moves, ऐसा कोई नहीं है. बहुत सारे possibilities है इधर. Maybe I'll still ask what are your candidate moves just to understand what you are thinking. सार्थक महाजन से डिनर खा लिया, अब तो और भी एनर्जी आया होगा. Absolutely.
So, according
Rook
to
d8.
Vantika, she thinks that Karwana will win this.
Karwana will win, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure, only two results are possible. Karwana wins and a draw. But he's this pawn up, which we still don't know how black plans to, get back material. So, she should be right, I feel.
Yeah. Also, I think
Rook d8, queen c1, queen f3, queen b3, काफी कुछ options है, but queen b3 is a nice move, guys. It develops your queen, and at the same time, there are going to be all the threats there hanging in the future of rook d8 and bishop a6. So definitely a strong move. Only thing is there is a tempo which you may have to consider for one more move, and queen sits on b6 nicely. So yeah, that is how white can continue. This position right now is in Karwana's favor. Let us have a look at Rapo versus Nepo. Oh my god, almost towards over. That's the position. Rook d e3. Rook d e3. Oops. So this queen is still as powerful as we thought, Sagar. And this pawn, what Nepo has done, looks so brilliant because I am thinking that once this pawn is on h3, super irritating with this.
yeah.
क्या हुआ? Okay. So we are going to be having a guest, and we are also going to be a guest.
Acha, it's a cross, yeah?
I think so.
Okay.
It's a stream on both the channels. Seems like that. Well, this pawn on h3, I would say Sagar is going to be a monster. So this queen, knight and a pawn, enough hai. This bishop stays as a defender. This is the army for the king. Baki sab attacking pieces. It's very hard to defend this position. What would you say now?
Yeah, I think the knight and queen combo are really making it difficult.
Oh, but the knight is exchanged. Knight is getting exchanged.
So you can't take with the rook because f3 is hanging.
Oh,
So you
fe4
take
is
with the pawn.
forced. Fe4 is forced. Then the king is even more weak. Like queen f2. Yeah, of course, with the threat of h3. Looks powerful. Looks very powerful.
I think the main problem for white is that the h pawn now is like a full-fledged piece.
Exactly. You're so right. And these two rooks are tied down, yeah? I cannot think of moving the rook, any rook right now. What do I do? In fact, maybe rook e2 is the only, but then you give a check here, and for king g1, now you go h3.
Absolutely.
Oh, what a trouble. What an understanding by Nepo. Going into this queen versus double rook, and brilliant play totally totally seems like a world championship challenger, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
I mean, next to the world champion for sure. Okay, next let's see Ding versus Alireza, because has the slow and steady turned into something which is fast and furious.
Ding Alireza, yeah. One second, let me just get rid of this.
Ding Alireza.
I think
Okay,
here we are
still
going to experience some really wild time scramble. It seems to me.
52 minutes versus 31 minutes. As we predicted, there was some moment where Firuza would have thought quite a lot, and he has to make 20 moves in 31 minutes, which was the point where Firuza took a lot of time. Do you know by any chance, Sagar?
Yeah, in the opening only it took a lot of time.
Here only he took it. Everything. Here, Queen A7 move actually. Oh my god, look at his difference. 1 hour 29 minutes he had.
49 minutes he thought.
He thought for 49 minutes. I think this right here is the exact thing. I think if this is what he improves, directly it will impact his game, right? This 1 or 2 moves he is taking 50 minutes.
But okay, he's finding the good moves, so I don't see.
But does it matter? As you used to say, yeah, it needn't be the best move in case you're going to be landing on time pressure.
But he's not yet in time pressure. He has to make 20 moves in 32 minutes. So maybe it's not like. But did you see, Amruta, a very instructive move here was in this position when your opponent goes knight a4. So then he wants the bishop pair in the position. But in order to win the bishop pair, what the side with the, which does not have the bishop pair should try to exchange one of opponents. So like, let's say he would take, queen takes, and then white would have the bishop pair. So even before that, he goes bishop e4 and he trades one of the bishops.
Oh, that's a nice idea, nice theme, and nice explanation. So here you will lose your pair, but you will also get a. So knight c5, queen c5, and we are at this position right now. He has played d takes c5, d takes c4. You have two possibilities to capture with the knight and the pawn. If you take with the knight, then the problem is you lose the control of the d5 square. So eventually this knight can jump to d5 and look strong. That is one of the key reasons where white will consider capturing with the pawn so that he has this hold. But again, black will have b5 in the air at some point. This is of course not that point. This would be a blunder. b5 here, I would say, or a bad move, because cb5 with the idea of bishop f6, and you will have to play queen takes b5. But right now this rook c2 and
yeah, I mean, why
I
to
think
go
you can
into
start with
why to
b5 is a little early. No, I was just checking, Sagar.
In fact, the c4 pawn is a weakness.
Yeah, in fact, the c4 is taking away the knight square as well. No, I thought that I want to get the knight here on d5, but you also have the e4 square. So let's not forget that. That's a. My question is, what happens for knight e4? You have bishop d4, right? That would be very strong. Knight e4. Oh no, sorry. Sorry, did you see the blunder?
d7 is hanging.
Yeah, d7 is hanging. Knight cannot move right now. ठीक है. So black should play rook d8 first,
e5
or rook
is possible. Yeah.
This knight to e5. Yeah, knight e5 is possible. Also rook d8 is possible, though the rook looks really good here. So I would be confused, because if I want to go to this rook to d8, then there is no pressure on e5, e2. But Sagar, there is one move here which if Divya was black, she would play. Guys, which move would Divya play as black? They know it, huh? Aditya, Chandan Nagar, Ron Weasley, Amrit Singh, Ashish Sharma, Vignesh Subramaniam, Aditya Bhopale, Manoj Chandra, Tejas Arjun, Saptarshi Maini.
Well done, guys. H5, and I think Amruta, that's a very nice move that you have suggested.
Right. H5 is
It
very
softens up the king a bit, and I think that is the move that Alireza will play most likely. That's my feeling.
Yes, because it also puts a question mark to white, like what's he going to be your plan. At the same time, I have not decided which rook I need to go to d8, or even if I need to go to d8 that way. So h5, next move is also pretty clear. Yeah, I want to go h4. So the plan for black here is easier if he finds h5, h4.
And if white goes h4,
Oh, wait, white has not played. If white over here goes
it
h4,
becomes the g4.
yeah, then this is a home for this knight. It can never be kicked away. Cool. So this is the update in Ding versus Alireza. Let's go to, yeah, we are looking at Duda versus Nakamura. I think queen rook f e8, queen c3, g6 and b4. Bishop a4 is played by black. A nice move here. The structure right now cannot really be changed in any way. And what do? You cannot move your rook from the d file because d4 will hang. So rook d2 has to be played. Rook d2, which is kind of forced. Question is, how does black still try to find some dynamic play? Guys, it's not easy for black to find the best moves because the long-term advantage, that is the static advantage as it is called, is in white's favor because of this pawn on d5, which is really weak. Of course your d4 is weak, but this d5 has a extra piece which can attack, whereas this bishop cannot attack the d4 pawn. So statically it's to white's advantage. So black needs to keep making the best moves. Any suggestions here for black? Any suggestion for black? Oh, Fabi mistake. We'll go there quickly. People want to move. Rook e1. He played queen c6. But let us have a look at the suggestion by the people, which was rook e1 by the chat. I mean, rook e1, king g2. Now you see d5 is hanging. So if now he goes queen c6, no, I'm not going to take here right now. I don't right now want to allow this. So rook d3, and we land up in this position with one rook exchange. White is slightly better, yes, so it's possible, but white retains his edge. Apart from that, there was another suggestion of queen d8. Yeah, queen d8 was a very nice idea, actually. Was one suggested by the computer as well. You keep this d5 defended, and at the right time, though it could sound a little crazy, maybe black will have a move like g5 or such ideas, basically g5, h5, queen g5, because his pieces are dynamic. So that could be an idea. And if this rook moves, you can transfer your bishop via bishop b5, bishop c4. That is also another idea because e4 won't be threatened. So queen d8 was still kind of holding the position and asking white, what is your plan? Basically that. Remember guys, white also has this maneuver, knight d3 and knight e5 or knight c5. Let's not forget about that. Eventually that is also possible. Here Nakamura played queen c6, another nice move, because if you take here, he would like to take with the pawn, and now this d5 business is solved, but you have a new business. c6. So c6 is weak. This bishop I will have to keep it defended all the while. So and when your knight lands to c5, there is no real weakness here to attack. So knight will come to e5. So this would be another choice for black, whether he likes the c6 weakness or the d5 weakness. I think Nakamura would like BC6. Matlab C6 weakness is preferable than D5 weakness. So Queen C6 is a... I don't think Duda will take. But this position, at least the computer says it's unclear. Sagar, it's equalized for black. The slight edge which white had is no more left because of black's pieces compensating for the activity against that fixed D5 weakness. Amazing, right? Because in such positions, one or two slow moves and that slight edge converts into a clear advantage. So Nakamura has been able to hold steady. Sagar, Raja has made a mistake or something like that.
Okay, let's go
We
to the
have to check.
Rajabov's game. He's playing against Karwana, and he's played his queen to... So the last move was rook d5, queen e7, bishop c4, king b8, and now queen came to d3.
Instead, we were looking at queen b3. Here he played queen d3. Should also be possible, but queen b3 was...
And now maybe knight
Stronger.
b4 was possible. Knight b4, which
rook
is a
d8 is
4.
forced, no, there? Because
Rook d8, yeah.
rook d8.
Or queen g3 maybe.
Queen g3 is also an option.
But rook d8, that looks better. But he went queen b4, putting pressure here. So it seems like Rajabov has enough activity, Amruta.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, even the position computer favors white. Black definitely has a lot of pressure on white.
Yeah, because the first problem is that our b2 pawn is hanging. So let's say we try to solve it with bishop p3.
I would be thinking, yeah, rook c3, rook d5. Because if you take with the bishop, your b2, can I take?
Yeah,
Or
no, I'll take with the queen maybe, or the knight. Queen takes, bishop c3, bc3, queen c3. Rook is hanging.
rook d1 or rook b1. No, rook d1, I mean, just looks a little...
Rook
safe.
d1, just rook d8, no?
Yeah. What do I do then? Rook, where should I go? Queen d1 or what?
Rook f1. And I mean the main
Short
point
castle
is
hoga.
that you have now f7 hanging, and if you try to save it somehow with f6, then you have queen f7 attacking here, and with
You
this
have
rook,
a good amount of combination.
yeah, I have everything well
And
protected.
Knight d4 is not a worry. Okay.
So I think, Amruta, this is looking pretty cool. With queen b4, bishop b3. I still feel that white has pressure here in the position after bishop b3, but we'll see how.
No, but I would not consider rook d5 at all here in this position. I'll consider other moves like knight d4. Or maybe shifting the queen. What, everyone?
Everyone's saying that we should look at Nepo game because it's very close to being decisive.
Oops.
Yeah, so Nepo, bishop g5, bishop g1. And how do you continue is the question now, Amruta, because the rooks are saying we are protecting everything for the time being, but this rook is under attack. We defend it. Let's say I go queen d2, then rook e2. Queen c2 is looking good, yeah? Oh, he goes queen d2. He plays it. 37 moves are over. Nepo has 1 hour 4 minutes. No, somehow Nepo is playing so quickly and he's playing so good.
Actually, Nepo's speed was never a problem.
Yeah.
In his
He
chess
used
career.
to play fast, but like in this tournament, he's just taking it to the next level.
Yeah. Queen d2. Now what? You have all the time to capture the exchange if you want. Of course, you don't want to do that.
No, it's white to move.
I know.
So why should I?
No, I mean, what do I do?
Rook e2.
Oh, I can defend. Queen f. 4 or what?
Queen f4 or queen d3?
Queen d3 because h3 and a3 both are attacked. Queen h3 is a threat. Rook h2 is 4. King
h2?
g2 is 4.
No, king g2.
But then queen g3 check.
Queen g3 is coming. So this doesn't go. King h2, bishop f4 looks bad.
Or even queen g3, queen h3. That's lost.
So,
Oh, it's lost.
no, bishop e3.
Queen e4 check.
Queen e4. Maybe king g1.
You are retaining.
I don't want to.
I
I don't want to give you open files for your rooks. And Amruta, here's a very important point that people should know: is whether do you take the bishop or you keep the bishop somehow. So guys, do write in the chat take or keep. I want to see what is your would you take the bishop or would you keep the bishop?
Keep.
Keep. Wow, the entire chat is like keep. It's so right, guys, because you need more pieces on the board here. Once you take it, this is actually defendable for white. You know, white can defend it because his weakness is covered. The rooks cannot be now moved away. But if you keep the bishop is a very pesky creature. He'll be like coming from here, attacking this. Suddenly this rook will hang. It all looks pretty dangerous. So rook 3 e2 has happened.
Yeah, so he is going to play queen d3. Do you think this game will end before 40th move, like clearly lost, dead lost?
It's almost dead lost, Amruta, right now. Because after, as we saw, queen d3, bishop e3, bishop f6, how do you protect this 2 pawns? It's not easy. Let's say you push c5 and you say that I'm okay with losing this pawn. Then suddenly I have bishop c3 hitting your rook and suddenly I'm going to win this material. So you are losing at so many different levels. This pawn, this bishop moving in. It's just insane.
Right. Nice. He played queen d3. He did play queen d3. I think bishop e3, Rapo will play quickly. You know, Rapo, with such a creative style, and which is also very similar to Nepo in a way. He was really the one who could beat Nepo with some crazy play, but it didn't happen. If that doesn't happen, then the other opponents, where it is way more predictable, it's very hard to beat that, to have that breakthrough against Nepo.
But today, you know, Amruta, what is Nepo's biggest strength is, by the way, bishop e3 has happened, is that his opening preparation is so good.
Correct.
That his opponents are, like for example, if he was so well prepared here,
then I think anybody else like Karwana or somebody else would have taken a draw there.
Yeah.
So Rapo went to win. That is the reason, one reason where I really want to see the Rapo ladder, you know, which should generally, you are such a fighter and it should only land you at a good spot in future because of this ability. But will it or not?
I think
it's a long-term thing.
In chess, you see how he quickly moved. Nepo took exactly 30 seconds to decide not to take anything and put his bishop back here, which is why we can feel his strength in this tournament, that he's not just making the right moves, he's making them very quickly, and he's able to find these best moves so quick.
Nightmare says it will be boring as well as interesting to see another Magnus versus Nepo.
I think it reminds me a lot about Vishy Anand versus Magnus Carlsen. Because in 2013, if you were following the match, Carlsen won the match quite in a one-sided way. The match ended in just 10 games, if I'm not mistaken. It was 6.5, 3.5. And then Anand won the candidates again, and then he challenged Magnus for another match in 2014, and that one was closer, but Magnus once again won it. So I feel that Nepo again winning this candidates is a little bit similar to that, right?
Ah, yes, absolutely. In fact, it's not even like before this few rounds, we would not even predict that Nepo would be leading it in such a manner. Definitely didn't
No, I
feel
think
that.
I think the main thing which is helping him is his World
Correct.
Championship preparation, because
Preparation, not just chess, I think in general also he became more solid and steady, and in general his calmness also was seen in the press conferences. So psychologically, a lot of ways, you know, Sagar, a lot of things. It's not just a match, it's so much learning. Vignesh asks, has taking a break for 6 months made Alireza's decision making slower? Ah,
yeah, it's quite possible. I think he's not playing at his top gear. By the way, even here, I thought we thought that h5 h4 would have been a very interesting plan. He goes queen h5, h3, rook a d8, queen c2, and now knight to e4. The thing with
oh,
Alireza that I keep feeling is that he's like this very special player. He's like this chosen one, and just like how Gary Kasparov was, and when he must have imagined that in 1984 when he played this match with Karpov, where the first one to win 6 games becomes the world champion, and they had, after I think just a handful of games, Kasparov had lost 5 games in a row. Not in a row, but there were draws. He had won no game. Then he won the first game, then the second game, then the third game. So he made a comeback.
yeah.
And I always think of this example as something which really strong players are able to do, who are, they learn on the go. They learn very quickly. So I'm hoping that Alireza also reaches there.
Ah, so you are considering the first half of the candidates tournament will be more like a learning, and the second half of it for Alireza might be completely different. That's a possibility because it's almost like one tournament.
Yeah.
Should be a, but also Sagar, in this position itself, Alireza is getting F5 ideas, which is so like him, and it could definitely create a lot of tension. So
I
this
was
is
thinking he might
getting
just put
interesting
his
now.
knight on c5 from where it cannot be disturbed.
Okay. Possible, but if he wants to go f5, then he may want this knight on f6 in the future.
f5. I'm
And
just a
f5
bit
is
worried about this diagonal opening up, but I don't know if I should be. Yeah, this looking interesting. f5 move, and Alireza has 25 minutes to make remaining 15 moves, while Nepo has 37 minutes. Let's
let's
quickly
see
move.
Nepo's, no, not Nepo, Ding.
This is
Ding,
Ding,
yes.
Ding Firuza.
Let's see Nepo because
Karwana.
if it is getting over for a moment, if we go back to Nepo's game.
I went queen c4. Okay.
Asim says Nepo and h5 checkmate. Love story this candidates.
He took on a7. He took h3, king g1, queen g3. You can't block because of e1 hanging.
So only two moves, na? King f1 and king h1.
Yeah.
Whatever you play, I think h3 without any doubt.
h3 is coming, according to you. King f1. And now h3. Oh. h2, h1 direct queen ही हो जाएगा यार.
Unstoppable. Even if king h1, h3, point is you can never go rook g2. Anyway, you can never go rook g2. ऐसे भी. Rook g1, if you go, then there is queen f3. King h2, there is bishop e5 mate. Rook g1.
Maybe rook f2.
Yeah, rook f2, that's why it's forced. So you stop queen f3.
Bishop e5. And
Okay,
now,
you don't have a direct threat, but
can I go like rook g1?
no, so h2, okay.
Attacks this.
The point is, white has no counter play. So one or two
Well,
moves, even if you
can I
attack
put
with
my
me.
bishop here and push a4, a5? Let's say I go rook e1. You take. This is bishop g3 also. That's why keeping this bishop has been a really helpful thing.
Correct. Queen g3. And now they are. Oh, he played king f1. How did he play king f1? Isn't that easier? h3 ke baad.
h3, h2. Maybe h3 there is bishop g1 or
Oh.
no, there's rook f2. h2, king e2, huh? Ooh.
Oh. King on e2. Okay, he's not worried about perpetual anyway. But still, maybe that king on e2 at least feels कि mate तो नहीं हो जाऊंगा वो कोपरे में.
Kopre?
कोपरे में. Blunder. Sagar has found a blunder.
I think I should check and then go back and defend this.
Hmm.
Okay, it's something you have to do
It's
slowly.
gonna
He plays
take a
h3.
bit
He
of-
plays h3
Yeah,
anyway.
h3 is obvious. 2 hours for Nepo now. And 2 hours Nepo can watch a movie and come back. 1.5 hours ka.
Hikaru.
Queen c6. I think he's still thinking. Duda is still thinking. Sometimes you want to find how to get advantage, and that takes away a lot of time.
Yeah. Also a lot of energy.
Correct.
I think here rook c1 would be a big error. Guys, can you find the winning move for black? Rook c1.
Nice question. Anup, Mitul, Fast, Curious, Anurag, Madhu, Poonam, Shesha, Jay, Harsh, Tindalnathan, Shauna, संतोष, आगम, ताइब, आशीष. कोई गलत जवाब दे ही नहीं रहा है सागर.
Yeah, rook e1. Well done, guys. Excellent job. Rook e1 check. And if rook takes e1, I have queen takes c3. And then rook takes e8, bishop takes. And if you play king g2 here, then rook c1 is somehow both defending each other and you are a rook up. So can't play rook c1. I think most likely will take and take.
No, I doubt he won't take. But he won't play rook c1, but he won't take. Of course, not
Queen
easy to
c5.
hold. Queen c5 is a
Threatening queen
possibility.
d5.
Is there any ways agar I can think of queen f3 with the ideas of king g2, h5 in the future, or you just have simply rook e1 check, and maybe it's dangerous for
Maybe
me.
take here is the idea.
You directly put pressure here with the idea of rook e1 and queen f1. See? Oh, risky. Got it.
Oh, he's
So
played
queen
queen
c5.
c5.
Queen c5 is at least doesn't allow that.
No, if you take here, then dc5 and
that would be very strong.
dc5. What is happening? Amruta? dc5.
d5 मर रहा है ना. अच्छा, no, what? Black is okay here. d4 आ रहा है क्या? Or are you attacking rook a1? Or are you going?
Yeah, rook a1.
You cannot even go rook d5 because of bishop c6. And if knight d5, you go rook a3.
So let's see how this game develops. Going back
Remove
to
chat screen. अच्छा.
Ding versus Alireza. Ooh, rook c d1, knight c3, queen c3. I think Alireza should be okay here, but also Ding. So yeah, this seems around equal. One question for me definitely is what happens to queen takes e2.
Oh, nice question.
And guys, what should white
Nice.
play? White to move.
Nightbot says 3000 hello chat. Well done. Nightbot is very encouraging.
So what's the move? Let me see. What is the suggestion here given by our chat? Knight f5, guys. That I
Yes.
expected from you. But it is not the best answer. The
Oh.
right answer is given by Moses, Himanshi, Jibitesh, Balaji, and Abhinav Garg. So Amruta,
क्या
what the
बात कर रहे हो? मेरा
the
भी
move
knight
is?
f5 था.
No, the problem with knight f5 is that
Oh
here
my god. It's so bad.
you can give a check and
Oh, lose
somehow
the piece na. f5 गया
this
ना.
is
Queen f3 if
attack.
I go. 1 second. Queen c4.
Queen f3.
Queen c4.
No.
No?
Take.
Oh, knight e5 check and knight c4. क्या?
Check and win this pawn.
Oh.
So the right move
It
here
was such a superficial thought, Sagar. Knight, oh, मिल गया knight f5 आ रहा है, उधर mate है.
is rook d2.
And
Attack
all of
here.
them fell for it. How many people got it wrong? Knight f5 was like
Many people.
28 people.
So queen h5 and now you go rook f d1. Now there is no way to defend this easily.
Nice.
And it's also pinned. You can't move it. And if you play rook e7, now I was thinking that we can go.
Sagar, we have got a result.
Huh.
We've got a result. Shark
Oh.
Nepo.
Oh, Nepo Mnyashi beats
Fabiano Karwana. No, sorry. Richard. Richard. Richard Rappo.
his name is Rapport.
Rapport.
You are saying Rappo.
Rappo. But Nakamura ko Naka. Nepo Mniachi ko Nepo. तो Rapport ko Rappo.
It's fine. h3, bishop g1, and now came the move bishop h4, and he resigned.
Acha, he resigned only.
I think mainly his problem is queen f3 check.
Bishop f2 ko h2.
Huh.
Oh, he can't stop it. And if you e3 here, Sagar queen g2 it. Take h4. And if bishop h2 here, 1 second. Rook f2, queen h. Bishop h2.
So this does not work here, and that's why he resigned here, which means Nepo has now moved to
Wow, 5.5.
5.5 out of 7.
Virat
At halfway
Kohli.
mark, he has 4 wins and 3 draws. Wow. What a play by Jan Nepomniachtchi. This is amazing, guys. Moving on now, Duda has to play. And by the way, Nakamura has given a check. Rook e1 takes. And we have close to 14 moves to make. 29 minutes for Nakamura, 22 minutes for Jan Krzysztof Duda. King g2 or king h2. These are the two moves. Both seem okay. And the main problem is that I'm going to win your pawn. But if you take and I take, then suddenly d5 is still weak. But Amruta, I can always go here and attack your a3 weakness.
Yeah, that's why maybe it looks like my king should be on h2 for the moment. But in the pin, when we are thinking about the pin is not just for the king on h2, but also for the square on h1, where it will be a mate.
So what Amruta is
trying really matter much.
Trying to say is that if king h2 here, and black takes,
just as an example,
and goes rook a1 and then rook d5, then in comes bishop c6, and if you move the rook, then it's a mate in one with rook h1 check. So that's how this square is very powerful.
Yeah.
So king g2.
Yeah, so he played king g2 because as well it doesn't really matter much. And he took on c5. He's taken on c5.
He took, and I think
Now he
Amruta,
will take with the b pawn
it
or
would
d
do
pawn.
it would do him well to take with the b pawn, although taking with the d pawn looks the most natural.
Exactly, it's so natural.
But because when you take here, then rook a1 is very powerful.
Tell me one thing: if you take with the d pawn and b pawn, sorry, still rook a1. Now what is the difference?
Yeah, now the main problem is that the d pawn is not a passed pawn, so you don't
Okay.
have to worry about it. So I can go rook d3, then later rook e3 and try to infiltrate. You don't have that much play.
Matlab if this pawn was here, you had d4 maybe. So if I see here, if I go here and for rook a1, let's say I try to defend, maybe you have a move like d4.
No, you have bishop b5 first.
That you will have anyway, right?
No. But then d4, bishop b5,
Huh?
rook e3 now.
Where do I go with my rook? Then you have d4. And if I go rook b3, then anyway you have d4.
Yeah, so mainly is that
nice.
main point is that I don't want to give you a passer, and it might seem that this pawn on
Not
d5
just that, Sagar, after d4, bishop c6 is also a strong threat. Again, as we discussed.
So I think b takes c5 is a must here. Going to quickly between Rajabov and Karwana here, Amruta, it's time pressure time, because he went firstly queen d3, queen b4, bishop b3, knight d4, queen
that's
c4,
what-
take, rook c8, bishop d3.
Oh, 18 minutes, 18 moves. Matlab every minute pe he has to make a move. 1.5 minutes maybe.
Yeah, and Rajabov handling his time well, but his position is slightly worse because he is a pawn down.
Yeah, slightly worse, but still active, yeah. Also, this has a great chance of going into an opposite colored bishop if these two knights get exchanged. So bishop d3. And Raja is thinking right now, what should he play? Most probably the natural idea looks good, which is rook e8, where you always have this back rank pressure as well. Okay, what about Alireza? Did he try to go anything like
Did he try to go crazy?
f5? Yes. Yeah, he played b5. Actually, Sagar, Alireza is going to have one passed pawn on the queen side. Isn't it a big deal? Because that pawn can really start pushing. Whereas this pawn here on e2 is completely inside the house. कोई
But
chance ही नहीं घर के बाहर
b5
आने
could
का.
also be a weakness, Amruta. So let's say cb.
Rook b1.
Yeah, rook b1, suppose.
How do I defend rook b8? Is one idea.
Yeah, and this might be the position, like equal type.
But your knight cannot move because e2 is weak. I am threatening knight e4, even where you have to be careful about threats like knight f2. And I would have really loved if I could get h4, Sagar.
Yeah.
Okay, but I think Alireza has maybe practical chances slightly more than
Sure.
Ding. We can say that.
I would say it's around equal.
Okay. About Hikaru.
He took with the b pawn. That's a
Yeah,
good
he
move.
took with the b-pawn. It was very important, very critical. I think right now what black will directly do is not go rook a1. First he will stop rook d3 here and then threaten rook a1. This is how he could continue. It's not easy for white to, keep his advantage because everywhere it's all tactics. If you take here, it's a blunder. So tactically black is always being very much well defended.
Yeah, also bishop b5 is such a nice move because you are controlling the knight. It cannot come back anymore. Also, this is not hanging. It's not easy for white to make progress here as to what move to play. But I'm sure there's something or the other that he can do. But what is the question? Oh, he
Shashank
goes-
says Nepo won his game with this game by gaining 26 seconds on his clock. Oh, that's first time, kya? More than 2 hours you have.
Yeah.
And 20. That's a nice observation. Abhishek says T is silent in name report. No, T is not silent. It's report.
So he goes bishop c6, Amruta. Hikaru goes a little bit passive, then an active move. But he's asking white
That's
that I
fine.
have full trust in my position. you try to figure a way out. So if you go knight d3 in
Yeah.
order to go to the e5 square, then rook a1, knight e5 and rook a3 basically have to have
This is
compensation.
good for black, no?
Yeah, you have compensation as white, but not enough.
No, not at all. I would never want to give that a pawn. That to rook pawn. मतलब एक तो rook pawn भी गया. It's a full tense situation. I can't even consider this. Practically, it will be a chaos. Okay, so he's thinking. I am quickly going to Raja's game once again. He has gone knight c6. That's also a pretty cool move, in fact.
His idea is knight b4, perhaps.
Yeah, knight b4 looks very strong, and then there is bishop c3 also hanging in the air.
So he played bishop e4 now.
Bishop e4. That's a good idea again. So maybe rook h8 with the idea of taking on c3 and winning the piece on e4. So rook h8 looks good. But if rook h8, white would simply defend his bishop and stop the idea of bishop c3 again. Then you can go knight e5 with the idea of knight c4. Whenever you have a knight on c3 and pawn on b2, guys, also with the bishop on this diagonal, always the knight on c4 is very irritating. Vice versa, white's knight on c5 with black pawn on b7 and knight on c6. So knight e5 with the idea of knight c4
Here
is pretty strong.
Nimzovich has a very nice move. So what he says is that look, at some point when he will take, this will open up. So here make a mysterious rook move by Nimzovich, white to play.
Mysterious.
They were called mysterious rook moves because you would put your rook on squares which would make no sense.
Yes.
But you are basically expecting your opponent to make a move or capture something which will open up the path of the rook.
But there was a whole chapter on this, and with this move, there were so many games thematically. Yes, very well remembered and explained, Sagar.
Look at this. Our chat is beautifully answering this. Jai Solanki, Dipesh Sokhal, Akash Sutaria, Aishan Ali, Alishan Ali, and Amol Gayatkar, Nilesh Jadial, Sendil Nathan, and Kamal Vijay Ram. So you play your rook to b1, and after knight c4, you put the other rook to d7. And what happens is that now, if I take ever on c3 and take back, then my rook opens up.
It's nice. It's really nice.
So this mysterious rook move is something to keep in mind.
In fact, Sagar, I remember in that mysterious rook move, there was one more move when your rook already was on c1 or some other place and it goes to a1, where on b3 there were supposed to be exchanges. Very. Vaibhav Singh says, "Sir, I came to play at the Chess Base Club today. I got so engrossed in my games that I forgot to meet you." Well, that's also good news, you got engrossed in your games.
Yeah, I'm very happy when people play a lot of games. Yeah, how to play here?
Blindfold Chess says, "Very good stream. Love the CBI club today."
Thank you, Abhijit.
Yeah, tell me, Sagar. Do you want to get some rest?
Yeah, I'll come back in 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, guys, I'll come back in 5 minutes. Yeah.
Hello. It has been a very heavy day. Okay. So we are at, let's look, we saw this game right now. Let's move to Firuza's game. He played queen b5. He did not take with the, he did not, 1 second. There was a different thing itself. For b5, actually white did not take on b5. Ding played g4. An intermezzo was added here. So Firuza played queen c5. Let's say if he would go a move like rook g5 or something, Then the whole point is, guys, because of the move g4, he gets time to go knight f5. Look at this. What an interesting way to create play it would have been. And if black would try to take on c4, then I would like to ask all of you, what should white play here? What should white play here? Poonam K says, I'm underrated but far strong, beating players up to 1800. Where could I find FIDE tournaments in the central India? Poonam, you can check out the Chessbiz India calendar. We have a lot of tournaments listed there, and you will be able to. There are a lot of tournaments which happen in around central India, so for sure you'll find something which fits in. Well, I am gonna go to chat chess moves, and there are few people who have found Shaunu, Kamal, Monil, Sarfaraj, Dhruv, Som, VC Gaming, Suraj, Amol, and Tejas. Well done, guys. The move is f4 and the queen is trapped. Let's not forget this knight on f5 was controlling these two squares. But if queen g6, then there is knight e7 and it's a fork. You win the queen. So going back, that was a very nice move by Ding, actually trying to insert this g4 idea. So Alireza went queen c5, c takes b5, Ding went with queen b5 here, queen b5, cb5, and this is right now they are clearly entering the endgame here. Most probably he'll take on d8, takes rook b1, attack this pawn. Now the question will be, as Sagar said, whether this pawn is going to be a passed pawn or a weakness after rook b8. It's going to be a very important question. Also, knights are the best blockaders right now. Knight c2, and if a move like knight d5 is played, the advantage with white is that his king is way more active than black king anyway. So the pawn is not going to be something like a danger. This should probably end in a draw. That's about Firuza, and we are at this position. Let's move to Raja's game, because over there it was very interesting. Oh, that has happened in the game, guys. After bishop d3, as we were discussing, knight c6, bishop e4, he went rook h e8, f3 was played because bishop c3 and rook e4 was the threat, and now Raja played rook e7. He played rook e7 here, did not go for any such ideas right now. Actually, he went rook e7. Okay, it's a little bit of passive because this open file is clearly blocked and you don't really have a way to open it as of now. So for sure he wants to either go rook c7 and double his rooks. That's his plan, because there's a pressure on the c3 knight since a long time. And knight e5, knight c4 would also be strong there. So most probably that's his idea. And white, actually, as Sagar mentioned, a mysterious rook move right now would be a very good idea. So rook b1 would be definitely a good idea, but even if he doesn't play that, rook a d1 is just a very simple move to play, taking the control of the d file and going to 7th rank, even if it means exchanging one pair of rooks. That's going to be fine. Namisha says, Amruta ma'am, when is the CBI club exactly? It's on Saturday 5 to 7 p.m. guys. You could come a little bit earlier also. Okay. So that's where we are. Rook e7, 15 minutes with Fabi and 15 moves. So it's like he is taking 1.5 minutes per move average. When he will be left with 5 moves, he'll have 5 minutes. But most probably what happens is there is the moves in between where you take more than 1.5 minutes. So in that case, we can expect the 35 to move number 40 to be quite heavy time pressure here in this game. Let's say that. Okay, so going to Firuza's game. Has anything... Oops, lag, guys. Very sorry for that. Please wait for a moment. Some internet. We are back. We are back, guys. Yes. Thank you for staying up there. Nakamura's game. Going back to Nakamura's game. Still yeah. Guys, we are back. Guys, we are back. Very sorry. I think some issue in the internet, but now I think it's gone. Okay, look what has happened here. After Queen's Bishop c6, White has played Rook e2. Actually, Duda has challenged the Rook because he believes that the Rook endgame will be Knight versus Bishop, which will be much easier to play, and there won't be any threats on the light squares against this king. So Rook e2 is interesting, but of course Nakamura will not be taking it. Nakamura will go Rook d1, trying to attack the d4 pawn here, and you cannot save it with the Rook because both the squares are controlled. The only way to protect would be to go Knight e6 here. Knight e6. But I am really wondering what will Duda do for Bishop d7. Bishop d7. You cannot move the knight because you will lose the d4 pawn. Let's say you kind of improve your king position, or you go Rook e5 attacking the pawn on d5, but Rook e5, Bishop e6, Rook e6 and King f7 trying to stop Rook e8 check and Rook e7 ideas. Rook d6 anyway reviving that idea. Rook takes d4, and we will land up in such an endgame with check, King e6, Rook takes b7. Oh, it's kind of going to lead towards... That has happened, by the way. Knight e6 has happened, so we are going to go to a Rook endgame if Naka plays Bishop d7. Because if Naka does not play Bishop d7, let's say he plays a move like King f7, it's not a good idea, guys. It's not a good idea because there is a possibility of Knight d8 check, Knight c6, Knight d8 check. Where will you go with the king? King goes to f8. Wow, if king goes to f8, guys, the point is you again cannot take on d4 because there is a check and a fork is always there. So you can improve your king position here, which is a great idea. And if this king by chance gets a possibility to enter through king f4, king e5, it's going to be another piece and black is going to be in solid trouble. So that's not something which Nakamura will ever allow. Let's see what he plays. He will play Bishop d7 and I think go into a Rook endgame. Abhinav asks, will you play bullet tonight after the rounds end? Well, let's see if Sagar is there, maybe. But today he's very tired, so maybe not. I don't know. Also, it depends on when the rounds complete, yeah. All the time when I played bullet, I think the rounds ended a little bit sooner. This game is going towards a draw. 11 minutes with Duda and 10 moves to make. Let's look at Firuza's game. Knight e8, Knight d5. Okay, he's gone Knight e8 here. In fact, what is the idea? Why Knight e8? I mean, he had a lot of other ideas to bring his king. So he chose Knight e8. For Knight d5, he played f6. So basically, he wants to play it safe. Yeah, he wants to go King f7. He wants to go Knight d6, protect the pawn on b5, get his king. slowly get his king even near this pawn and try to use that outside passer advantage. Basically, that is what black wants to do. So we have to see whether how white is going to be able to pressurize with his pawn majority here. Is he going to plan anything like f4, f5, or is he going to go e4, f4, try for e5 in the future, or is he going to just bring his king here? Which looks the best though? King f3, king e3, king d4. He may win the pawn. We have to see, but as far as we know the solid play by Ding, he will play king f3, king e3 with those ideas. Okay, in Raja's game, Karwana has played rook a d1. He is not taken much time. Oh, he's down to 13.5 minutes. Okay. And Raja is thinking, he's thinking whether he should go rook c7 or whether he has any other ideas. To stop rook d7, he may consider a move like knight e5. But in any case, white can exchange the rook either way with rook d8. So it's the 7th or 8th rank. But here rook d8 and it should be okay. Okay, so 40 moves, yeah, 40 moves, time pressure. Guys, do you play under time pressure when you are playing your practice games? How does it happen in the last 1 or 2 minutes? Is it like you cannot think at all, or you generally blunder at that time, or what kind of a player are you? Your opponent comes under time pressure majorly. Would like to know. Do write in the chat. Well, there is other ideas of just trying to improve, though they're not the best, but going h5, h4, the typical ideas. Go to Hikaru's game. Let me go to Hikaru's game. Oh, yeah, he for bishop d7 he played knight d8. Okay, he did not keep the knight on e6. So the question is right now, what happens for rook d4? Wow. For rook d4, there is rook e7, and that's a great amount of play for white which he has found. What an idea Duda has found. This is totally brilliant, guys. The way he's trying to create play for himself, it's truly nice. Bishop c6, you defend, you try to defend, and then anyway knight takes b7 here. The point is, if you play bishop b7, rook b7, yes, this is rook endgame, rook c4, I am attacking the c5 pawn. If rook a7, there is rook c5. This should be a draw even, I think, even without, no, because the king is cut off, so this pawn would be important. But this would be a draw. King f3, then there is d4. Yeah, and you could try rook d5 and d3. So this should be a draw still. After bishop c6, if you take on b7, and you'll have to take on b7. If you don't take, and let's say if you go rook c7, trying to put pressure here, maybe a move like rook c4 could be strong. Anyway, knight c6, bc6, guys, rook c5 would be a big blunder because of white to play and win. Very quickly asking the chat, white to play and win. Venkat says it doesn't matter if I have less time. Many times I'm under pressure and opponent starts playing. Ketan says, I lose before getting into last minute. Chris says, blunder without time pressure also. Okay, interesting, guys. Nice. Oh, everyone has found it. Knight e7, Dhruv, Mahatva, Abhinav, Yash, Madhusudan, Vaibhav, Mohammad, Anamika, Sanskar, and Alishan. Well done, guys. You have found the right answer. The move is knight e7 and there is a discovered check here. You lose the rook. So that's why it will not work. So what he, oops. So what over here, black will, that's why I have to take on c6 and then you take on c6 with the rook. So this pawn starts pushing itself, d4, king f3, king f7, king e2 and rook c3, and this should again end in a draw. The rook endgame should end in a draw. We'll have a look at it in detail later, but right now knight d8 is played and it's black to play. Nakamura is thinking the best way to continue for him would be to go king f8 also, but of course bishop c6 and rook d4 would also be equal for sure. Going to Raja's game, a lot of moves have, no, this is Alireza's game, but a lot of moves have happened here. I think he played knight d5, f6, e4. Ding started with e4 as we were discussing what is he going to do with his pawn majority. We were expecting king f3, king e3, but no, he started with e4, king f7 and f4. Absolutely no time to wait. He says, I want to start pushing my pawns. King e6, king f3. Already you can see the knight is on a very nice outpost supported by the pawn, cannot be kicked away, controlling the squares. Also at some point this check is going to be a 4. Black doesn't allow it. Black wants to go king d6, king c5, and he wants to start pushing the pawn. One important thing is, even if black's king reaches c5, the rook on b4 does not need to move, it is defended. So what is black's idea? He would try to go rook 8, rook a4, because by hook or back rook he would want his pawn to be pushed. That's the whole idea. Can Alireza put pressure on Ding? Alireza has 8 minutes, only 3 to 4 moves to make, not a big deal. Definitely possible to make it in such a endgame position. Natural moves are there. Yeah, so that's the reason king d6. White is thinking, if he goes king e3, let's say if I want to consider king e3, king c5, now I have to do something. Let's say if I go king d3, oh, what can black think of? Black has a very interesting move to think. It's not like he's getting any advantage or something like that, but just the move in itself to consider is so interesting, guys. There's a crazy move to consider. Any guesses? Any guesses? Just for the pattern and just for the beauty of it, though it's not like winning or something, but I would like you to give me a suggestion for black here. There's black to play. I'm asking a move for black. Knight e7, knight c7 are white to play, guys. Those are... Yes, we have got a few people, only 2 people. Aditya Purushottaman and Jagrit Saraf. F5. Just look at the pattern, the crazy pattern. You cannot take with the pawn because you lose the knight. So that's deflection there. And if you take with this pawn, again knight f6, there is a deflection there. If you take here, then you lose the rook. Of course, you can go back rook b1, which you must go back. And then there is knight d5, ed5. There is king d5, there is b4 because you can take this later as well. But the whole point is, as I said, yeah, it may not be winning or something, but just this idea that sometimes to consider such ideas like f5, where there is such a solid bind. These are like the find a best move wala thing at the right time. So we should know the patterns for sure. So yeah, king d6, and we are at this position and we are looking at king e3 and all. But white can simply go back rook b2 as well, and it's a question for black. If he goes king c5, then you get rook c2 check, and if the king comes in, then there is, do you have a perpetual like thing? King c4 check, you can't go king b4, and if king b3, then the rook goes in, rook c6. Oh, this looks a little scary, but something like this would be a possibility. That's what the computer says. Okay, very quickly, can we move to the other games as well? Let's go to Temu versus Fabi. Is there any progress which has happened? Rook d1, he played h6 here. He's gone h6, he did not go rook c7, nor he moved the knight away. So, rook d7, as we discussed, was a possibility with white. He can exchange one rook anytime, one pair of rooks. King f2 is also a nice move, improving the king position here. We will see. 8 minutes for Raja. Now he's used more time than Karwana. Oh my god, 8 minutes and 14 moves. That's almost getting double moves. Okay, and what's up in Duda versus, have they yeah, they have gone into the rook endgame. Rook d4, rook e7 was played. Bishop c6, takes, rook c7, and we were discussing this position here. So you can play rook d3 here. If you go rook c4, then there is rook c6, d4 also possible. But rook d3 is way more simpler because you're attacking the a3 pawn. And if a4, go a5, and if rook c6, go rook a3. Cannot save this pawn. It's going to be a, if rook d6, you can go rook a4. Yeah, this should be a draw. Okay, so Duda versus Nakamura is going towards a very clear, it's simplifying and it's definitely going to be a draw. I don't think anybody is going to find anything. In fact, they played a few moves. Rook c4 has, sorry, rook a4 has happened, not rook c4. Rook takes c6. He took on a3 now. Rook takes a3, and he may play rook d6, and we will be seeing something like rook c3. So this for sure is going towards a draw. Raja's game, Fabi is having clear advantage. We have to see, he played rook c7. This rook has moved to c7. Raja is not allowing that pair of exchange. He's still not allowing that exchange. But white can play slowly. White can play h3 ideas. h3 के बाद what? g4 looks a little scary to weaken the dark squares. Actually, it is not so easy to find clear moves because it's like you have an advantage. Dhire dhire you have to keep improving your position. That's what white has to do. Like he has to go rook d6. Abhi और थोड़ा extra pressure on c6 here. Yeah. Why can't Opasa? Opasa cannot happen because for Opasa to happen, the pawn needs to be pushed from the 7th rank to the 5th rank. Like here, if g5 comes, then there is Opasa. Okay, so rook d6 is a nice move. Actually, I'm liking this move for Fabi. The other idea which I would really like for Fabi is just to keep the rook on d3, defend the c3 knight here, and slowly take away the important squares from this knight on c6. He played rook fight d2. He played rook d2. But what idea does it have? Again, improving the position, vacating the square. Knight d5 is a strong threat. It's a fork. Is it forced? Do you need to take it here? Or you need to go knight b4? But if you go knight b4, then there could be a3 maybe. A3, there is bishop c3. So knight b4 is a possibility. And bishop takes c3, b takes c3. Knight e5 could be a possibility. This looks possible, though it is simplifying the things, but there are these isolated pawns and your knight has a strong blockading square here on c4. So definitely I think it can be considered. The fear can be if the white rooks double on the 8th rank. That could be a fear, but no, your king is safe. Your king can come out and it's pretty safe. So it's fine. He has played bishop c3. Raja has played bishop c3. That's the reason if this rook would have gone to d3 for bishop c3, Fabi would have had rook c3, and it was important to have this nice pawn structure sustained because it was possible. Yeah, it was not something which was so difficult. Hence, rook d3 was a better idea. Anyway, bishop c3, bc3, and Raja has played knight e5. We are at this position. Fabi is thinking. The last few moves have been played quickly. Both of them have around 7 minutes. And how many moves to make? 11 moves. Yeah, he makes rook c1. This is giving Raja very, very good chances for slowly attaining the compensation because the knight on the dark square, definitely this knight is very well placed. Raja time is very low. Knight d5 is a threat. Yeah. Oh, by the way, we have a result. Nakamura, Duda versus Nakamura has ended in a draw here, which we saw rook a3, rook d6, rook c3, rook d5, a5, c6, a4, rook a5, a3, c7, rook c7, and he would capture this. This is a draw. So two games have ended in a one game has ended in a draw. Duda versus Naka, Rapo versus Nepo game. Nepo beat Rapo. Beautiful game. Ding versus Firuza is going on right now. After king d6, white played rook b1. Knight c7 was played with the offer to go into a rook endgame. But Ding said no, I want to retain the knights. Rook a8 here has been played and white is thinking. White has a few ideas here. One is to go rook d1 check. One is to go rook d1 check. If king c5, rook c1, and if king b4, then there is rook c7 where you are attacking these two pawns as well. So this is one idea. There's one more idea which is interesting, that is e5, and if takes, sorry. If takes, then first there is rook d1 check here again. If you go king e6, there is f5. And if you go king f6, then there is rook d6 check. But this goes a little bit into some kind of complications. King e7, then you try to go rook d3, then you want rook d3, and then you want to get your king ahead using this e5 weakness. But this, I doubt if Ding will go for this in time pressure. I doubt. Oh, he has played e5. What are you saying? He has played e5. That is amazing. This is still equal, guys, but this gives some chances that Alireza has to find accurate moves. Because fe5, fe5, rook d1. One more thing is, if Alireza goes king c5, then there is knight d3 check. And if king d6 or whatever, then there is knight e5 check. So he recovers the pawn. But e5 is a very interesting move, and I think in time pressure it's a good try. Your opponent needs to think. Alireza takes on e5. This check has been given. Rook d1 right now. It's a question now to Alireza. Will you go king c5 or will you go king e6? These are the two options with 3 minutes in hand. Whereas Ding has completed 40 moves and has got 1 hour. So this is the 40th move. After which Alireza will also get some more time. Wow. At least that's a good amount of play which Ding has created. Okay, let's see what happens here and what is happening in Raja versus Karwana. Oh, Raja's time has also come down to 4 minutes. What were the last few moves here? We saw at Rook c1, f6 was played. F6 a little bit too early, not so early, didn't need it. King g3, King g3, King a7, Rook d4. The bar is constantly going up and down, up and down. Rook d4 is absolutely not a good idea which was suggested. In fact, guys, I want to really ask you a question. There was a very nice plan with white. White had a very beautiful plan with white. Can you tell me the move for white? Can you tell me the move? What I mean, it's a plan which you'll feel very happy when you play it in the game. You'll feel happy even if you find it. Oh, Riken Soni, Rakshit Singh, Satvik Goel, Chinmay Mishra, Zaid Kamali, Sayandeep Ghosh. Absolutely right. A beautiful plan would be King h4 with the idea of King h5 and later eyeing for King g6. It would be simply an amazing plan because even, ideas like g4 and h4, a lot of ideas would be possible with that. But just a beautiful plan. Yeah, your king is a piece in the endgame wala plan. He played rook d4 here. The other possibilities, if you didn't want to go king g4, yeah, rook d4 is possible. Rook c5 was played. The bar suggests actually to exchange one rook here. No, wait, rook. Ah, got it. The bar suggests this but does not understand. Because he suggests this, and as soon as this move is played, he's not happy. Yeah, he's not happy. He says it's not a problem. You can simply go rook c d1. You cannot take here because this is a problem. If you take, there is cd4. So it means it's a difficult position. Guys, it's a difficult position for sure. Rook c5, Raja plays. King h4. Anyway, he started. Fabi started with this plan. Rook c7. Nice. Direct threat of rook takes c3. Fabi ignores. King h5. And he plays b5. Is there no threat of rook c3? 1 second. Let's just check what happens for rook c3. Why does it not work? Rook c3 is not a good move because of, guys, what happens now? What should white play now? If black would have captured on c3, what should white play? Yes, Mahish, Indu Shekhar, Swagato Vatsal, AVR Tech, Sayandeep, Jay, Shriya, Jyoti and Satvik, you guys are right. There comes f4 and as we know this king is on h5 waiting to go king g6. So this knight has to leave the control of the square and king g6 would be crushing by capturing the pawns. So not rook c3 because the threat is f4 here. So for king h5, what did, for rook c5, what did he play? King h4, rook c7, king h5. He played b5. Anyway, f4. Anyway, the same idea right now. Black is in trouble. Raja is definitely in big trouble. 34 moves. He has to make 6 moves in 2 minutes. 6 moves in 2 minutes. He goes knight d7 now. He goes knight d7 so that for king g6 there is knight f8 check and the king will have to go back because both f7 and h7 will be controlled. So but looking at white's pieces already, and now this bishop as well on such an open diagonal, doesn't look good for Raja at all. And 40 moves are just 6 moves away. So let's see what Fabi will play. He could go bishop d5. These are the weak squares here. He could go g4. That's also a possibility. g4 protects the f5 pawn, and then your bishop is free otherwise as well. But I like bishop d5 because it has some options to go to e6 here. Also defend f5. Very strong move. Bishop d5 is very strong. I'm sure Fabi will play that. Very quickly checking out Firuza's game. Last move. What did he play? 40th move. Rook d1 check. Oh, he went king e7. He was actually, if you guys see his time, he was down to 5 seconds when he made this decision. He would have definitely been confused between king c5, but then you don't have time to calculate a few things with knight d3, knight d5. He goes king e7, and now there is knight e7 check. So if king e6, doesn't he have any perpetual check ideas with knight d8? No, there is king f6, so there's no perpetual as such, but there is f5. And wow, Ding has created amazing play. He has found some amazing play. He also has time to calculate now. So this is the position. Firuza will think quite a lot here. 40 moves are over. I think the game to watch right now is definitely Fabi's game. Oh, very quickly they played f4, knight d7, rook d1 was played, knight b6, rook d3, and knight goes to a4. So c3 is hanging right now. There is no way you can stop knight c3 with this battery here. It's impossible. The way is to improve your piece position. So king g6 looks like the idea. He goes king g6. Knight c3, you want to move the bishop. Now if bishop d5, there is knight d5, I believe. If bishop d5, there would be, oh no, not knight e5, but there is knight e2 and your rook is hanging. And if you go here, there is knight, oh, there is a perpetual to the rook. Like a draw, yeah. And if you go rook b4 instead of rook d4, then there is a5 and then the same thing. a5, rook e4, knight c3. So he went bishop f3. He went bishop f3. He saved his bishop now. Oh, knight takes a2. Black is winning all the pawns, yet the engine really loves the white's position. Really loves white's position. Though there is a strong threat here. b4, knight c1, b3. I mean, it looks dangerous. This passer looks dangerous. Still, white is favored. Rook d7 is the move to play now, guys. He has to make the move rook d7 with the threat of king g7. But I'm sure that Raja is going to find counter player. Because if Fabi misses anything in time pressure, that's the whole point. In time pressure, if he misses something, then the pawn will get dangerous. Let's see. It's still very interesting. 39 moves. Only one move for Fabi to be found, yeah, for 40th move. And same for Raja. Only one move. Will things change? Will there be a twist of a tail? Knight c3. Yeah, now you want to take on g7. Rook g7 or king g7 both look okay. So that's an easy move for Fabi right now to play as a 40th move. Not much pressure. King g7 or rook g7 he will play, and then black will go b4. King goes to f6, then black will play b3. Maybe rook d2 to stop. Yeah, he goes king g7. The final move for Raja, and the time pressure part is over, guys. Both of them get 1 hour each. Time pressure is over. b4. But now this is the position, and if you already check this out, two pawns are hanging, king f6 and king h6. For sure your pawn is on f5, so you would closer to queening, so you would like to consider king f6. And if b3, you definitely want to stop this pawn with rook d2. You don't want it to be promoted. Rook d2, what's the way? Yeah, if you go knight a4 trying to play b2, then simply king g6. b2 is not a worry, because after bishop e4 you have to go knight c3 again. But simplifying the position, if you just simplify the position, wow, there's a very cool move here, guys. Cool move here. Bishop b1. I mean, it doesn't, I mean, there are a lot of other moves, but it's a cool move. Bishop b1, knight goes to a bad square, and then rook b2 with a tempo, and knight c3. And this position is winning for white. That's what we know. So your bishop, you just give it up for this passed pawn, and these many pawns are completely winning for you. You can just start pushing f6. f7 is also unstoppable. Oh, this is just crushing. Fabi is clearly winning, yeah, because his plan is super clear. Wow. So we are at this position of b4 after 40 moves, and Fabi is gonna take some time. He may even calculate and finish the game. That's also possible. He has right now king f6 possible, and yeah, that's the most natural way to continue. Or maybe take and then king f6. What about Firuza? Any progress there? No. After knight c6, Firuza is also thinking it's already been 7 minutes. So we will try to understand this position. One second, wrong pick on top right. Let me. This is Raja and this is Ding. Yeah, this is Ding's position here. And 40 moves are over. I think the guys must also have taken a bit of break. What about you guys? I think month of June, अभी तो किसी के एग्जाम्स चल नहीं रहेंगे. जनरली इन अप्रैल एंड मई सबके एग्जाम्स चलते रहते हैं. So I am believing nobody is right now studying for their exams. Now to only IPL and this match and this movie and this series. Or am I wrong, guys? Any exams upcoming? What's April May में किधर जाके आए क्या? Did you go on a vacation, guys? IPL is over. Okay. अच्छा, ये देखो मोहित चेस आ गया. एंड सेमेस्टर है. पीपल आर स्टडिंग. JEE, business courses, CUET, basically every entrance exam you could think of. That's what Shah says. बाप रे, इतना सारा. CMA, what is CMA? I don't know what is CMA. I know CA and I know CFA. Civil services का भी आ रहा है. Rakshit says end semester है Monday को, haven't started it. अरे Rakshit, you तो just have to go and write the paper, but make it possible to come to Olympiad, यार. That is your project, Rakshit. You have to convince your professors, your principal, your teachers that this event is so important. That should be your project. ये तुम कर पाओगे? This your negotiation skill, Rakshit. सोच लो. Important project. Let's see. Rakshit says I tried my best. They didn't agree. कुछ तो रहेगा रे ट्रायल में. Something. Find a way. Where there is a will, there is a way, Rakshit. So, knight c6 के बाद here, if we have to just also calculate because we didn't get time at that point. King e6 खेला अगर there's king e6 and king f6, but let's say king e6 खेला अगर, and white can play f5 without taking on a5. He can play f5, king f6. Of course, king f7 is a blunder. Rook d7 check. You pick up the knight. So king f6 here. And still the question is, how can white continue? You can't go king e4 because I think there is rook a4 check. So king e4 would be not a good idea. There is rook d6 check here. Again forcing. You cannot go king f7 because of rook d7 check. So king g5 is forced here. Then you go knight e5. So you have won the pawn back. Also this king on g5, is it a powerhouse or is it a weakness? It's a question. Mating net, not yet. There's always rook a3 check also, so you really don't have any time for king g3 h4 ideas. And also the king can run via h4. So this position, Rakshit says, पिछले 1 week से running pillar to post. They said if you miss 20 days of class, you will have to repeat the course. अच्छा, then at least try half the event, na? Second half, let's say 1 week or something like that. Prabodh asks, when are we going to get Olympia tickets? I have no idea, Prabodh, but if they announce something, I'm sure it will be on AICF and we'll also be posting about it. अबे सेरावत से इस पढ़ाई खत्म, अब जॉब में समझ आया कि मार्क्स मैटर नहीं करते. Okay, so Atul Gupta is saying Rakshit ko mod se hata do if he doesn't come to Olympiad. Rakshit says for volunteering you need to be there for 20 days. Got it. You can't do it like half an event or something like that. Yeah, that is true. Not an easy task. So while we were analyzing this position with the king on g5, guys, still there's not over here. If we play knight takes e5, the king can go to h4, attack your pawn on h3, and cannot really defend because king g2 has rook a2 check here. You could think of rook d7 attacking g7 and c7 knight at the same time. A check goes king g2. Can black keep giving checks? Yes, black can keep giving checks because for check if you try to go king e4, still rook a4. There is a shield here. Your king cannot go there. If king tries to go to d3, king is a little bit far from this pawn chain, but can you still continue with that? King d4, rook a4. Now the king can go to c5 basically. Okay, no, you don't want the king to be so active for sure. So the another way also to continue is to go knight e8. Defend is g7 shanti mein, keep it defended. And if white goes a move like f6, because for gf6 there is rook h7 check, that would be a blunder. Mate ho raha hai, king g5. And guys, final move, final checkmate move, guys. What's the move? सब जागे हो या सोए हो? Just to check. ध्रुव बहुत ही जागा हुआ है, पहला आंसर दिया है उसने. ध्रुव, वैभव, सेंडिल नाटन, विभान. नहीं, h4 नहीं गाइस. हाँ, h4 भी तो है ना, ऑफ कोर्स. विभांशु, मैं ही सोई हूँ लग रहा है. विभांशु, सार्थक, महत्व. Yeah, both the moves, guys. H4 is a mate and rook H5 is a mate. So F6 would be a very interesting idea as well. Overall, knight C6 check, and if Alireza sirf very low chances in this position to go wrong, basically. So this we have to see. Anybody can make a mistake, or really it's just a plain simple draw. Oh, some moves have happened. One move has happened here. B4, king takes f6, b3. Yeah, and as we discussed, white will go rook d2. Eventually, he will go bishop a4 and bishop e4. Give his bishop for this pawn, and the plan is simple: to win with these passers and one rook versus rook and knight. The knight is a bit too far. So अर्णव says मैं अभी उदयपुर खेलने आया हूँ. Amazing. All the best, Arnav. Before your game, try to solve some tactics. 5-10 minutes. Vaibhav Shreyas says, Amruta, I played my first OTB tournament on 19th, where Team India came. I scored 4.5 out of 7. Won 2 games against rated players and 2 against unrated. 1 draw against rated. Wow. Vaibhav, that's amazing. Amazing. Absolutely a great thing that it's the first time many people are playing the tournament. Brilliant. 50 minutes with Fabi, guys, and Raja is having 58 minutes. They have a lot of time there. After half the tournament, some tiredness, even if they get one rest days, definitely the tiredness starts building up. These are very heavy tournaments. They have to prepare a lot, and to sustain that amount of pressure for 6 hours every day is one day is not enough. Like, I know after candidates, like, the players need sleep for many days. So towards the second half, this is also an additional thing which is going to get added. He plays rook d2. Omna says, can we get a photo with a torch relay if we visit there? I think you would be definitely allowed to take pictures and all of that. I don't know much in detail, but I'm also excited. On 2nd July, it is going to be in Mumbai. Don't know where exactly, but it's going to be in Mumbai. How many of you are planning to go to the torch relays at your cities, guys? Like, when it is going to be happening in your cities, how many of you plan to go there? Bangalore is by air. Okay. Rocky says, I want to get a photo with Fabiano. Oh, Fabi is a very nice nice person and gentleman. So I'm sure if, like, depending on the COVID situation, he would definitely be glad. Vaibhav says, no ma'am, I was there on 19. There is so much security that it's impossible. Okay, got it. Rakshit, maybe you have to plan to come to Mumbai sometime, just with India Club May. That could be a good idea. Atul Gupta says, Torch will come to Ghatkopar. Oh, that would be मजा ही आ जाएगा. We stay in Ghatkopar. King b8 and king c8 for Raja. Then rook c7. Can take rook d7. King b8. But king b8. King b8 के बाद there is no progress anyway, right? Where you are, like, going to stop his pawn or anything at all. So there's just rook d8 here, and if you go king b8, king a7. There is rook 8 check again. For king b6, you have rook b8 check again. So I think you lose the pawn here. So that won't be possible. The best way, maybe there will be another try a5, let's say, where this could be a faster way, and a1 is a dark square. Also, the bishop cannot stop a2. So the a5 could be interesting to consider if king g6, because he also wants to start pushing his f5 pawn. Can you go a4, but then f6, a3, f7, and you are already slow, yeah, by one move. White queens. Actually, you are not slow in that sense, but the problem is too many problems. Queen 8 check, queen a1, queen c5 is also a check because it's a pin. But let's try to add this a5. Oops, yeah, a5, king g6. Let's try to add rook d7, and maybe try king a6. Because if king b6, there is rook b7 check and rook takes b3. So let's try to add king a6. And now if f6, guys, what is the difference? If now f6, it's a blunder. I've successfully found a blunder. Because black can play Abhinav says, I think security is also because of the ministers coming at every point. Yes, possible, Abhinav. So maybe I think first few events when it will be tried, and you could try and go there and see how the situation is, and we'll all get to know. Earthling says, I have my small nephew witness the torch relay. I want to have my small nephew witness the torch relay. Oh, that's so sweet. Nice. Oh, you guys have got it. Ritvik Mohan, Vaibhav Shreyas, Dharmik Thanki, Paras Bhoir, Dhruv Gargav, Ritankar Nath Prashant, Madhusudan Vegi. Exactly. Right now, there is no rook on d2 stopping b2. So b2 here. And if rook b7, then there is rook b5 here. And this will be a draw, because now if f7, there is b1 queen, and oh, it's in fact a check, but it's a draw because black queen cannot stop f7, f8 queen. That's why it's a draw. Nice. So white should not forget suddenly that after rook d7, king a6, black's threat is to play b2. Oh, in fact, guys, over here, white has to find a only move. If he wants to sustain that advantage, he needs to find that only move. What should white play? Can you find it? What's the idea of that move? Wow. So you can see even here you have to play accurately. Even here you can go wrong. Still you have to be careful. It's not a position where कुछ भी खेलो और चल रहा है. In fact, in chess there is no such position. कुछ भी खेलो और चल रहा है. कोई ना कोई मूव तो ब्लंडर होती है. Rook d8 has been found by Kanvas and Gupta, Kunal Gupta, Jay Agrawal, Prashant, Devang Damade, and Dhruv Gargav. Yes, not an easy move. In fact, Rook d8, the only move. We will also look at Rook d2 later. But Rook d8 sustains the advantage here. Let's say if black goes b2 here, then the problem is there is Rook 8 check, which the Rook from d7 couldn't give. And now if king b5 or wherever, there is rook b8 check and you win the pawn. So that is the main idea of rook d8, rook 8 check. So b2 is not possible. That's why black will try to play rook b5. Even in this case, rook 8 check, and if king b6, Not rook b8 check. It doesn't do any good. Start with f6. f6, b2 here. Idea is to f4, f7. Oops, f7. Yeah. There's queen here. And oh, it's a check. King g7. This is the position which can be played because f8 is queen. If I try to stop it with rook f5, then white can play here. What is the move white should play? Very important move. Otherwise you are lost. Yes, of course. Well done. Kanva Sen Gupta, Anirudh, Dhanevar, Vaibhav Shreyas, Real Sagar Shah. रियल सागर शाह. जागे हो तो कमेंट्री में आ जाओ ना. सोम, कुणाल गुप्ता, जय अग्रवाल, निलय, छाया, करण, अन्वी, करण, पारस बोयर. Rook b8 check, and again you win the queen here. So rook b8 check, king c5, rook b1, knight b1, and even here bishop e4 here. Oops, you can see. So tactics in the air all the while. This would be winning. The question to you guys is, if here rook d7, king a6, why not rook d2 now? What is the difference? Why not rook d2 now? Oh, I've got a few answers, and there is a race between two moves. So one of the move which is suggested by many people, in fact, is knight a4. But guys, if you play knight a4, then there is f6. Now you wanted to play b2 here, but again we go in the same position where the bishop goes to e4, stops this queen, and when you go knight c3, in fact here you have an extra check to the king moves, and f7. And I am okay with this queen. Bishop takes queen, knight takes queen, rook d, f8 queen is also possible, and rook d7 check, and f8 queen just simply wins. So the right move here was found by Kunal Gupta, Ayan, SOM, Jay Agrawal, Real Sagar Shah, and Prashant. Real Sagar Shah तो सब फाइंड कर रहा है. a4 guys, a4 now very strong, very complicated. Actually this is becoming very complicated, and definitely Raja has very good chances to hold this. So what happens if f6, suppose f6 here, then a3, right? So you want to go a2, a1, f7. Let's say right now, I just for a moment I don't care. So right now you have two moves, a2 and b2. If you go a2, that's a blunder because there is a queen here. Again, as we have seen, there is always this problem of queen a8 check and queen a1. So with a2, a1, that is a big problem. Suppose he goes b2 here. Anyway, there is a queen here. And if b1 queen happens with a check, f5, and you can see that this rook, this king is actually so safe. There is no check with the rook, there is no check with the knight. The only check may be with the queen, but then there is rook d6, and this king is in a chaos. Queen is threatening to take on c5, rook is threatening to go to d6, queen is threatening to go to 8. So lot of mating patterns, and this position is preferable for white again. So it was important here to find a move. I mean, the move is not like impossible. Of course, you can find it. But it's important that you find it. Black to play. Safed bhi, kala bhi. Super chat says, I have been watching both Carlsen Karwana duel since 2012, and I feel it has the potential to become Kasparov Karpov of modern times if they play more. Ah, okay, so that means that Karwana really must win this right now in order to be in that race. And the only question is in everyone's mind, will Carlsen play or not? That's the main question. अतुल गुप्ता से ये गेम तो सागर और समय की रिलेशनशिप की तरह कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है. क्या बात कही है अतुल, बढ़िया. Okay, so the move here is people have found Anand, the legend of chess, Ronak Thakkar, Ayan, Som, Jay Agrawal, Sarfaraj Hubli, Chandan Nagar, Chris Kynes, Real Sagar Shah and Prashant. You guys have found it. The move is simply stopping your opponent's threat by rook c8. Stopping f8 queen here. That's the main idea. And now you know you have your threat. So both b2 and a2. How can white defend? White cannot defend both the threats. Let's try something. Let's say you try to go king g7, yeah, wanting to go f8. This is a move which makes you realize that actually if white makes any messy move, then black has the chances to even win. Of course, Karwana's calculation is just totally brilliant, so it's not at all a possibility that he will miss anything. But just to make you aware that in such complications, there are these chances. And here for white, he will have to give a check. King goes to b5, and another crazy ideas, because in fact here black is pushing, so white needs to stop these pawns. So that shows that white should not allow such a position with these monstrous pawns on a3 and b3. Here a very nice defense would be bishop c6 check. If rook c6, king c6, and then f8 queen, and then b2, and this queen's here, so this should be a draw. By the way, guys, some moves have happened. a6 was played, and all the calculation which we right now did was with the king on g6, where many times there was this b1 queen with a check. So Karwana decided to go king e6 and avoid all those calculations. Very interesting. King, he goes to e6. Again, for king g6, the move which we were considering was e4, a4. Similarly, here if a4 is played, in this line f6 is much easier. Also because for rook d7, if you remember, with rook d7 the ideas of b2 were stronger, but here there is king d7. No, king d7 anyway a3, so he'll have to play rook d7. So that's not the point. The main point is only to avoid this check. But the other move order could be to go rook king a6 first, and then for f6 take on d7. If rook d7 b2, or if king d7 a4. So we'll reach those complicated positions. So this is definitely a little complicated, and I think they are going to take all their time to calculate. Just at the present moment, Fabi has 41 minutes, Raja has 50 minutes. Shall we have a quick look at Alireza versus Ding? Yes. So I think we left at this point. Check. 40th move was complete here. Then knight c6 check was given. He went king e6. And here we were looking at f5, king f6, rook d6 check, king g5. But Ding played f takes e5. Now rook a3 check was given. King went to e4, rook a4, and knight d4. So the shield is there. This black king will need to decide to be anywhere here, basically. Of course, not king d7, there is a discovered check. So king e7 looks natural, though at some points in the future knight f5 check would be there, knight c6 check, it's in the fork thing. So king e7, and white would like to go king e3, rook a3 check. What about this rook exchanges? Whom does it favor? Or does it favor anybody, or it doesn't? King d3, no, it's just knight e6 is strong, because if you go knight b5, then there is knight f4 and knight h3. Whereas if you take on e6, it's lost, because this pawn, you have the outside pass pawn, so your king is going to be crushing. So knight e6 still leads to a draw. So knight d4 check is given, and black is thinking, but not much complications. Yeah, what we can say in Fabi versus Temur, there are quite a lot of complications happening. Why not rook d7? At who's black's rook d7? You mean? Sorry, can you clear it a bit? Oh, by the way, what was the poll? The poll had 71% for Fabi and 29% for Raja. Okay. Thank you, Harish. Guys, how many of you like, if I have to ask opening versus endgame, how many of you like to prepare opening and how many of you like to prepare endgame? I can guess the answer, but I could be wrong. So, well, let's keep it e4 for opening and e6 for endgame. Let's keep e4 for opening, e6 for endgame. Let's check our chat moves. e4 for opening, e6 for endgame. I want to see. I have a prediction which I will let you know. Asim, e4 for opening. d4 nahi, e4. ओके, देखते हैं क्या बोल रही है चैट, क्या बोल रहा है अपना पोल. काफी क्लोज है इनफैक्ट, e4 and e6, काफी close. Wow, that is interesting, because I thought outright opening will be winning, but actually not. Maybe I know where oh, some moves are happening. Let's go back to the board, guys, right now. I have another question to ask you, but after checking out some move updates here. Yeah, so what he played was king e6, rook d7. He took on d7 here. King a6 would have been a better move order. Rook d7, and now king a6. It's fine. Okay, so now white will go f6. White could even go rook d8, but if he goes f6, b2, because I think you don't have, do you have time for that a4 complication? f7, and if rook c8 here, no, now there is bishop b7 check, so no time for that rook c8 any point of time. So if f6, he will have to go b2. And if f7, he goes b1 queen, but there is no check this time. And after f8 queen g6 check, but the white's king is safer, and that's why even after queen f6, is it going to be a forced queen exchange? What can black do here? What can black do? Just to show you, if a move which is not a check and a simple move, if he goes something like that, then this king will be completely in a deadly situation with so many checks, and sooner or later he's gonna get mated, basically. Just to show you an example of it. Right now it's all over, so this is going to be mated. So black cannot give that chance of not giving a check, so he may try to give a few more checks, but then king comes closer, king d6, and eventually this is very difficult. Knight a4. Oof. Crazy, yeah, crazy. What is this move, guys? Rook a7. If king a7, queen g7, and queen b7 ideas. Beautiful. Okay. So this, I think, during that position, it's very easy for black in comparison to play. So king a6. Black is thinking. Krishna says actually it's because we are noobs. We can make mistakes in the opening and get away with it if we know the end game and opponent doesn't. Aha. But many times the theoretical end games which happen, of course, in rapid play, not easily, they don't happen very easily, that you get Lucena and those kinds of position, but sometimes it does happen, and at that point, if you know, it's really helpful, especially in tournaments. I mean, in practice games it's okay, but in tournaments every half a point does matter a lot. So maybe I am going to ask you another question. This time we'll keep d4 and d6, okay? Middle game, do you like to study more middle game? Middle game means which pieces are better or which structures after opening phase, yeah, after opening phase and before the end game phase, that middle game or end game. What do you like to study? Here maybe d4 for middle game, d6 for end game. This one I think I can assume your answer. I don't want to be wrong again. Middle game or end game? Yeah, in Firuza's game, he has gone back with his king, so his knight is now no more in a pin. Free to give checks if required. Knight f5 is definitely one check to take care of. Maybe black will go g6 here. He could also go knight e6, but he could also simply give a check. And there is also maybe a problem or not really. If rook takes h3, knight f5 is strong. The king is in a mess. If you go king f7, there is rook d7 and wins the knight. If you go king e6, oh, guys, there is rook d6, mate. No, not mate, but again king f7 and rook d7. So that also wins. So this king will have to go back. King f8 means rook d8, rook d7. So king e8. And then there is knight g7 check. So this is possible. Let me see what answer I've got. We are at this position of king d3 in Alireza, and let's go back to Fabi's game. Okay, the answer is wow, this is so equal. That is unbelievable. D4 and D6. Endgame be percent. So actually, we have a lot of people liking endgames also, which is very interesting because earlier, majority of the people would love to study the middle games and openings. That's a good news. Endgames are the base. Many times, when if you are learning from a coach, you have to make sure that to understand whether he's a good coach or not, is he teaching you endgames? Because if he doesn't teach you endgames, the theoretical endgames, then definitely something is not right. They are the foundation for sure and very important. Shesha Krishna says you could prepare opening quickly but not endings. Endings never end. Endings for sure end. Being brilliant at chess is endgame. Oh, hello. Yeah, Krishna, exactly. I agree with you. Everyone should know at least the king pawn endgames. That is extremely important. That gives a lot of confidence. कि आज एक pawn up हो, तो you know how you're gonna convert it for sure. अतुल गुप्ता से आपके टूर्नामेंट में भी लूसेना है. यस, लूसेना बहुत बार कैसे आता है वो डायरेक्ट नहीं आता है. मेनी टाइम्स यू कैलकुलेटिंग एंड यू नो दिस वेरिएशन लीड्स टू लूसेना and so your opponent will avoid it or you will avoid it if depending on which side you are. So it's many times in the calculation than actually in the game. But if you don't know itself, then surely you're going to make mistakes. So that's the critical part. It's like a trap. Yeah, trap, basic opening traps, you know कि इधर ये trap है. It's important to know. You may not get into that trap, you may not fall into that trap, but you will be able to find another good move because you know this trap. Some knowledge is just like that. You don't want it directly, but it helps you to find the ways. Okay, f6. Raja is thinking here. What was the difference, guys? He played here rook d7, rook d7, and then he played king a6. What would have been the difference if he would go directly king a6? And now if f6, would it make any difference? No, for rook d7 anyway. It's the same. So b2 right now and f7. We may be going to that endgame. Queen wala and queen g6. Most probably we are going into that because if he doesn't go b2, what else he has? He has rook b5. Let's say, is there anything which he could stop the queen? Rook b8. And here a very nice move for white. Though there are a lot of moves, but a very nice move, guys. Can you find a very nice move for white? Sachin asked till now how many moves do we need to remember in any openings? Like first 10 moves. Sachin, so it would be like earlier we would know 5-7 moves and we would know the plans basically. Then the theory was like, okay, at normal level also you know 15 moves. You know, it went growing, it started growing. Then it was like everybody was knowing at least 30 moves, which was insane. You know, those were the prodigies and those were the youngsters who had good coaches and they were able to keep in mind those long theories. So it started becoming very difficult to face the youngsters in tournaments. Otherwise, earlier first 1-2 rounds would be very easy. You play some youngsters, you beat them, tactical mistakes, and blah blah blah. Afterwards, it was like they are all prepared. So you started, losing or drawing the first 2 rounds. May they would start upsetting the higher rated opponents. It was an interesting journey, and at some point the theory was like just a part of a chess player, and those who were not able to sustain that, many of them did move to playing some random openings like go b3 or f4, or switch and twist. But some of them who couldn't, who were playing one opening like me, that's what happens to people who don't evolve. Aha. Okay, we have got some moves here. Rook d7, rook d7, king a6, and he has played f6. He did think quite a bit here for playing f6, and Raja will play b2 here. What's happening in Firuza's game, guys? Oh, that king on f8. Is there any chance which Ding is going to by any chance create some play? Knight f5 check, king f8, and rook c1. The king has to be careful no matter what with such a rook and knight. There's no mating idea yet. King has a lot of scope to run though. King f8, rook c1. What can black play? Black can give a check. Can he just not collect this pawn? Knight f5, knight f4, king e3. That would be a... I think this would be a blunder. Absolutely, right? Guys, why is this move a blunder? Why is knight h3 a blunder? What should white play? There's some calculation though. Why is knight h3 a blunder? Oh, I'm getting a lot of answers. Rook h1 also I've got answers. Rook c8 also. Let me just show you. If you play rook h1 and you attack this knight, the knight can go to g5 and support this pawn. First of all, that's also possible. There's also counter-attacking move. So rook h1 is not a good idea. If you go rook c8 check right now, this king f7 and the king escapes. So that's also not a good idea. And that's the reason, guys, you know this thing about the king, yeah? Control the escape squares. And there we have the move. E6 by Mitul, Sanket, being brilliant at chess, Dhruv, Cookie, Narendra, Prashant, Utsav, Sarfaraj, and Nimish Nazirkar. So that's the answer. You play E6, important move. First stop this king to go to F7, and you see there is already a shelter by this knight. There is a back rank idea. Rook c8 is a back rank mate here. Even if you try to go rook a8 and stop that, there's e7 check now. And if king f7, there's rook c7 with the idea of knight d6 check and queens. And this knight d6 is unstoppable, because if you go rook a6, then with the same idea you have knight g7. Queen is still a threat. If you take, it's deflection and white will win. So knight h3 would be a big blunder. So knight f4 check. If king e3, just simply give another check. If king d3, then you have perpetual here. It's a possibility for sure. So rook c1, Firuza has knight f4 check right now. That's one idea. Apart from knight f4 check, he has rook a3 check because again the king cannot go here. But the king could go to e4. And for rook a5, the king could go to d5 and then knight f4 check is there. So better that the king is on d3 and you give a check. So that, yeah, he has given a check. Firuza has given a check right now. So Ding definitely would not go to the c file. He'll go to e3. King e3. So maybe a perpetual incoming. Let's see. Rocky says, imagine being Carlsen, #1 chess player, no chance to relax. No thanks, I'm good. How many of you, if given a chance, would want to be in Carlsen's shoes? Okay, would want to be Carlsen, yeah? Do you think you would be able to handle the pressure? Okay, Raja is still thinking. After f6, this is his only best try. This was another oops, but doesn't really work. Let's see what he plays. In the meantime, I am believing right now we are very close to a perpetual maybe. Mitul says me. Vignesh says not me. Shikhar says me. Not me. Wow. I was thinking everybody will say me, 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 me. That is interesting. That is interesting. Jay says if we can't handle pressure, how can we be Carlsen? Vignesh, did you think about this before? Like anytime, it seems like very quickly you answered. Why live board is not matching? That's because of my fault. Let me see if I can match it. Give me a moment. Isn't it matching? Ah, no, 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 no. It's not updated. Okay, now it's matching. Okay, and we have a move in. Oh, by the way, even King d2. Okay, so even King d2. Still, Ding believes that there is some play which he can create because of this pawn and knight and rook coming together against this king. Very interesting. In Raja's game, f6 b2 has happened. f7, I think we are going towards this crazy finish. Queens, queens. Vignesh says, I would love to be Anish Giri and live a happy life. So that should have been a question. How many of you would like to be Anish Giri? Would have loved to be Anish Giri? So मैग्नस कार्लसन का काफी सारे लोग प्रेशर नहीं हैंडल पा रहे. अनीश गिरी का क्या लग रहा है दोस्तों? Atul Gupta asks, does Sagarji sometimes wake up in the middle of the night saying chess moves? For that, I have to be awake, no? So I don't know. Ritvik Mohan says, would love to become Hikaru. Jay says me. Shikhar says not me. Ashish says me. Ron says, would love to have his personality. Jay says, actually, Giri has more pressure because people mock him for draws. Not anymore, right? That era is gone, I think. वो draw वाला pressure वाला era. I think he already went beyond that and he has played enough tournaments well and won them to actually prove. So nice. Pratik says face of Alireza, brain of Magnus, hair like Nepo. स्पीड ऑफ नाकामुरा थोड़ा ऐड करने को रह गया है क्या प्रतीक? Shikhar says Vidit is fun. I would like to be him. Did Nepo win? Rajendra, yes, you are a little late. Nepo won an amazing game. Of course, Rapo declined a perpetual draw, and that's why. But Nepo was amazingly prepared today and just played brilliantly. So, F7 and Raja is thinking here, as we have discussed, B1 is the only way right now to continue. There is no other move. So, King D to Rook C4 has happened in... Oh, by the way, look at Firuza's time. He's down to 13 minutes and Ding has 50 minutes. May not even matter right now, but you never know if the rooks are retained. You definitely don't want to go into this endgame. Takes G6 or even knight h3 would be possible, but G6 is also possible. Takes king c4 and then G6. This would be a draw. So if Ding, the way he's trying so hard to get this slight advantage, he will retain his rooks. That's what he has done. He has gone rook f1. Already you can see these 4 pieces in one line, which means some discovered attacks in the air. Black has to be on alert. And with 13 minutes for Firuza, if Ding is able to create some play to near his king, really it can give a good chance for Firuza to go wrong. Let's see how it, like rook f1 looks quite a strong move with the idea of king e3. So this rook has to stay away because you don't want such a discovered check which attacks your rook. Let's say you go back rook a4 and king e3, then there is knight d5 check. You don't really have time to give any discovered check anyway. And for king d3, this king, where can it go? Or it doesn't really worry about the discovered attack. That's, or just give a check. Again, king e3 ko there is knight d5 possible. In fact, if you take this pawn, still white does not have any good discovered check. You see, maximum is knight d4, trying to collect the b5 pawn if at all. King e7. Oh, can you take the b5 pawn here? Yeah, you can take, but then you lose the g4 pawn. So maybe you will wait for a bit. Maybe you will give the check again. Maybe. Oh, he played g5. He said, I just don't want to move my knight away from here. No risk. Alireza played g5 and now has a strong hold here. And this is another weakness. Also, he's got rid of any ideas of knight g7 check as well. Okay, let's see how it goes. Going back, oh, this is interesting guys. We'll stay here. F7, b1 queen, f8 queen and queen g6. This is what we are discussing For white, he can go queen f6 right now. He could also go to king e7 with the ideas of check to the king on this rank. Wow. This is going to be a beautiful finish, I believe. Oh, my phone went off. अरे बैटरी चला गया. Give me a moment. Switching it on. Okay, he's given a check here, na? Queen f6 still looks like the forcing way. King e7. Is there a check with black to this to this king? Ching. हाँ, queen h7 एक check है. But if you give queen h7, then there is king d8, and now there is no check. Yeah, this is great. This is good. So, and if you try to go with your king to b5, trying to bring a little bit of shelter to it. क्या खेलोगे इधर? What will you play? If you try to give queen b8 check, king goes to c4. Actually, it's not like very clear. Yeah, I mean, white is better. He's a pawn up. He has this bishop, but the position is super sharp. You miss something and it's gone. Like right now, guys, if I have to ask you, what should white, let's say, what should white play? White to play here. It's not easy. It's not easy. What will you play? The phone is starting, so I'll right now still not able to see the chat. But the question here was, what will you play? Queen d6, queen d8, queen d6. Let me just try one or two moves of your suggestions. Yeah, queen d6, queen d8. Yeah, suppose I go queen d6. Just look at the bar. Very happy because queen g7 check. What's the plan? You wanna go king d8? Then there is queen g8 check or even queen h8 check. Both are okay. You are forced to go here. There is check. Now let's say you try to go to e6. Then there is check, and already you see it's a perpetual, forced perpetual. So you cannot go here. The same thing if you go queen d8 check. It's the same idea. Queen g7, queen g8, and queen g7, queen g6. It's a draw. An important move here, very important, is queen goes to h8. Let's see how many of you have found. Surya Thangavel and Mithul KH. Well done, guys. Well done. So the move is to go queen h8. The idea is you have controlled both these checks with this move, and there is no perpetual. So if you go back to the position where queen g6 check is played, and the king has to go to e7, What white will need to take care is no such perpetual ideas happen. That is one conclusion, that is the care he must take first. If you go queen f6 right now, we checked some other lines with checks, but let's say if queen takes f6, king takes f6, and now this rook pawn starts rolling. If this if this stops rolling, then how should white continue here? There are a number of ways, but let us try to look at rook d2. But rook d2 is not, I one second, I'm not liking this move. Maybe something better, maybe something like f5. Let's just have a look at f5, a3, because you want this pawn to go rolling. Again, not easy, guys. I know, like, a2 a1 is the threat, very strong threat, and you need to stop it. Your rook doesn't reach d1, your bishop doesn't reach d5. You need the rook to give a check, and that's why rook d8, if you have to consider, oh my god, still doesn't work, because if a2, rook 8 check, king b6, and you cannot really uh, stop this threat of rook a5, so you will have to give up your rook, and this is the position which you will have to play, which black should be able to defend most probably if he plays accurately, and hence white needs to be super accurate. Not as easy. The right way to continue here would be rook d2. That is the reason. Now let's try to understand why rook d2. So if a3 here, what's the difference? f5. And now if a2 here, in the same position, takes, you understand the difference, that there was no check and king went to b5 or b6. So the king was on the b file, whereas right now the king was on the a file, and this every file away, really this one tempo will matter a lot. And now king g6. So this is the idea. Still, it's mostly going to land up in the rook giving up itself for this pawn, and this bishop dominating the knight, and white winning the pawn. That's how it will end in. Like, let's just show it. Rook c8, f6, king b7, f7, um, king c5, let's say, king g7, and yeah, exactly, your king won't reach on time. f8 queen, rook f8, king f8, king e6, king g7, and you will win the pawn, and this is a winning endgame. This is beautiful. The rook sack also works because the king is away. So it was a very important point that we learned, that a4, not rook d8 and not rook a8, because that rook a8 is not a tempo for white but actually helps black to come one file ahead. So it's very critical that you don't do that. The other idea is go rook e7, and if a3, go rook e1 and actually stop this pawn. So rook e1, rook e7 and rook e1 is a great plan, because this is the only square from which you can stop the pawn. Yeah, this seems much easier. Rook e7 after queen f6, king f6. This particular endgame, definitely this bishop is better. So queen g6, and Raja is thinking. Shall we have a look at Alireza's game here? He played rook f1 g5. He played h4, wanting to exchange one more pawn in that sense. knight e6, and he's thinking, oh, knight e6, what are you saying, really? Knight d6 check, of course there is a defense. This rook comes to f4, and for rook f4 there is knight f4, because if gf4 then there is knight b5, though it doesn't matter much, but unnecessary still, because you can simply play knight f4, and if knight f5 then there is gh4. If hg5 here, then you take this pawn, this is doubled pawn, so this is a draw. So h4, knight a6 is played, and Ding is thinking. By the way, Alireza has gone down to 9 minutes, doesn't really matter now, but and if you first play g5, let's say if he goes knight g5, then it's a blunder because there is no rook f4 anymore, so he cannot take here, but he will take on g4. Again, if there is knight h6 check, there is rook f4, it's still protected, and it's a draw. So knight e6, and Ding is thinking. Okay, what about Raja? Is he still thinking? Yes, he's sorry, Fabi, he's still thinking. Did Sagar sir sleep or something? Possible he would have slept. I will, because he has had a very heavy day, back to back. He had a very nice interview with this video series which he's planning with Sarvanan. So he had a lot of sessions of that since yesterday night. It's been going on, and today morning also they caught up on that, and beautiful stories, and lot discussion about Olympiad. So it was great. I didn't hear it yet, but I just was hearing some things beach mein, and there was a lot of laughter also. There was a lot of you know uh, what to say, energy in those stories. So I think that is a series definitely to watch, season 1. And then he had some things in the afternoon as well. Then he had Chessbiz India Club, then he played over there. So it was a heavy day. Okay, he's thinking, shall we move to Firuza if there are any moves? No, even Ding is thinking. Both are thinking. Quite a long game. I remember we used to have these 7-hour games until I was under 14. So basically, until I was 13 years old, I would be playing 7 hours game. And it was a good time. There would be no increment because we had these Russian clocks where there are these buttons you have to press. Quite a like it looks like our uh, normal clocks, wall clocks, 2 wall clocks, that kind of a thing. And so the flag would rise up and then it would fall. So it was actually flag down. Yeah, we used to say flag down if that would happen. So after that, when it changed to 4 hours, it became very difficult for many players because you're so used to thinking, and then suddenly you have to play fast. So that switch was not very easy for a few players who would already land up in time pressure, and especially I was in that. Okay, hg, rook g4, knight d6 check. The advantage of that was also that in one day there would be only one round. So you could have that quality round, you could have good analysis of that one game, you could prepare against your opponent next day. Then the games were shortened. Then every day there were 2 rounds. So in fact, 2 rounds started becoming even tougher because if your game would last 4 to 5 hours and then you play another game, and sometimes that game had no limit because 30 seconds increment, and imagine you're playing a rook bishop versus rook. Then it would be like you, and on the same unfortunate day you have played another such end game, you have played more than 10 hours. And then you have also prepared. So yeah, knight b5. This is soon going to end in a draw, guys. We'll go knight e6 or knight g6. Pick one of the pawn, or even knight h3 for that matter. Yeah, analog clock. Anusha says Amruta can't wait for Chess India clips in July and August. Yes, absolutely waiting. I'm also waiting for some new content. Bhagyashree Kaduskar says I still have such a clock. Very nice. Were you a player back then, Bhagyashree? Knight b5. I'm wondering why he's thinking, because it's a little bit. Here Fabi did play queen f6. Wow, this is going to go that into that. This rook sacrifices itself for the pawn, and then this pawn is gonna queen. So this rook sacrifices for this pawn, and the bishop endgame is winning that way. Or if he doesn't take the queen here, then it will be like something queen e8. I think that he should not take the queen, because taking the queen has lesser chances of tricking the opponent. The play is much simpler. Queen takes f6, king takes f6. White also has rook e7, rook e1, that idea. So maybe retaining the queens. Let's see. By the way, Alireza versus Ding has ended in a draw. Last move knight b5, and it's a draw. So 3 out of 3 games we have only one decisive result. Nepo has won, and in this game most probably Fabi is pushing, but let's see. Such a position, even one move can change the whole game. We have to see. Review Master says we missed the book review by Sagar bhai. Bhagyashree says yes, I used to play under 15 state levels during school days. अरे क्या बात है. Nice. Shashank asks, between Fabi and Nepo, who is your pick and why? I think I've always liked Nepo quite a lot, even before he won the challenger last candidates, and was a challenger. Nepo, because his style I really like. It's very creative. He's very fearless, and he was the one who definitely broke the shackles, played some crazy opening stuff, and was able to beat the elite players. So for sure, for me, uh, I really like his creativity. Nevertheless, Fabi is very solid, very very solid. But I really like Nepo's creativity. Also, his openings. He has played Squash quite a lot, so I have followed his games very well. Okay. So this is the last game which is going on. Let me see if the live board is also matching. Um, Oops. Yeah, there we have the live board as well. What about you guys? It's a question, good question by Shashank. Fabi or Nepo, and why? Others says it will be funny if Magnus backs off from World Championship and it's Nepo versus Fabi. And in the next candidates, Magnus losing to Alireza in the candidates. And Alireza will face Nepo or Fabi in World Championship. That's a lot of fiction, Adarsh, but good one. Shashank says, "Oh, I love Scotch too. In fact, I played D4 against Sicilian and Petrov too." हाँ सिसिलियन के अगेंस्ट ओपन सिसिलियन डेफिनेटली लाइक वो तो खेलना ही है the real thing, the real feel of Sicilian is in that. Yeah, Petrov also nice, same here. Not anymore now, not for Petrov. I play knight f7 and I lose, but I love knight f7. Rocky says Fabi because he plays for a win. Anusha says thoughts of an Olympiad in India, and do you think we have chances of winning gold? Absolutely, especially when such events happen in your own country. There's also an extra motivation, like there's extra pressure, but there's also extra motivation. So for sure it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. I doubt if we will have such an Olympiad again, at least in coming many years. And with such extra teams, this is a super boost. So I'm sure we can create history. Okay, Queen f6. He's still thinking, is this also going to land in a super time pressure zone, and are we going to witness any blunders, guys, in this game? What do you think? But all of you are saying Fabiano is amazing at calculation, super amazing, in fact. So, doesn't look like Fabi can go wrong. At least until now, if you see, he has played all the accurate moves. He's played brilliantly. In fact, the way he got his king here, that walk, was just amazing. This has been the, if I start from here, this has been the piece play of that king. पूरा आधा ये कवर किया है ये बोर्ड पे, ये साइड पे एक बार भी नहीं गया है वो. इट्स लाइक एन आइलैंड. Oh, that's funny. Others is thinking of Queen E8. Yeah, there are these two choices, and it's a question, yeah, whether you want to retain. Both might be winning, but sometimes you're so close to that point where you want to see where are the maximum chances for me to go wrong. Whether it would be in Queen E8, whether retaining queens would help my opponent for counterplay, or whether exchanging the queens and when I'm giving up the rook, if I miscalculate anything, that would give a chance. What would you do, guys? Would you retain your queens here, or would you go Queen E8 as black? Oh, Raja, that's a, I asked the question a little bit late. Raja goes Queen E8. He goes Queen E8. I think this is a good decision, very good decision, because anyway after Queen F6 it was much simpler for white to continue. Maybe I asked the question wrong. कुछ तो गलत पूछा था मैंने शायद से. But sorry. Dr. Metformin says need an online vintage tournament. Karpov, Kasparov, Kramnik, Vichy, girlfriend Judith. Ah. Nice name that is. So Queen E8 is a good way to continue. Now, okay, let's look here, guys. So for Karwana, he can continue with King D6, Queen E7, Rook E7 he will think, but I think just because the Queen gets, sorry, there is a Bishop here. Why will he not consider Rook E7 anyway? Is because of there's Black to play. Can you find a defense for Black? Of course, Karwana will not play this. It's a mistake. But can you find why Rook E7 is a mistake? Wow, many of you are alert. Rook C6 is the right move. Neetu Anand, Pratful Sharma, Achla Pandey, Adarsh GR, Mayank Joshi, and Axel Blees. Rook C6. You've got the move. By the way, Graham Pawar, Jay Agrawal, you have mentioned Queen G8, and those who mentioned Queen C6, it's also not the move. But Queen G8 check is not a good idea because the king goes to D6 here, and you don't really, if you try to give another check, then I'll take, and for Queen D5 check, the king goes to C7, and this queen will interfere. Of course, there is a check here, so King B5, Queen C3, and yeah, you're a rook up. So this would be winning, but the right move is for Rook E7, Rook C6 check. The point is, if you take Bishop C6, Queen C6, the king goes anywhere. Let's say the king goes to F7, then there is Queen F6, King F6, Knight D5 check, and after winning this, the pawns queen at the same time. A2, F7, Queen, Queen, and this one, Queen A3 check, King F7. Of course not, don't take here, it's a lost endgame. But Queen A2 check, and this Queen endgame would be a draw. You cannot go to the G file. Queen G2 is another check. Even if you go here, White will have some slight better, but this is a draw. So similarly, that knight fork is happening so strongly that wherever your king is, if your king is on f5, same thing. If your king is wherever you go, queen f6, king f6, and knight d5 is unstoppable. So that's the reason rook e7 would be a blunder. You can go queen e7 here, then queen g6 check again. Could be a photographic draw, so you'll go queen f6 and queen e8. So that's why at the end of it, you have to find this move which is forced, which is king d6, because the king can go nowhere else. And king d6 ke baad, I think king b5 sounds like a good idea for black. Can general public visit the chess Olympiad? If so, then how? I mean, where would we see the matches there? I think they will release the details later also because of COVID situation. A lot of things may be on hold. Bhargav Patil says almost 2 months back, a big announcement by CBI of 1 versus 1 death match on 26 July. Very excited. Only 1 month of wait. Absolutely only 1 month. A lot of things to do related with that. And Sagar is full on it along with the team. Well, queen e8 check, guys. He is thinking. He for sure is not going to do this, which is a clear blunder. He will try to play queen e7, gain a bit of time, 30 seconds there. Eventually, Karwana is going to play king d6. Players picks are wrong. Right now we can have players picks. 1 second. Okay, it's fine. Oh, he's come down to 12 minutes, by the way. Fabi has come down to 12 minutes. Any chance, slightest chance of messing this up? No, oops, oh my god! You can't come like this so silently. सो जाओ ना, उठ क्यों गए? Oh, that was scary, guys.
Oh.
हाँ चलो, अभी उठ गए हो तो चलो क्रेजी कैलकुलेशन स्टार्ट करो. बाहर को बिल्कुल मत देखो. जय सोलंकी से इस घोस्ट शाह. Absolutely, hey Sagar. Review master says, "Yay! He really wanted your book reviews." Sagar, what do you think?
Queen 7.
Shashank says Sagar is sleepwalking and now sleep talking also. Bola.
King has to move, or can you interpose? Queen e7 is there, and rook e7 is there.
हाँ सागर क्या खेलोगे, क्वीन e7 या रुक e7?
And there's also king d6.
करेक्ट सागर, ये 3 मूव में एक मूव ब्लंडर है. कैन यू फाइंड द ब्लंडर? Out of these 3 moves, 1 move is blunder. Please find a blunder. Are you sure you want to be here? तुम्हारी नींद
I
टूट
thought
जाएगी.
queen c8 check. Oh, but rook e7 mein. But rook e7 looks good actually.
Looks good.
Rook e7, because if queen c8, king f7 is a check. And queen g8, king d7 check. Okay. Oh, blunder.
Mistake. Blunder.
But why is the question. Can I go rook c6, bishop c6, queen c6, king f7, takes, a4? But no, that should be. That is not the one.
आगे करो.
Oh, queen takes queen, king takes queen, knight d5 check. King f7, knight takes rook, king takes rook, a4, f5, a3, f6, a2, f7, a1 queen, f8 queen, draw.
Correct. Awesome. Well done.
He played king d6.
And Fabi has found a perfect move, which is king d6.
Karwana is a machine, yeah, when it comes to calculation.
Absolutely.
The thing is that who is mating whom? So now king takes c5 is
But Abhi, as a fresh perspective, Sagar, because we have been very involved in the game, but you are now here. Fresh perspective में ऐसा कुछ ऐसा बार को नहीं देखो तो क्या लगता है? ऐसा लगता है कि white is dead winning या it's like कुछ भी हो सकता है.
कुछ भी हो सकता है, of course ऐसे ही दिखेगा ना. Like it's not like you can clearly say that white is winning this because king is right over there on d6, so anything can happen, no?
Right, guys, that's a very good important viewpoint we've got, so that there are possibilities to go wrong and Fabi has to be really alert.
The main problem is that where to move the rook.
Yeah, and as Shashank says, there's no more checks.
Right. Knight b5 check, king takes c5 check. So that is the main problem. And if knight e4 check, then bishop takes e4.
Yeah, if knight e4,
Queen e4, king
Bishop
c5.
e4, queen e4, king c5 wins. तुमने knight b5 देखा ना? Knight b5, king c5 wins. Right now, king c5 is a direct threat. If knight
If rook
a4,
b5,
but then your king. If rook b5, then king c7, and your king is gonna get
king a7,
mated.
queen d4 check.
Yeah, getting mated. King a6, rook
Huh?
a6. So, not rook b. Still, here there are at least two moves. Like if knight a4 to defend.
Wait.
Yeah, if you find, then Fabi will find. Let's see. Atul Gupta says Sagarji sharp even half asleep. सिद्धार्थ रानाडे says बाप रे. तुम्हें देख के सब कैसे क्या उठ गए. Guys, you also try to think. By the way, Raja has played rook c4 move, but if knight a4,
Knight a4, I was thinking like where to move my
just what are the quick first intuition in moves which come to your
queen
mind? Like what would you play in the
e6,
game? Let's say you have 10 seconds.
queen e6.
You won't consider checks? There's no check.
Bishop b7 is there, but after king b6, I didn't see a check.
Okay. Bishop b7, king b6. Nothing immediate. But what you saw was queen e6. What we have to only see if white can make blunders. Yes, white can make blunders, which is a great thing for the
Queen
position.
f8, and now where do you
Wow,
go?
this king is suddenly a problem, yeah?
Yeah,
If
queen
I-
e7,
yeah.
queen f4. Then there are then it's like
Oh, you don't have this, and if I go king
rook
e6,
e5.
then there is rook e5.
So instead of queen e7, I need rook e7.
So if rook e7, still it's lost in a similar manner.
If I go queen b, king
Queen b8,
king d7,
king d7 check.
and oh, knight b6.
Yeah, you stop your check, at the same time there is this check, so it wins. Amazing. So queen e6 is a blunder. Okay, the way there are actually, that's what, it's not like a very super clear or easy thing, but
Let's look at what happened in the game.
Yeah, he played rook c4. The other idea we were saying was king b5, but he played rook c4.
Rook c4.
And then rook c7 is played.
1 second. So I want to move my king and give a check, but I don't see any move possible.
This king, no? Your king you want to move. Actually, if try to think if king b5. You don't like it. Okay, it's not natural. That's what.
King b5. Yeah, because if I take rook takes c7, king takes c7, king b5, bishop c6 is game over.
What did you say? Which king b5? Sorry, this is
bishop
check.
c6 is
Nice.
game over.
Yeah. So you can't take here on c7. If you give a check, that's in case you want to consider that.
Knight e4 check to king d5.
Hey, why not? Knight b5.
King d5 check.
Knight b5, king d5. And that's a problem. So knight e4 also same thing, no?
King d5.
King d5 is king d5 is a blunder. Blunder, blunder, blunder.
Oh, knight. Yeah, sorry. Bishop
Me
e4.
also. So bishop e4. Oops, whatever. Rook e4 or
Rook
queen
e4,
e4.
king d7. No, no,
No, whatever. So yeah, rook e4
no. Rook e4. You can play
is
king
dead.
c5. No, okay. Rook
King
e6 is
d5
it.
check.
King d5 is important because rook e6 stops.
If you go king c5, yes, very well spotted. Rook e6 again defends the king, man. Wow.
Yeah, right. These are not tough calculations. King d. So here queen e4. I was thinking bishop e4, queen e4. King d7 check. King b5. And now maybe okay, there can be many ways to win, but queen e5 check seems to be winning. Takes, pawn takes. You rook
This
endgame
rook
में नहीं
endgame
जाना
should
है.
be winning. But
Rook
you
endgame में नहीं जाना है.
correct. So instead of king d7 here, you could also simply continue. I mean, it's a difficult idea
No,
to just
can't play
give,
this.
in practical game, it's very difficult to play this. The other move is if you go into this queen end game, that gives some chances for perpetual, I would say. And this is another possibility to continue.
What is the time
But
situation after rook c7? Raja's 10 minutes and
10 minutes each.
Karwana has 9.
That's what it's gonna get a little bit complicated. How many moves they have to make? 10 moves, na?
Guys, this is not easy. Yeah? Like they are, the bar is saying like it's clearly winning for white, but somewhere, okay, Karwana is very strong in such positions, so maybe it's not at all difficult for him. But at least for me, it seems like there are pitfalls at different places.
I would say the king b5 move may give the maximum resistance.
King b5. Achha.
But it was also when with the rook was on c5 earlier. At this point, I'm not 100% sure though.
One second, king b5.
Queen e5, but then queen e5.
Queen e5 is over.
Is it over?
Takes,
G5.
takes.
You can simply go with the rook and bishop endgame, kya? And this passport.
But there is rook d4 check. King e7.
A4, no?
No, rook c3.
So first, where will the knight move? Knight d5 check.
No, bishop d5.
So this rook endgame.
e6. No, this is lost.
A4.
Let's be accurate. King f6.
No, A3, E7 is lost. Rook d6 check. Maybe first rook d1. You can always go rook c3 if you want. After e7, rook e1. Yeah, you'll go e7 here. Rook e1 is forced. And then you can just go number of ways. But can you just go rook c3 or rook c2?
Why?
Yeah, this is also winning.
Why?
Just king
Rook f2, king f7 you want to play.
So then the better idea is to go rook c8. Just queen.
Yeah.
Okay, so this queen e5 is winning. Then king b5 doesn't give resistance here. Where Sagar, at this point the king b5 would have given some resistance. But rook b. But it was very risky to play such moves. Yeah, going into c4 and all of that.
No, but
Rook c4
you are
is good.
already like completely losing. So you
Yeah.
have to find, let's say, their king b5, suppose.
Where?
Where you were saying.
Over here. Suppose
Yeah.
just try here. If I play king b5 here, what would you play? In the sense of check, you have only one check. And if you don't give a check, you don't have any clear move. So let's say you try some.
But check, if you, where will you move? King c4.
Oops, अपने आप हो गया.
King d5.
Just say some move. Let's say it may not be deep calculation, but that's the whole point.
But there are no checks.
Correct. There's only one check, and there are no other checks. But so what? Will you give a check? Would
तो
you like
किंग
to
सी
give a
फोर
check?
के बाद चेक नहीं है ना फिर से.
After king c4, there's no check. So what will you go here? That's the point.
Here,
Actually, it's not tough, but that's the only move you have to find. Guys in the chat, can you find the only move for white?
e6 takes, king takes. That should be winning. No, f5 is coming up. Yes.
Yeah, being brilliant at chess. That's right. Oh, I should not have told, na? Other people also get to know. Atul Gupta. Right.
I was thinking queen e6 check.
Yeah, queen e6 wins similar to that queen e5 variation, because here you take, and if you go a4, there is f5, a3, f6, a2. Then first you have rook a7 and you stop this, whereas this pawn goes on. So queen e6 wins. If you try to play anything else, for example, then there is knight e4 check. That's the problem. And this will again get into complications. Well, in the game, let's have a look at it, what he played.
Rook c7.
He played rook c7.
No, here he played rook c4
Oops.
first.
King
d6. Rook c4.
There are any there.
Oh, he played king b5.
Oh, either he played king b5? No, this one. Oh, here he played king b5. Matlab queen e5 would finish actually. Queen e5 is simpler.
King d6, rook c4, rook c7.
Here he played king b5. So queen e5 is something which Fabi has to play here.
But is there any other move?
Yeah, he could consider rook c4, king c4, and then queen e6. This endgame also maybe. So this is
Check.
queen e6 check, queen e6, king e6.
And now
This endgame is
a4.
f5.
Yeah, a3,
f6,
a2,
f7.
queen. No, I don't think you should go into this. I mean, this might.
This will take some long time.
You don't want to
for
go
white.
here.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, so actually, rook c4 is not what you want to play. Queen e5. Then
Queen
you want to play.
E5.
Queen e5 is simplest. It's forcing. You have to take on e5. F takes e5. That pawn is kind of unstoppable. If you take on c7, it's lost. If you don't take on c7, if you play a4, then e6.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the way.
No, there was this problem we were seeing. Rook d4, king e7, and then you gave this check because the knight was hanging. But there is no good square for the knight. So let's say I go king b4. The idea of you go e6.
I'll go e6. Let's say
a4.
Let's say I go king f7.
Rook f4 check. King g7. So king f7, rook f4, king g7. There's no check here. Threatening e7. So a3, e7. तो a3 e7 तो मतलब बहुत fast, like e pawn is
that
very
e pawn
fast.
is super, because also after fe5 वो one square push भी हुआ ही है.
He played. Yeah, so this is resignable now for Rajabov. What a tournament where Nepo and Fabi are just beating everyone.
That definitely shows that your challenger experience is at another thing. Like it's definitely has an edge to be the second best and third best.
Yeah, I mean, my point is that in this game, Rajabov never really had a chance. I felt from the opening that he chose, he got into slightly worse position, and throughout the game he was just defending. I don't know if at any point he had a clear equality.
I think he had some options which he didn't go for. F5 pawn down हुआ ना, right? Correct. थोड़ा tough ही था
हाँ,
वैसे.
मतलब you see the opening choice of Rajabov. The thing is with Rajabov, he's taking this tournament as if something where he wants to win. The way he's playing, you can see his choices clearly. He's not playing the Berlin, or he's not playing very solid openings.
Correct.
So he wants to win, but the unfortunate part is that his choices are such that players like Karwana or Nepo are just so strong that they will not give him any chance.
मतलब they are kind of finding things on the board also.
Yeah.
So
So
Just
generally what
surprising.
should happen, I feel, with a player like Rajabov is that he should play solidly with black and try to attack with white. But what is happening is that he's trying to attack with black and he's losing. But when you attack with white, you have more margin of for error. So you saw Ding's versus Ding. Fe5, he took king takes. Against Ding, he just played with white some game which was just no edge. Nothing. So with white, he was just not playing it so well. So I think the preparation part is clearly missing. While Nepo तो क्या ही बताए, मतलब just playing so well.
Shashank is saying Raja actually played Berlin and lost to Hikaru. With Hikaru. Himank is saying so far the tournament is going exactly as expected.
No, like Rajabov versus Hikaru game, if you think about it, it was like Raja's again preparation was falling short in that game, where d5 was equalizing right out of the opening. He did not know, in spite of there was a game that was played between Aronian and Nepo versus Aronian. He played queen c6 same move. So what to do? And also a cascading effect, like once you lose a game, then you want to win, then you lose another, then what do you do? Now he's lost. I think Rajabov is at -2 or -3 now. Alireza Firuza wants to win badly. Just imagine now Firuza is at 3 points and Nepo is at 5.5. So the gap is now 2.5 points. Or maybe it's, I don't know, Firuza is 2.5 and Nepo is at 5.5. So how can you cover 3 points in 7 rounds now? It is impossible. It's like saying in a tournament someone is at 5 points and the other plays at 2. I mean, that gap cannot be closed. So I think it is just this tournament is now over from the perspective of other players.
So
like
is it only between Fabi versus Nepo?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, because Fabi is on now 5 with this win. King d7. And Nepo is at 5.5. So Nepo and Fabi's game will be the critical one whenever they play each other.
Exactly. Which round, guys, they're playing against each other? Hello World says, after seeing these candidates, I have increased my respect for Anish Giri's previous candidates tournament.
Here's a small thing. I think you can play first bishop a4, bishop d1, sorry, so that king b4 you can just chop this off and then push.
Nice.
And if bishop here you push b3, there is a3, then bishop b3, stopping here.
But if you play e7 right now, then
e7, knight d6, and then bishop d1 is also doable. But you can't queen.
No, but
If you queen, then knight takes, king takes,
Yeah.
a3, and you can't stop the pawn. So e7 is good. Knight d6. Now I think this is forced, or is there any other move?
No, force. No. I mean, you can play bg4 or
bg4 with the idea of bishop e6.
same.
That should also be same point.
Being brilliant at chess as game of the day, Nepo versus Rapo or Fabi versus Raja?
I think Nepo.
For sure, Fabi.
Really?
Because Rapo could take a draw, no? He didn't take a draw.
But that opening preparation, did you see in Mega Database?
I wanted to see.
What you wanted to see means?
I was waiting for you.
He resigned.
Resigned?
Yeah.
It's over. Shashank says today is actually a bad day for candidates. The gap is so huge now. It's a clear 2-horse race, and both of them play each other in round 9. So the tournament will basically end 5 rounds in advance. Unless one of the player does the impossible thing, wins every game. If somebody has to win every single game, still when you consider that player only Alireza comes.
To beat Nepo and Fabi already looks so difficult because they are so well, they are playing so stable chess.
So on 27th June, 9th round is the day, guys.
What? 27 June? अच्छा.
Oh, परसों ही तो हो गया. परसों है मतलब वो लोग. Yeah, this opening we have to check. Also, I wanted to check how many times Raja has played e4, c5, knight f3, a6 in classical or even a recent rapid. Maybe if you could help me in that as well.
Yeah, but first let's look at Nepo's thing.
नहीं सिर्फ दो ही moves.
Why couldn't you go here?
हाँ ये बोर्ड पे था. ये मैंने पता ही नहीं था कौन सा.
Then you can go here and just change it to like go here, this
side open,
and then go here.
New game. Oh
and
shit,
this.
so simple.
So here e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6,
Knight e5,
d5, d6, knight f3, knight e4, d4,
d5,
d5, bd3,
bishop d6, castles, c4, c6, queen b3.
This is already rare.
Yeah, queen
Queen
b3 is
d3
not
is rare.
usual already. But who has played Domingo is height operated में Domingo. Oh, Fedosiv has played. Short has played. Ravian has played.
So the main move was knight c3.
Yeah, knight c3. And if knight c3, bc3, this is a very pleasant
This line.
position. Pleasant line, yeah. Bishop c4.
bg4. I think there was this game in this Anand versus Jobawa versus Anand maybe.
Oh, Giri versus Vidit also. Anand versus Karwana. Acha, no, that's not the main. काफी games है वैसे.
Anand Karwana.
But anyway, let's look at the game.
Anand Jobawa.
Oh, you
Annotated
have
by me,
annotated.
by
This is the very
Sagar.
first time that Vichy and Jobawa sat opposite each other for a chess game. Anand is known for his active style, but he sticks to well-established rules. Jobawa, on the other hand,
I analyze this deeply.
I can hear you. You know, now you are able to do the commentary. There you are like in writing, you are doing the commentary. What amazing games you used to annotate for hours and hours. Nice. Okay.
Queen b3, bg4 by Nepo. 8 games played. Hari Krishna has played it with Nigel Short.
Hari played क्या first? नहीं, first तो it's played much 1928 में खेला गया है.
And
1928 is almost 100 years ago. First game.
and he took
Hmm.
in 1928 they played it with an engine or
With an engine?
no, there was no engine.
No, no. अरे हाँ, you were trying to fool me. क्या बात है? Seriously, 1928 का game, सागर.
Bishop e7.
ये तो मतलब टाइम मशीन ही आ गया इधर.
Also at that point they played in correspondence.
Wow.
They actually must be sending letters
Yeah,
at that point.
I think.
Queen d4.
What an interesting thing.
Queen knight e4, queen d4, queen b7. So
Mayur Gupta says, it was a dream come true movement for me today. Played chess game with Sagar sir at Chess Biz India Club. क्या बात है?
Mayur, did we play the last game today? And this move, yeah, this which I was telling you about, this 12-year-old boy, finding this move. Can I show
Which
that
move?
again? You asked this to me and Vantika, so I said that basically a 12-year-old under 12 category this move was played. So can I show that one?
Yes. Himangosh's correspondence chess ki jai ho. Yeah, how many of you find it interesting? Correspondence chess. Yes, sir. Last game. Also, I posted in IG as well. That's what Mayur Gupta says.
Yes. No, he played very well. He was 1300 rated, and then our game was going to end in a draw perhaps, but he lost on time.
He's not the 12-year-old, no?
No.
हाँ.
हाँ, ये रहा, देखो मिल गया.
So Anand Kopardekar says, why does white have such an overwhelming advantage over black?
When? In general.
In general.
Yeah, because he has the first move. So here,
कुछ कर नहीं सकते उसका.
e4, c5, ठीक है, c3, d5, takes, d4, g6, knight f3, bg7, knight a3, cd4, bishop c4, check, bishop e3. Amazing move, because if you take here, then takes, and takes, knight g5 gone, queen, king f8, queen d8, king f7, knight g5, ठीक है. So I have to play knight h6. He goes knight b5, threatening if you take knight c7, king queen d8 mate. So castles, cd4, knight f5, knight c7, knight c6, knight a8, knight d4, knight d4, knight d4, castles. And now what's the move? Very similar.
Get it.
And now if we go back to the game between Nepo and this, then after queen takes e4, queen a8, the same concept, bishop h3.
Nice.
Not same concept, but
Very
similar.
simple. I mean, because without a knight, it makes a huge difference.
But the funny
Sure.
thing is that after gh3, you have two games, Byron versus Engelhardt and Marquardt versus Cantelli. Both correspondence games ended in draws. But here, I think Rapport decided to fight.
What is Byron का game क्या था? Like he didn't play queen d3.
No, it's just
Okay.
they repeated.
Yeah, f3 is fine. Queen d3 के बाद also he gets a chance to repeat. Actually, queen d3, king g2 is very important. So,
Knight d2, but
no,
is this
your king g2 was important.
he played
Queen g6
repeated.
check ko bishop g5 is important. But again, to play this when you're not prepared is very difficult.
But,
if you go
but
bishop
how
g5,
do you know he's not prepared? Because till this point,
in fact, for black it may be difficult. Actually, for both. Play bishop g5 here, Sagar. दोनों के लिए मुश्किल है. It's not an easy position for anyone. Bishop g5. If you play bishop g5, it's simply lost. समझा?
हाँ.
If bishop g5 here, then your queen is free, na? So you cannot trap my
Then go
queen.
king
King
h1.
h1 and now queen b7 and queen a7 is सब unstoppable हो गया. So this is white is materially up.
No,
Little
wait,
bit of
wait.
compensation, not too
Here,
much.
queen d3,
Here knight c3 happens. That's the main difference.
queen d7.
Yeah, here here there is
rook
a
d1.
nice move.
No, rook d1 nahi.
Yeah, rook d1 is also possible, I think. Rook
Not
d1, queen c7, knight, rook d1, queen c7, and now rook e1 is should also be possible. This
rook
idea of
e1.
rook e8.
If knight a6, then rook e8.
Yeah,
So this was the opening of.
but the main key calculation, I think, where Rapo would be confused is queen g5 check, king h1, and either actually black has to find the best move. It's like a difficult move. I don't know. What would you consider here? I have told you, no, the move, or no?
Queen
If-
c5, no? Or what?
No. So this
Yeah, queen
move I
c5, queen
find
b7, sorry.
a little bit tough to calculate and assess, and that's why.
Queen e3, queen b7, queen e2, knight c3. Queen f5, queen b7, queen h3, knight c3 again. No, it's not. Queen e5.
Yeah, queen e5.
Queen e5, knight c3, bd6. No?
No.
Oh, queen c7.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that is also a threat.
And if queen b7 here, now bd6 might be good, right?
No, I don't remember, but queen e2 and bishop d6. Queen e2, knight
Queen
c3.
e2, knight c3.
So bishop d6 looks like that. Then.
Bishop d6, if king rook f2, only move, right?
No, rook f2, queen e1, no?
King g2.
But your knight won't develop at least that way.
Bishop c5. No? Bishop c5. Game over.
Queen g1. Oh, nice.
Rook f1, queen e2.
King g3, bishop
Rook is
d6.
hanging.
Okay. So the question is whether queen e5 firstly to find is easy or
but
not.
why even if you
And
don't,
bishop g5 whether it's easy or not.
I'm sure there are other ways to equalize here, not just queen e5.
No. There are not other
only
ways.
move.
It's exactly, that's the whole point. Very tough move, I would say. It was a very tough move. So if Rapo had
According to the
continue,
engines, this is just lost.
correct, because queen d7 goes. So if he had to continue, he had to find bishop g5.
But how can you play a move like knight d2 when... Okay, maybe he assessed this as just...
I think the main problem was in assessment only, right?
Or it was just his emotions that got the better of him.
Yeah, sometimes it's practically, you should accept a draw here because the position says so here. In fact, the position said to. But you are a fighter that emotionally
But
you don't want
to. That's
So-
just not right.
That's not right. That's not right in the sense it's not about right or wrong. It's just about a choice here. But it didn't
Okay,
work
let's look
for
at
him.
Rajabov's game.
I want to see whether he's
A6.
played a6 before.
Elo black.
Papre, look at Artemiev.
Artemiev must be in Rajabov's team. Andrekin. Look, only Artemiev.
Artemiev is तो बाप रे समय ने Artemiev से मिला हुआ था क्या?
नहीं, Samay नहीं, Surya Ganguly had taught him.
Acha.
So no game by
A6 he
Rajabov.
started playing very early, na?
Raj
No
Rajabov.
game by Raja. So super surprise, matlab. So in spite of giving such a surprise, somehow things didn't work for him.
Rapport
Oh,
has,
Rapo himself has played so much. But he was not
but you
playing
know,
against
Amruta,
Rapo.
the thing is that there is no surprise element here for a player like Fabi. Why? Because
Why?
just look at this. Take, E5. Now knight F5 is obvious.
Yes.
Now if you play anything else, he'll come like this.
D5 would
So
know because
D5.
otherwise also he would
No,
have
but
sometime prepared.
even if you don't know, imagine someone plays
Ah,
D5 with you.
CD5 forced.
You will take
Of
here,
course.
correct?
Yes.
Then he will take here, you will
Then
take
of
back.
course I'll take.
Then he will play this. Now his threat
Bishop
is
D3
this
तो natural move again.
and this.
Correct.
So you can go either knight C3 here or BD3. Both are good moves.
Correct.
It's not like even if you go knight C3
Yeah,
and he
maybe
plays
I'll-
knight F5, then you can play BD3 and you are just better.
In fact, knight C3 I would go for, but he played bishop
So
D3.
BD3, Queen D5, Knight C3. Again, this is a simple calculation.
Queen
Queen
G2,
G2
bishop E4 is easy to calculate.
and castle. So even without any effort, you got a plus equal position.
Oh, actually you're right.
So what
the
is
choice
the
was not a very
yeah
good.
what
In fact, what Nepo played, something where you have to keep finding the best moves with
Yeah.
white, was not easy.
Of course, that's why Petrov is considered as a superior opening at that level than O'Kelly variation, because it's just with normal natural moves he got 0.5 edge, while in if you go with Petrov you will see already by this point it is as close to 0.3. It will keep going down. See, it just equalizes.
Yeah.
So that's why if we use modern engines, some openings are getting killed, not because the players are not you can see Rajabov was very much keen to play exciting chess, but Fabiano killed it. So then we as viewers are like, oh, Petrov again, oh, Berlin again. But you sit at home and prepare for 6 months, and for you also some openings will get killed anyway.
Yeah. Baap re. Anurag dead deal your neighbor and Pushkar. नहीं, not your neighbor. Pushkar. अभी बुलेट खेलना बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट है इतना गेम्स के बाद.
हाँ, तुम थक गए रहोगे. Today you did like 4.5 hours out of 5.
लास्ट में एक गेम खेल सकते हो ऐसा नहीं है, बट इधर अच्छा बुलेट स्ट्रीम करें. रक्षित आल्सो आज बुलेट स्ट्रीम. आई थिंक सबको तुम्हारी कमेंट्री. हाँ, तुम आज बहुत हैंगओवर में हो ना. एक गेम खेल सकती हूँ मैं. एक ही गेम इधर कंटिन्यूएशन में खेलना है.
क्या अभी
तुम्हारी एनर्जी एक गेम के लिए है.
मैं हाँ खेल सकता.
एक ही गेम. ये घटिया माउस से खेलना पड़ेगा. Himang says Benko and Benoni are slowly dying for the same reason.
Yeah. I mean, we can be romantic every once in a while and go for these openings. But when you play again in the candidates with this time control, again the time control makes a huge difference. 2 hours for 40 moves, then 1 hour for 20 moves, then 15 minutes. If the time control is 1.5 hours,
That makes sense.
then it's different.
चलो, we can be romantic and play bullet chess right now.
बुलेट में कुछ भी खेल सकते हैं.
खेलो इससे मोबाइल से. चल, इजी है. तुम इधर कमेंट्री कर लो. मीर बोल रहा है सागर एंड अमृता, हैट्स ऑफ मैन, यू हैव अनरियल स्टैमिना. ऑनेस्ट क्वेश्चन, हाउ डू यू मैनेज दिस ऑन टॉप ऑफ एवरीडे वर्क ऑफ रनिंग सीबीआई? कहाँ?
What energy? I
Manage
just went off to sleep for 1 hour or 2 hours. I don't know what.
Yawned number of times. But guys,
When
we
I
will end
when I
it with
when I
a
woke
bang.
up, when I woke up like half an hour ago, I thought it must be 2 a.m.
Oh, you were happy you got 2 more hours.
No, I'm not happy.
If you would have woken up in the morning at 6 o'clock, maybe that was good.
But,
Chal, for you to set up, I have started one. तुम्हारा चैट के लिए तुम दूसरा मोबाइल ले लो। चार्ज नहीं किया? चार्ज नहीं किया?
किधर है मेरा फोन?
पता नहीं, कोई भी फोन इधर लगा दो। तुम्हारा फोन इधर नहीं है? वैसे फोन ये लो। हम्म
ओके,
क्या हुआ?
कुछ नहीं, नॉट इम्पोर्टेंट।
वैभवी का मैसेज आया।
Himang says, how many hours do you work per day? Himang, I don't know. It's almost like today I had in the morning 3 hours of interview with Sarvanan. We have recorded a 6-hour series with each other where we are covering the Olympiad stories of the past. And they'll be very interesting. And apart, so it maybe day after
I think
tomorrow.
we should call it season 1, yeah? Season 1 Olympiad stories, whatever it is. Season 1, so that every Olympiad maybe you can do it season 2.
No, it's because it's in India we are doing this, right?
No, it could be-
Apart from that, today there was this small crew who came home. What did Vidit tweet? Poor prep by Richie today. Also, it will be questionable decision to play for more than a draw here if he does. I have a feeling it's going to backfire. Arre, Vidit, bye. Ah. So Vidit gave this. I would say even poor prep by Richie ke jagah, at least he was. I thought Rajabov's prep today was not up to the mark. That's what I felt. Maybe that's just my.
I just feel the appreciation that everybody is trying to do something new,
Of course.
and it's some
course.
interesting games.
That's the problem. If you play Berlin and all, everyone says boring. If you try something new, you lose. So what to try?
Life है अभी।
Correct.
कुछ तो खेलो जो मजा आएगा at the end of it.
Okay. Venkata Chengawala says, why is plus equal advantage so much at Super GM level? In my games, I won game down the piece. Because their accuracy is very much, no? And also you see plus equal is of different types. Sometimes it's super complicated and plus equal. Sometimes it's just very smooth plus equal. So in Fabi had a very smooth one. Okay, game starts.
Okay.
Start. Amruta Mokal playing with the black pieces.
I think I'm playing with Rakshit.
Oh, Rakshit Singh. C4, E5, knights. Yeah, he's Rakshit. I'm sure he plays the English all the time. And Amruta is playing with the black pieces. She has castled here. After candidates commentary, you can see her level of play has improved tremendously. She is just developing all her pieces. Guys, बचपन से ये खेलती है और अभी देखो कैसे क्वीन को ऊपर लिया, बिशप को उधर, रुक को भी लेके आई. F5 also played. Now pawn is pushing forward to. Oh, and Rakshit goes F4 and the knight attacks the queen. See how well coordinated black army is. Just complete domination and pawn is lost. Amruta Mokal showing her class here. Has been a good game until now, but we will see. It's a bullet game after all. Now she started to think. She has 41 seconds. She's also playing very fast on the clock. What? That's just a blunder. Piece is gone. Queen is attacked. Guys, Amruta's game was just very, very smooth. Very smooth. Time to resign. Queen G4 check incoming. Bishop is hanging. Everything is hanging. Resign. Oh, he plays Queen E1. And now Rook check. Oh, where's the mate? Where's the mate? Where's the mate? Rook G2. King here. Where's the mate? Where's the mate? Rook check. Whoa! Found the mate. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable.
नाइस रक्षित, मजा आया।
GG.
रक्षित के साथ पहली बार खेली है मैं। ओह, awesome. I think he got rook e1 नहीं खेलना चाहिए था। 4 का pawn weak हो गया।
Pushkar says that's not the case always. Magnus defeated Fabi with Sicilian. But which Sicilian? Oh, Kelly. Sveshnikov is quite okay. Even Taimanov is quite interesting. Yeah, so that's why I'm saying that maybe Rajabov, this today's choice was just. Nihal is playing Leech's titled arena. You want to play?
I want to play with Nihal. But I can't. Pokers हो गया। खेलने चाहिए। मुझे 3 ही चैलेंज आए थे। उसमें से मैंने एक्सेप्ट किया रक्षित का, अभी कोकिल का किया, बट कोकिल has slept while watching the bullet match between me and Rakshit. So I am taking the last challenge.
Yeah, Rakshit F4 was not bad. I think when Amruta got F5.
No, F4 already I was winning a pawn.
Yeah.
E1 was not there.
Yeah.
So we were playing with the last game. ठीक है?
Can't hear Amruta. Amruta, you have to talk loudly. Can I keep the mic here? Why am I
Yes.
taking the mic?
चल लास्ट गेम विथ रजत ड्रैगडॉर्फ, ड्रैगन खेल रहा है लगता है, और नैजडॉर्फ खेल रहा है लगता है वो। ओपनिंग तो पता ही है which he is going to play. रजत, I know what you're going to play. मजा ही आएगा, इंटरेस्टिंग। नाइट ऑफ।
Oh, knight of E5. Yeah, Amruta bishop G5 करेगी. This is her childhood opening.
Don't tell him my plan though. In the emotions.
It's taken on F6.
D5 square देखो guys. D5 square. Future lies there. रजत खेलो जल्दी।
Long castle.
बिशप E7 खेला वो।
Oh, long castle has happened. Wait, knight D7. Okay. What does Amruta do now? She's playing like suddenly a big pro, yeah, in the mobile with the mobile phone. She is very
I
quick.
was telling you it's the mouse. Really, it's the mouse.
Hey, Rajat, play fast. What are you doing? Ah, now black is doing very well, but he doesn't have time.
I don't think he's doing well yet.
Oh. Attacking. Oh. H5. Why? Oh man, Amrita, you're making like 3. Wow, you're too fast. Shall we play one game?
You and me?
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. Take last one. Chalo.
Because you are playing so well today, I think I might risk it today. Let's see.
Acha, that's very courageous of you. To
Yeah,
challenge
because
me
every
when
day
I'm
you are playing so poorly.
ये appreciation है, ये demotivation है।
Challenger friend.
या ये वही। अरे जॉय, हेलो, राइट टाइम पे आ गए हो because you are gonna witness a match between me and Sagar.
How to
and
create a
and
game?
how he's gonna, you just challenge Amruta Mughal.
Where? Ah, right here. Okay, fine.
कमेंट्री तुम तुम्हारे मुंह के बारे में बताना, मैं मेरे मुंह के नहीं, तुम तुम्हारे ही मुंह के बारे में बताना। शांति में कमेंट्री करना, कमेंट्री मेन फोकस रखना तुम्हारा, खेलना सेकंड.
1 minute plus 0 second increment. Okay.
Yes.
No, not run. हाँ खेलो. आया तुमको?
अच्छा. Oh, okay. हाँ, सागर chess 1.
Okay, let's go.
Chit.
No.
Oh my goodness. That's amazing. Oh shit. रोना नहीं, it's okay. It
Oh
happens.
no.
हो जाता
Oh
है.
no. Okay, one more.
Sometimes such romantic nights are better than date
No,
nights.
one more. One. Let's
Okay,
go.
let's go. क्या ये शायद चलते रहेगा, आप सो जाओ. किधर है चैलेंज? करो चैलेंज.
Rematch किया ना?
join the game.
Oh, you played already. Oh, you played already. I couldn't see the move.
Oh, your time is so much difference, yeah? Oh, I have one. You want to play one more? I believe you
Yeah,
won't
this
get
is
sleep. Chalo,
somehow
let's.
is too difficult.
Too
Yeah,
difficult with this mouse. I'm telling you. Try. Okay, take your
okay, no,
mobile.
no, it's fine.
Take your
It's
mobile.
fine.
I'm
It's fine.
telling you.
It's fine.
These are not
No, it's fine. It's
reasons.
fine.
It's
It's
fine.
fine. Position was also not good. You're playing too well.
समय साथ नहीं दे रहा है ऐसे choices. Rakshit says, now I feel good about losing to Amruta.
Play.
Shit. Shit. I assume bishop a4, man. Okay, this was really bad. Well played, well played. Chal, one more. 2-1, na? Your score is 2-1. Okay?
Hmm.
Wait. 2-1. Play, 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 play. F3, C5. इसका मेरी है क्या? 3 moves. Oh my god. Pro tip, you can reduce the size of the board to the computer by dragging from the button right of the board. Rakshit, before the game देना चाहिए.
What is the pro tip? Oh, I can make this smaller, but no, it doesn't.
नहीं तुम ये छोटा करो ये वाला, बट उसमें फिटिंग चला जाएगा. But I think that was, yeah, Prakhar says that was close. Amazing, Sagar. You really tried hard. Today, what you took up the challenge was very good, I think. Because I was at
Let's do on the phone.
नहीं हो, हाँ तुम्हारा एक गेम तो फोन पे खेल लो.
हाँ.
At least prove हो जाएगा that it was not an excuse and it really matters.
I don't know. I mean, the position was only bad. What to do? If I get good positions, so.
Yeah, with black I'm very strong. कमेंट्री करने को नहीं जम रहा है ना जब खेल रहे हो तो.
अभी अच्छा खेलूंगा तो कर सकता हूँ, हार रहा हूँ कमेंट्री भी करूँ, सब कैसे कर सकते हैं.
अच्छा
किधर से चैलेंज करना
ये
है?
देख.
प्ले विद अ फ्रेंड.
प्ले विद द वाइफ नहीं है क्या उधर? ठीक है चल एक्सेप्ट कर लो ना फिर. अभी मेरे को आ ही गया है ये देख, मैं तुमको रीमैच भेजा है, अभी एक्सेप्ट कर लो.
अच्छा
आया आया क्या?
नहीं आया. मैं तुमको लिंक भेजूं?
टोटल पप्पू. हाँ भेज दो. ये देख ना, रीमैच ऑफर सेंट, वेटिंग फॉर योर हस्बैंड टू एक्सेप्ट. गाइस इसको एक गेम तो जीतना ही है
यार मोबाइल में भी मेरे को. हाँ ठीक है.
हाँ
भेजा.
एक मिनट.
मोबाइल.
Shashank says, I have a feeling Sagar will play even worse on the phone.
Let's go.
अरे शशांक मोटिवेट नहीं करना है उसको फिर. ये
Sorry, I.
वही
One
लिंक
minute.
नहीं है, दूसरी लिंक है. पुराने दिन याद आ गए. और एक एक्चुअली वो समय की ऐड भी याद आ रही है. और एक फिर वो.
ये वाला.
बट हाउ कैन पीपल विल बी एबल टू सी. हाँ
यहाँ पे ही हो जाएगा मोस्ट लाइकली तो.
ठीक है अभी बराबर है ना.
एक सेकंड ना मेरा.
दिस इज फाइन.
हाँ, so here
Setting is
I
fine.
think I have to follow someone.
नहीं ये मेरा ही गेम है ना. फॉलो
हाँ, but
मेरा
I
ही
have to
गेम है.
follow you. I stop following you.
अपने इतने अमृत है.
ठीक है स्टार्ट.
करूँ?
हाँ. हुआ एक्सेप्ट किया.
खेली मैं. तुमको नहीं अरे मेरा रेटिंग क्या बढ़ गया, 100 से बढ़ा. अमेजिंग.
ठीक है आ गया. हाँ.
C5. Oh, I know what you're gonna play. Oh shit, man. Shit. चल देखो एक सरप्राइज देती हूँ मैं. Shit. Shit. लाइफ में जितना कमाया उतना गया. ठीक है, चल. This was really bad. Okay, one more. Okay, just one more to just prove that यही प्रॉब्लम था. मेरे को वाइट आया ना और मैं रेडी नहीं थी. 1 मिनट. Join this game. Come on, dude. Come on. अभी कैसे D4 खेला? मेन वेरिएशन में आ गए ना तुम? Ah!
King bishop a6 checking time. King d2 was better.
Shit, man. Zero chance. This is crazy. No, Queen C2 perpetual है ना?
नहीं, किंग
Shit,
g3
perpetual
किंग
है.
g3 है. अरे मैंने क्वीन a6 चेक मिस कर दिया, नहीं तो मैं
अरे यार, चल लास्ट इक्वल है ना अभी. नाउ द स्कोर इज इक्वल. दिस इज द लास्ट मैच गाइस. लास्ट मैच. ओके, पर अच्छा खेल रहे हो अभी तुम. ये क्या फालतू मिस्टेक किया है. कितनी फालतू मिस्टेक. हाइट. Oh God, no. gone. Okay. No chance, man. ऐसे ही ब्लंडर इधर से उधर. So that was because of the mouse.
शायद से ये स्क्रीन बहुत बड़ा है तो माउस
वही बता रहे, बहुत टाइम जाता है बुलेट के लिए. स्क्रीन नहीं है. 27 inches monitor is not
so
to
then
play
so then
bullet,
when people play bullet they should play through laptop, yeah,
guys. Yeah,
even
laptop
phone.
or phone. As if people don't want to play bullet, right?
No, there are tournaments, no, bullet championship and all.
Ah, got it. But that last 3 games are just super crushing. इतना भी खराब नहीं खेलती यार मैं.
हाँ तो खेल के दिखाना अच्छा एक गेम.
Guys, what's up?
Who will win? Raja.
iPhone mini best. ऐसा रचित बोल रहा है.
Okay guys, let's call it an Amruta सोता है.
Yes.
नहीं तो यही हो जाए.
अभी विदाउट स्ट्रीम खेलेंगे ये. मेरे को कितना स्कोर हुआ? आई थिंक आई विल बीट यू वन गेम at least before I sleep.
I blundered a free queen, yeah. I
Where?
blundered a free queen with queen g8 check in the previous game. I had to go queen h8 check. I played queen g8, knight takes g8.
Oh, got it. Oh, I would have really won that.
Yeah.
Time कम था पर.
No, but that game was anyway. Actually, that one, if you see, was very interesting. I mean, what to handle.
बुलेट.
ये वाला था, I think. हाँ, ये वाला. So इसमें takes, यहाँ पे takes bishop b5, knight d3, rook e8. हाँ, queen a4 खेलना था. knight e5 takes. अभी डी मारना चाहिए था, मैंने ये मारा. नाइट अभी किंग, आई थॉट किंग d2. ओ किंग d2 नाइट f2, किंग e2 नाइट b2.
अरे यार
क्वीन b2. ओ बिशप b5 है. हाँ करेक्ट, चेक को है इधर. सो आई
I
एम
should
विनिंग.
not have taken on b2 ना.
बट देन व्हाट?
भाई क्वीन e8 किंग d3 एटलीस्ट वो किंग थोड़ा तो आगे आ रहा है.
और टेक नाइट c5, एक पॉन.
कुछ तो हाँ
देन
ना.
क्वीन 8. हाँ यहाँ पे तुम्हारे पास क्वीन ए6 चेक अभी है ना.
उसको सजा
नहीं
दी
किया.
प्यार की, ऐसा क्या गुनाह किया.
It is very dangerous position to play in bullet.
I know.
And now I blundered here.
Oh shit.
But check, king here, check. Ah, okay, knight h5.
हो गया ना. अबे 93.
अबे knight d3 मार. तो तूने भी क्वीन ही ब्लंडर किया था. Because okay, चलो. Good night, guys. Thank
night.
you for following, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. While playing a game, not while spectating, if you drag from the bottom right corner of the board, can be resized. अच्छा, ठीक है. Oh, Mitul KH says been here for 7 hours. Mitul, sleep. And also all the best.
तुम्हारे मम्मी पापा का फोन नंबर दे दो, उनको बताते हैं फोन.
Divash Teung says love from Nepal. Arey Divash, good night. And Insanely Insane says have a really good night. Good night, Insanely Insane. Mayur Gupta says already waiting for next Saturday. Guys, Mumbai Ana. It is very nice. Today Biswa came to the tournament venue. I have an interview with him which is very funny. I will put it up.
Acha.
I asked him, so how was your time in the club? He's like, very bad. I said, why? I lost everything. So I said, डेढ़ साल का practice सब is wasted. He's like, हाँ, सब waste.
Bye guys. Yes. Thank you.
See you.